Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for the final, I'll say the final, the third day of this county championship match between Sussex and Hampshire. A quick call out to our friends in the Spencarma Pavilion to make sure the commentary is going out and nobody is waving, which is really worrying. Is anyone waving? Oh, I can't see anyone waving.
So, they've had enough of you.
Yeah, they have. Fed up of him talking to us all day. Well, I hope it's working. I'll just check with the stream that everything is going out okay. But I'm Adrian Holmes, Kevin James next door to me. Morning, Kev. And this potentially is a really exciting day's cricket.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with you. This is probably the last day. I mean, let's be honest. It is tantalisingly poised, but I think I'd rather be Sussex than Hampshire at this particular moment.
Right.
Just.
Because
Hampshire's lead of 2-3-8 with 1 second innings wicket remaining, I think is still... Well, the conditions, and talking to one or two people this morning, the wicket is drying out, which means you'll get a little quicker, which will come onto the bat nicer. But they're expecting that if you get edges, it will come at you quicker. There's been a lot of slip catching practice going on this morning, which is interesting. But I do think that today is potentially probably the best day to bat. Hence why 2-3-8 in the context of the game looks a big lead, but in the context of today, not so much.
Interesting. In terms of the weather conditions, which this time yesterday were really overcast and favoured the bowlers, there's lots of blue sky around today. There's some high-level clouds, so nothing like the conditions yesterday. The other thing to say is that a new ball will be available to Sussex after 1 over, which is going to be bowled the opening over by Jack Carson. My sort of thoughts on it are that if Sussex have to score 250 to win, Sussex have got a relatively long tail in this match. You're looking at the top 8 have all got to score 30 each. Now, 1 or 2 might fail, so someone's going to have to play big innings for Sussex. Someone's going to have to put their hand up, or a couple of players. Anyway, in comes Jack Carson, and he bowls to Eddie Jack, who let that go. Taken by Simpson either way. It's a dot ball. Does Sussex take the new ball here?
Oh, gosh, 100%, I think. Because the wicket has been a little inconsistent. I think it still would be today, maybe not so much so. The new ball will accentuate that.
In comes Carson around the wicket and bowls, and driven by Jack to backward point, where it's fielded by Sean Hunt, and there is no run.
I think what's interesting is we always look at it from our team's point of view, and we always look at the pitfalls. So you think 238 is challenging. I think it's light. It's interesting. Isn't it?
I think it's going to be tight. I think we could be in for a really exciting day. In comes Carson around the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Jack, plays into the offside, no run. And I did actually say to one of the in the press room, I said, it feels like a pivotal day to me, because if Sussex were to win this game, if they win 5 of their first 8, you have to keep your feet on the floor and not get too excited, but they're in the mix,
Oh, 100%.
If they win, and conversely, in comes Carson around the wicket, bowls, drilled by Jack to short extra cover. There is no run, fielded by Price. If Hampshire were to win this game, they'll feel that's 2 wins at the first 8, and they'll be thinking, right, we can put pressure on some ahead of us now with this big break coming now until the next batch of championship matches. So it's a big day for both counties. Here comes Carson, bowls, and Jack is back, and it's the first runs of the morning as he plays it out to Goodman, who fields on the cover boundary. So 1 more to the total, 1 more to Jack, who goes to 18, 207 for 9. This has been a good partnership between these two. Worth
34.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes, 34. Yeah. And could be very important runs.
Yeah, I think in the Hampshire camp, and sort of had a chat a bit with 1 or 2 of them, that they don't want to be greedy, but ideally they'd like this last pair to put on another 20.
Carson in bowls to Abbott, who's forward defending, plays down the onside, and there is no run. So end of the first over of the day, just the 1 run coming off of it. What it does mean is a new ball is available, and Jade Evanuka is taking off his cap, and we think he'll probably take the new ball. Just up before I forget, a shout out to Bruce Talbot, who's a journalist, been down here for many, many years. He's got his journalists' cricket team playing today. They were struggling for numbers, but they managed to get 11 out, and Bruce was telling me that this morning he's got to go and get the wicket ready and get everything ready for their match this afternoon, and he said he would be listening across to the commentary. So if you're on the ground today, Bruce, getting the pitch ready, and hope you have a good day. I hope all 11 players turn up. That was the major worry, I think.
Not too hot out there in the middle, because it felt hot this morning when I woke up.
Yeah.
The sea was as calm as anything, like a mill pond. It was so inviting.
And there were people in, you said?
There was quite a few people in the sea around the Hove area. There was.
Doesn't say they've taken the new ball.
He might have one ball just as a loose one, I don't know, but you're right. Yeah, as I say, they didn't want to be too greedy this morning, because obviously with the new ball coming and it's the last pair. And they said that, actually, interestingly, if they did get to 20, they said, always say, actually, we want another 20 on top of that. He's on the Cats, and he immediately, Eddie Jack is playing and missing outside of the off stump. I need to keep an eye on to see. I mean, that ball went through nicely for an old ball.
Yes, yeah.
But they are, as I say, they are expecting this wicket to quicken up a little bit today.
Was generally speaking, when the new ball's taken, and in fact it hasn't. Well, would it show on the scoreboard? Generally speaking, they put a picture of a new ball up and say new ball taken.
They haven't.
And they haven't today, so I think we assume it hasn't been taken.
I'll try and see if I can spot something shining off the ball, because there was a little bit of sun out there as Jack is playing and missing again outside of the off stump.
Could it be, Kev, because sometimes the new ball disappears at a rate of knots, and
well, it obviously comes off the bat a little harder, but I can't believe in this situation you wouldn't take it.
I would have thought so.
But that's not to say that what I'm saying is 100% gospel. There is occasions where you don't take the new ball because then it stays soft. But I think you generally here you've been getting good value for shots.
Yeah.
And it's cut down the hill. Oh, nice ping.
Sorry.
Another player missed. That's 3 in a row. Eddie Jack coming forward. There's not a lot of swing there. Probably just straight in a fraction. Good line. So yes, a very, very big day. The lead is 239 now. And what an amazing day we had here yesterday. Absolutely. One of those days I think that you don't experience too often in county cricket, where in the morning and part of the afternoon, it was 12 wickets fell for 64 across the two sides. It was overcast, and the ball was moving around. Actually, Jack this time does get a bat on it. And then as the sort of afternoon session wore on and we got into the evening session, it just felt as though, and the sun started to sort of peek through the clouds and they started to clear. It just seemed as though we went back to normality.
Quite a lot of people coming into the ground, actually, and it is free admittance for people today. So if you're around Hove thinking of something to do today, you can get into the ground for nothing today, that being Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, Kev.
Yes, happy Father's Day to you as well, yeah. Did you get the phone call card?
I've got some message. I think that might have been the ping, actually. I forgot to turn my ping off.
Jack plays that back to the bowler, almost got turned around a little bit. So that's nice. So you'll be reading a nice message.
Yeah.
From
one of
your daughters?
3 daughters.
3 of them.
Well,
have they put the same message together, or is it
from all of them? I'll have a look at it.
Signed your daughters.
Yeah.
I had a lovely card which I got before I came away, which I opened this morning in the hotel room, and from my younger daughter. My eldest daughter FaceTimed me.
Nice.
With our grandson Theo.
Lovely.
This morning, so I had a chat actually in the commentary box this morning with them. So yeah, it's been nice.
So to all the dads,
yeah,
have a nice day.
2 slips and a 4th slip for Eddie Jack, and a cut comes in. Good leave. Well, that's a good over. I especially trained my eyes on that ball, but I got the feeling that that new ball has not been taken as yet.
No, I agree. Generally, the umpires do sort of hold up the ball, don't they? The other thing about today is it is the longest day. And
yes.
As I was driving down, they said that actually when the point that it was actually the longest day, this is incredibly boring, is when this part of the world points directly at the sun. And that minute was at 9:24 this morning. So that was actually the longest part of the year.
All right.
It was at 24 minutes past 9 this morning.
Lovely.
And but from now on in, the nights are closing in, mate.
That's it. It's all downhill now. It's down to Christmas.
Yeah. But apparently, and they got someone on the radio who was from Edinburgh. She said up in Edinburgh today, I think there is 17 hours of daylight in Edinburgh today.
Wow.
So but it's a bit less down here, further south.
Yeah.
But anyway, the longest day. And Tom Price, it was a long day for him yesterday. Spoke to him last night. That interview's on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed. And he's bowled really well in this match. Runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and clipped away by Abbott down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Abbott? He goes to 17, and the total moves on to 209 for 9. So 209.
208.
208, sorry, 2 runs added this morning. I said to Tom Price, what happens if you wake up tomorrow morning, i.e. today, you pull back the curtains and it's foggy and like it was? And interestingly, he said, well, if it is, it is, but we need to learn the lessons from yesterday or from today. So in other words, maybe hinting that Sussex, he said, though Kyle Abbott bowled, that perhaps one or two didn't help themselves with shots. In comes Price and bowls, and played into the offside by Jack. They think about a single, but it isn't there, and Hughes has to run from cover to field. Because there were one or two shots that one or two might have got back and thought, that wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of drives where the ball wasn't quite up there to drive, and the way the ball was nipping around and swinging, and unless it's exactly in the right spot, you are taking a chance.
Yes.
I mean, it looks good when it comes off, but there was one or two like that. Some good bowling on both sides going on, though.
Yes. In comes Price again. Bowls, 6 wickets in the match. Jack plays very straight and very correctly into the covers. There is no run.
Interestingly this morning, though, it's that whilst Hampshire would love to occupy the crease for a while and eke out a few more runs, that might give us a clue as to how well this wicket is playing. It's always one of those where if the openers sort of play and miss a few times and they're out within sort of 10-15 minutes, it's okay. But if they bat for 45 minutes to an hour and don't look in too much trouble, you think, okay.
Price in bowls and Jack defends to mid-off. There is no run, fielded by Coles. Yeah, I agree with you completely. The longer the tail enders bat, it's just from a Sussex point of view. I thought the Abbott factor and the Potgater as well, who bowled so well. He was the Tom Price. No, the umpire's having a natter. They're going to take the new ball.
I think they are taking it now. Yeah, I think you have to.
Yeah. Tom Haynes. There we go. I was just going to send a message to the scorers and say, has the new ball been taken? So I don't need to send that anymore. So the new ball has been taken. There was clearly some sort of a plan as to perhaps why they wouldn't take it, but they have after 10 balls this morning.
Yeah.
So, Tom Price, new ball in hand, runs away from us up the hill here at Hove, in and bowls, and another very correct shot. He doesn't look like a number 11 to me, Eddie Jack.
Well, to be fair, he isn't. I know every commentator says that about their number 11s, and I've actually deliberately kept quiet about that. But as you brought the subject up, he is a better player than that. It just so happens that that's the only slot left for him.
Yeah, he just looks very comfortable on the front foot.
I've said this many times, but I do see him developing into an all-rounder, batting around number 8 eventually.
Price is in bowls, and just to say that Price bowls a good delivery, and he beats Jack outside the off stump, goes to John Simpson, just the 1 run off of the over. So 2 runs added this morning here. Live cricket on the BBC, also via the Sussex Cricket Club live YouTube channel. Just a quick hello to Jack, who normally operates the stream. He's got a day off as Jack today because he's a father as well for the first time. So I hope you have a great day, Jack. So good luck to Isaac, who's in control of affairs today. I just want to double check if anyone is listening on the headsets inside the ground, and they could just wave in our direction to say the commentary is going out. So I'm slightly concerned that isn't the case, but I might just make a quicker inquiry.
Okay, first email of the morning comes from Martin Hills, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he says, very pessimistic about a result for Hampshire, given the paucity of our bowling attack. Sorry, these are big words that I don't normally use. There were 3 debatable decisions yesterday, says Martin. The Hunt LBW was going down the leg side. Neil was caught off his pad when outside the line of the stumps. And Organ, I'm almost certain, says Martin, had his hand off the bat when it hit his glove. In a season where nothing is going right, mostly self-inflicted, this is all we need. Love the courage, and across all counties by the BBC. As Unnacut is ready, he's coming round the wicket with the new ball to Kyle Abbott, who leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. Love the coverage across all the counties by the BBC. Desperately hoping, as with all in the wide cricketing community, that county cricket is not cut or axed. Well, I don't think county cricket itself will be cut or axed, but I know what you mean from a BBC point of view. There's lots of talk, and of course there is lots of talk about the wider BBC at the moment, as you will have seen in the media. And yeah, we're all sort of talking about it as well, and we don't know quite where it's going, but it is. It's going to be some quite big changes over the next few months, that's for sure, and probably a year or two. But he's forward. It's going out into the covers. Whether cricket gets affected or not, we'll have to wait and see. Kind wishes to you and Adrian across the 2 months of enforced shutdown of proper cricket, says Martin, who's in Chichester. Yeah. Yes, back to the T20 and then the 50 over competition after this round of fixtures, and then we finish with a good 6-week run into the end of the season with 6 rounds of matches, I think it is, off the top of my head. The in-ground streaming is coming through loud and clear, says Ross English. Thank you very much. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As Unadkat comes round the wicket, Abbott is forward. That goes up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Hopefully that's what you found as well.
Yeah, and everything seems to be going out, so that's good news.
So your friends up in the stand there couldn't be bothered to wave.
Yeah, but I think Julian has gone on holiday. So maybe that's why he's not there.
And the others maybe just not listening.
Yeah, that's what I just think. Well, perhaps they're thinking, right, what we'll do is pretend it's not going out, so Adrian has a stress attack. And
he hasn't had enough stress this morning with the BBC feed part of the our output with the. Everything going okay on the Sussex picture feed, that's for sure, which is going back to the Hampshire cricket feed. Abbott drives, it's in the air, and it's over the diving Carson. It's running down to third man, where it's fielded by Tom Price, just to our right. Fortunately, just out of the reach of Carson, who's at a deepish gully position. 2 runs to Abbott, 210 for 9, which means Hampshire have added 4 runs this morning. All runs from a Hampshire point of view are a bonus. And that lead is up to 240, which means right now Sussex will need lead is 242, which means that lead. You add 1 for that. That means at this moment in time, Sussex would need 243 to win this game. Here's Unadkat bowls again. Abbott drives, doesn't time it. Unadkat picks that up on his follow through.
Well, you said yesterday, you wonder whether 250. You get these little landmarks, don't you? Think. I sort of had this idea of, your top 8 have got to score 30 each, and someone might fail, and I don't know. I think the longer this goes, I still think this is 50-50. But these two have looked largely untroubled this morning, and the new ball has been taken.
That's right. Added 4 this morning. 37 partnership currently for the last wicket, left alone by Abbott outside of the off stump. So make of it what you will. We've had 15 minutes play this morning, and I think Eddie Jack has played and missed a couple of times, once or 2 or 3 times actually with the old ball, once with the new ball. But I don't think has played and missed at all. So listen, I don't think we've seen anything this morning which looks out of the ordinary.
No, I agree. Both David Sharp, who's over in Marbella, is listening to us, and John Malone, who's further down the coast in Bexhill, is listening to us. Marbella, Bexhill.
Is Bexhill what? Bexhill, Spain?
Bexhill on sea.
Oh, Bexhill. Oh, Bexhill over here.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He's been in touch. So thank you, fellas, for getting in touch this morning. And we've also had an email from Avinash over in India, who's been in touch. It's a fairly lengthy email. I'll have a read of that, but thank you for getting in touch. As in comes Tom Price running in away from us, uphill and bowls. And Jack was looking to launch that one over mid-off, but he's managed to somehow get the ball down to fine leg. Picks up a single. Does Jack? He goes to 90, 211 for 9.
There's probably a bit of swing there, actually. Just watching that one again. As I say, just to repeat, we're not actually in line with the cricket unless you're watching the picture feed, which you are. There wasn't a lot of swing, to be honest. Might have just straightened a fraction, but no more.
Decent crowd in this morning. There's got a lot of people sitting in the southwest corner in the stand. Plenty of sun hats, and if you're coming down, it's hat and sun cream essential today. As in comes Price. Bowls. Abbott stretches forward, plays out into the offside, fielded by Carson, I think that is. And there is no run.
Kevin Flood on the emails. Sorry in advance of being pedantic, he says, but he's going to be. It's not the longest day, as all days are 24 hours.
Very good.
Boom, boom, thank you very much. But he says today is with the most amount of daylight. I think you said that, really.
Yeah. Price bowls to Abbott, who's wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him. And there is no run. Yeah, apparently, thousands of people at Stonehenge this morning.
Always is, isn't it?
Yeah, always down there for the celebrations of the longest day.
Yeah. I watched a 20-second video of that on social media this morning.
Right.
It looked like any other day with the sun going up. What was so special?
Well, apparently the sun rose at Stonehenge at 3:38 or something, I think I was saying. But,
Right. And I was there.
we were asleep.
Actually, I'm not sure I was.
Oh, right, okay.
I didn't sleep very much last night. Maybe I was so worried about today.
Yeah, thinking about today. 2 slips in place as Top Price runs away from us. Over the wicket and bowls, and Abbott plays comfortably enough through point and picks up a single to the cover boundary. One more to the total. Abbott goes to 20, 212 for 9. I've got that rather irritating clicking in my headphones again today. Have you got it, Kevin? Right. Now, I hope it's not going out on the stream. We think it... So we had 1 or 2 technical issues throughout the game, which I hope hasn't spoilt your enjoyment.
It hasn't spoilt mine because I'm away and I'll leave all that to you.
I know. I'm the one who's stressed.
I've got that to look forward to.
Comes Price. In again. Bowls. Driven. That's 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that by Eddie Jack. That was in the slot. And Eddie Jack's absolutely belted that one away. The ball leaps over the advertising hoarding and ends up in the corporate hospitality area. A lovely shot. And I think they're the Hampshire supporters. If they're sitting in the same place as yesterday, they were in sort of the bottom left-hand corner of the Sharks stand. There was quite a few folk there from Hampshire yesterday. But that's a lovely shot by Eddie Jack, and it bears out what Kevin's been saying, that he's not really a number 11. He goes to 23, and this partnership is now worth 27 for 43. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, they've added to 10 this morning, yeah. There's not a lot of swing out there at the moment.
Price is coming round the wicket to the left-handed Jack. Is in on bowls, and Jack is right in behind this defence down the onside of the track. And there is no run in the over. 216 for 9. To that add 32, which means the lead is 248 with Abbott on 20, Jack on 23. I was just looking back. There was a game here earlier on this season where Sussex beat Warwickshire, chasing, and Sussex scored 328 to win here against Warwickshire in the second game of the season. That was an exciting... Well, in the end, Sussex got there comfortably. Jack Leaning made a century. So maybe that gives it into... That was on a 4th-day pitch. This is a 3rd-day pitch. I don't know what point I'm making, really, but just so they have chased down the score here.
I think what you're saying is that if we actually have a decent wicket here, and I have to say this morning it looks fun. He's on the cut bowls and Abbott is forward. It might take just 3 or 4 overs for the lacquer to come off the ball to make it swing a bit more. If indeed it's going to swing, I think we'll have a better idea there. But, if I'm really honest, Hampshire's last wicket pair, I mean, they're both not 10 or 11 to be honest. They're a bit better than that. They're probably sort of 9 and 10 or 8 and 9. But I don't think they've actually looked in too much trouble this morning. I think, if I was head coach or part of the coaching staff at Hampshire, and I'd be looking up there this morning, I'd be thinking, this could be a good day to bat. And, I think by now we had about 10 wickets yesterday.
Yeah,
Slight exaggeration, but you know what I mean. As Abbott drives, doesn't time that one off the inside half of the bat. The ball squeezes out to mid-wicket. But more importantly, it's another run to the total. It means the lead is 249, which means from here, psychologically, the 250 is up in terms of a total that Sussex will need to chase. And I did say yesterday that for me would be the bare minimum. But of course, conditions are improving all the time. I say that is a very, very bare minimum here. But of course, Adrian, as I probably would think if the roles were reversed, I'd probably say, it's getting a bit few too many.
Well, I'm thinking that. But news from the Test match in a minute.
Oh, don't think England are going to bat all day there. I'd be very surprised. Jack pushes forward. I think the ball is sort of stuck in the turf there a little bit.
And they're not going to, because Joe Root is out, LBW to Matt Henry for 77, and Jofra Archer bowled by Matt Henry for a duck. So England 192 for 7. So those that have gone to the Oval today, unless they see a spectacular rearguard action, may not see too much cricket.
Might get what's the minimum amount of overs you get to see?
Oh, good question. I think on the 5th day it may be different, because isn't it cheap to get in on the 5th day?
Oh, right.
I think the 5th day is.
Eddie Jack wants a new bat, I think.
Oh,
yeah. Or does he?
Was he hit on the hand? He's taken off his gloves. He's wandering down to have a chat to.
Was it something to do with a helmet? Oh no, there's some short leg stuff going.
I've got to say now.
About the 5th.
Yeah, so I think I may have got this wrong, but I think it's something like 25 quid on the last day. But you pays your money, you take your choice. So there's no sort of you might see one ball, you might see a full day.
Okay.
And if you remember at the Oval last year, those that got in on the last day saw that dramatic end to the England-India Test match. I was there on the 4th day actually, and when Root and Brooke looked like they were going to win the game for England, and it rained, and we watch a lot of county cricket, and it rained, but then it cleared, and within an hour after they called it off, they could have played really,
yeah.
And I think they were quite keen to take it into a 5th day.
Okay. Well, we're waiting for a resumption here. I've got an email from New Zealand.
Ooh.
From Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
Evening to you.
Ooh.
Where it will be in New Zealand. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, longest day for you, shortest day for us.
Ah, yes, it would be, yeah.
And the cut, we're ready to go. I don't see a short legging, as that's a thick outside edge. It goes along the ground, fielded in the gully. Looking forward to the lengthening days. Well, of course, yeah, we get shorter. You guys go longer. Yeah. I'm hoping Hampshire can get the win, but I'm a little conflicted as Sussex is my second team. Enjoying the commentary.
So I wonder if, presumably then in New Zealand, I don't know whether, I'm sorry, I didn't get the gentleman's name there. Patrick. I wonder if he's on the South Island. I presume it's even darker down there, is it, today? Because presumably the nearer the South Pole you get, the shorter the days are. Is that right?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah,
of course, yeah. I'm just thinking the other way around, yeah, of course. Here's going to cut bowls, playing a missing. That's a good ball that's just bounced and just left. Eddie Jack. And the one thing is, because I've spent quite a bit of time down there, is the water goes the other way round the plug hole in the sink.
Right.
Now, I can't remember which way round it is here, but actually, when you go to New Zealand, it goes the other way round. Isn't that bizarre?
Just to say, talk about New Zealand, that England now 192 for 9, and it looks like Matt Henry's on a hat-trick. He's bowled Fisher, and he's got Josh Tongue first ball, and he's got 5 wickets. Matt Henry, so that game's all going to be over by 11:30.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Find something else to do. Book a table for lunch somewhere. Jack pushes forward. Mark Taylor has emailed. That's the end of the over. So 217 for 9. Hampshire have added 11 this morning. Mark Taylor has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Now, he's done something very sneaky here. Normally I write when the bowl, meaning the utility bowl, in-ground wireless is broken, which happens regularly. But pleased to report that the Sussex service is not only working, but on the same frequency. So I'm using the Hampshire earpiece.
Ah, great. Yeah.
While sitting in the shade of the cupboard stand, spotted quite a few Hampshire supporters on the train this morning, hoping for a good result. That's good. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a decent crowd here, actually.
Not bad, is it?
On the
way to our left.
The old shark stand.
Stand.
Yeah.
What's that stand?
I always call it the shark stand. I think actually they call it the southwest stand. I mean, I didn't even know where the family stand was yesterday, did I? But that's at the far end of the ground. But I would say this is a good crowd for a 3rd day. This is interesting. So the new ball's been taken.
Yeah.
Tom Price has bowled an over. Now Jack Carstairs into the attack.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't a lot happening for Price, was there? Yeah. Which is the first time we've said that in this game for him.
So Jack Carstairs is going to be bowling to Kyle Abbott with a slip and a short leg. Carstairs in bowls, and Abbott defends down the ground, but picks up a single, and Tom Price trots in to field. 218 for 9. Closing in on a 50 partnership, these two.
They're not far off, are they?
27 and 18. What's that? 45? 218 for 9. Add 32 to that, and you get the lead.
250.
Yeah. Carson in again, bowls, Jack defends into the offside, and there is no run. When you played cricket in New Zealand, where did you play, Kev?
Christchurch initially,
Right.
then Wellington, then up in Auckland.
Right.
Good fun.
Did you play at the Hagley Oval? Was that the Christchurch ground? In comes Carson bowls and stretching forward is Jack, plays into the offside. They only get a single to a Newcastle, has to move to his right at back will point to field. One more to the total.
So when I was there, Hagley was just a park.
Right.
It was a park.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and Lancaster Park was the main ground, and then they developed Hagley Park into the Hagley Oval. Yeah, and Lancaster Park, I think I'm right in saying, is no more.
Right. Carson coming into bowl to the right-handed Abbott, who's 22 not out. Bowls, and Abbott plays this firmly out for extra cover, fielded by Sean Hunt, who has to move to his left at mid-off to field. One more to the total.
But I did play cricket in
220
Hagley
for 9.
Park, because I think, if I'm right in those days, it was a long time ago. I think there was a couple of clubs, Christchurch Main League. I think there was Canterbury League, whatever it was. Well, Christchurch. I think there was a couple of clubs that actually played on the park.
Right.
So yeah, I did play there, but not like it is now.
Here comes Carson, bowls, drilled down the ground. This is going to get caught at long on, and the catch is taken by Sean Hunt. Eddie Jack holds out to long on, caught by Sean Hunt. So the innings is done. 220 for 9. To that you add 32, which makes 252, which means Sussex will need 253 to win. Eddie Jack out for 24. Kyle Abbott remains not out on 23. And Jack Carson picks up his third wicket of the innings. He finishes on 3 for 37. So now we know the equation. Sussex need to score 253 runs to win this match. And I think we could be in for an exciting day's cricket. At the Test match, Sonny Baker, I think, has avoided the hat-trick for Matt Henry. England 194 for 9, but looks like England are going to lose the Test. I think Kevin and I are going to have a little breather, grab ourselves a cup of coffee, and we'll be back with you to see how Sussex get on in this pursuit of 253 to win. I'll just do my update to the listeners.
Is watching game 3 of Sussex's game against Hampshire.
Yes, hello Pat, it's the most glorious day here. Lots of blue sky above Hove. There's a brief break in play because Sussex have just bowled out at Hampshire in their second innings for 252. 230, I should say. Jack Carson taking the final wicket of the innings. So Sussex, when they come to bat, will need 253 to win this game. It promises to be an exciting day's cricket down here at Hove. Down in Cardiff, Surrey in their second innings are 111 for 2. Still trailing Glamorgan by 142, and down at Canterbury, Middlesex now 353 for 6 against Kent. It means they trail by 63.
Thank you. We'll keep you up to date.
Well, welcome back to Hove, where we've just about come to the end of the break between the innings. And Sussex here on day 3 will need 253 to win this game. And another 3-day finish in prospect here on the south coast. Hampshire added another 14 runs this morning with their last wicket pair of Eddie Jack and Kyle Abbott in a fraction under half an hour's of play this morning, where the second new ball was taken after 10 balls after 11 o'clock. Eddie Jack caught on the boundary at deep mid-on off the bowling of Jack Carson for 24, leaving Kyle Abbott 23 not out. So 253 for Sussex will start right now as Kyle Abbott comes down the hill and bowls, and immediately Sussex are off the mark with Hughes pushing that away behind square on the leg side. And a decent crowd here already, you feel, just with that applause, already getting into this game. It could go either way, but I think if you were a betting person, you would probably just put a few more quid on the home side at this stage.
You
out.
You saved my bacon, really, Kevin.
No, it's fine. So Abbott with 6 wickets in the morning in the first innings is bowling. In fact, start getting darker earlier in the evening in southern England for a few more days.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so we'll enjoy it while it lasts. And he's in Luxembourg. That's a good spot. Do you know what?
I've never been to Luxembourg.
Well, I've passed through it.
Right.
On about 3 or 4 occasions.
Okay.
Certainly twice, might be 3. It's an interesting spot. It's not very big as Abbott comes in, and I might be playing at that one. Yeah, you do. It's not very big. I landed at the airport and then I got a bus actually through Luxembourg into Germany because my younger daughter was at uni in Germany for a little while. And every time I pass through it, which doesn't take very long, you think, wow, this looks a great spot. I mean, literally, there's the airport, and you go down the road a little bit, and then there's the beautiful sort of town centre, and there's this very massive sort of deep gorge, which is amazingly picturesque. And then you sort of go past that, and then a little bit further down the road, and you're in Germany. But yeah, I do actually plan to spend a couple of days there if I can. Forward is Haynes out on the offside, so Stephen's there.
I'm going to embarrass myself, actually, as to the capital of Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, I think. It's so small. It's
Yes.
there's nothing here other than just a bit of a town centre, which is a slight exaggeration. I'm sure it's just like I did know this a few years back, but I've kind of forgotten. He says frantically. I think it's Luxembourg City. Yeah, Luxembourg City.
Right.
It's pushed out on the onside.
That'd be a good pub quiz question, actually.
It would, wouldn't it, actually? It's situated at the confluence of the Alzette and Petrus rivers. Yeah, that's where the gorge comes from. Yeah, it's it's a wonderful spot. So there we are.
So we've got listeners in New Zealand, India, Luxembourg this morning. We're getting around the world today.
We are. We certainly are. Abbott. Oh, he's just beaten there. That's a really good delivery. Well, encouragement there if you're of a Hampshire persuasion, which of course I am. So I'm greatly encouraged with that opening over from Kyle Abbott. And Sussex are 1 without loss, so they've knocked 1 off. Just watching that last delivery. Oh yeah, angled in, pitched, straightens. That will cause the left-handers a few problems.
It will. We were talking about the New Zealand. I've been to the Hagley Oval, but only a fleeting visit. Spent a day in Christchurch, which I loved as a city.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
River flowing through there as well.
Really nice, and actually along the river because they had that dreadful earthquake, and they've got a memorial there with the people. Sadly,
River Avon? Is it River Avon? Isn't it?
Well, great question.
Yeah, it is. River Avon. Yeah.
'Cause, sadly, a lot of people died in that, and they're still sort of rebuilding. The cathedral was really badly damaged, and Potgater is going to get us underway from the end of the ground. He bowled a very good spell. He and Tom Price have bowled this sort of accurate spells throughout this match. The South African, defended by Hughes into the offside, no run. But we were just there for a day, and I said to my wife I was desperate to find the cricket ground, so I went to Hagley Park and found Hagley Oval, and they've got the pavilion there is the there's a pavilion they called the Richard Hadley Pavilion.
That's right, because he played for Canterbury, which is the province there. Yeah,
and it was a lovely cricket ground. It wasn't.
Is it?
Yeah. In comes Potgater again, bowls, and Hughes is at the thigh pad. It bounced out on the offside, no run. Now, immediately, umpire Chantry is having a look at where he's following through on the pitch.
Is that his front foot?
Yeah.
Is it his front foot?
I think so, yeah. Anyway, Chantry's wandered back. Yeah, and it's not like it's not like an international ground with stands all the way around. There was one big stand, but then it was a bowl, and I could just there was no cricket going on the day it was there. Ben Brown's going to stand up to the stumps, which is interesting. So immediately pressure being put on Daniel Hughes, and a change in the field as well. The fine leg is going a lot finer. So some tinkering with the field going on here for Hampshire. Just the two slips in place. Potgater in bowls, and Hughes drives, not quite where he intended, drives to mid-off, and there is no run. But I could just imagine people there sitting on their picnic rugs, watching the cricket from a bank that goes around the ground.
Is it? Right,
yeah,
okay.
it was really nice.
Because it is relatively new, isn't it?
Yeah, and in the park there was lots of lovely flowers and stuff. But it was a really nice park. I liked Christchurch.
Good.
But I was only there for a day.
Was you?
I'd like to go back. Potgater again. Runs away from us in bowls, taken by Brown, standing up to the stumps. Hughes lets that one go.
Where else?
No run.
Where else were you in New Zealand?
It was actually a cruise.
Oh, right.
And went around. So I went to Dunedin.
Yeah.
So we went down Milford Sound.
Yeah.
And then Dunedin, Christchurch, Bay of Islands, and then up to Auckland. So it was lovely.
Cool. Yeah, got around a bit.
It was really nice. But the only thing is, in comes doing bowls, and Hughes drive. He's going to get 4 runs, but it's a streaky 4 runs down to third man. But they all count, as they say. Hughes goes to 5, Sussex 5 without loss. You just get a taste for places, and you go back and I'd like to go back there for longer periods of time. So it is nice to see places. I liked Auckland as well. I enjoyed New Zealand, but you obviously spent a lot of time there. Did you enjoy it as a country?
I think in total about 2.5 years. Yeah.
Oh, how lovely! Well, they are.
Yeah. Well, luckily I was playing cricket over there, so it wasn't.
In your mid-20s, were you, or a bit?
Yeah, I was spread over about 5-6 year period.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I straddled my time at Middlesex and sort of just joining Hampshire. So yeah, early to mid 80s.
Ali Orr has gone into gully, so 2 slips of the gully now. In a game bowls, Hughes is going to get more runs, and that's just bounced just short of second slip, and it's run away for another boundary. So Daniel Hughes is on 9, Sussex are 9 without loss, but maybe not the most convincing 9 without loss at the end of the second over.
Yeah, actually it bounced well before the slip fielder. Interesting, Hampshire did a lot of slip catching practice this morning. They do feel as though this wicket will quicken up a little bit, and there will be a few edges, and that over there has kind of endorsed that theory. Interesting, Potgater opening the bowling, because Eddie Jack opened the bowling in the first innings along with Abbott. And I think that might sort of give you an indication, as good a bowler as Eddie Jack is, he does tend to leak a few more runs than the others, and probably gives you an idea about how tight this situation from a Hampshire view it is, as that's pushed out into the cover. Start of a new over from Abbott. He's bowling to Haynes, who got a half century in the first innings.
How do you see Ben Brown using Abbott here. I mean, I guess a lot depends whether he picks up early wickets. Do you see him bowling in bursts or?
Well, I'm thinking from the fact that this is basically Kyle Abbott's last day of cricket for 2 months.
Yeah.
And I would be looking to get absolutely everything out of the tank from Abbott today. Every last drop. Here's Abbott, bowls and forward. Is Haynes. I wouldn't need to worry about another 4-day game starting in 2 or 3 days' time or anything like that. He's basically got 2 months off. So I wouldn't mind him seeing him need to be stretchered off because he's got no oxygen if it means we've won the game by about 2 or 3 runs.
You're a hard man. You are.
That's why I was never captain.
You're a hard man.
And I don't think Kyle wouldn't mind me saying that. In fact, he'd probably have a giggle. Well, I hope he would. Here he comes. Haynes is right at the pad. It's close. He's gone. First wicket taken. 9 for 1. Sussex in their second innings. Haynes goes for no score. And the third over. And it's Abbott once more. Yeah, it's gone on with the angle. He's not very far forward. It hasn't bounced a lot. I think he looks a little disappointed more from the fact that he's a bit stuck on the crease.
Well, I was talking to the lads in the press room today and at the start of play, and I said, well, if you divide this 253 by the Sussex top 8, because that's where the runs have got to come from, it means that everyone in the top 8 has got to score 30. Clearly Tom Haynes hasn't. I still maintain here Sussex needs somebody to make a really major innings. Someone's got to score, 70, 80, that sort of thing, if they're going to get over the line here. But, Abbott's 7 wickets in the match. He's the danger man. Potgieter will keep things tight. And Tom Haynes drags himself up the steps. So the first wicket goes down. In other matches this season, I'm thinking back to the when Finn Hudson-Prentice was in the side, so you'd have Finn Hudson-Prentice 7, Price 8, Carson 9, Robinson 10. That's not to detract from the 9, 10, 11 in this Sussex order, but it's not as strong as in some previous games. That's not to say they can't get Sussex over the line, but I just feel the runs need to come. You can't rely on your last 9, 10 jack to score 30 or 40 runs today. Sussex need to, if it's half a dozen needed, but you can't rely on them.
You don't want them scoring the bulk of the runs, do you?
No.
Right, Tom Alsop then, another left-hander in, former Hampshire player, gets one that bounces a bit, keeps it down, plays it away on the onside.
Yeah,
it's just raised the ante a little bit, that wicket, hasn't it? Just raised the.
Yeah, I always thought this was going to be a very, very tight affair. In the Test match, it's all over. So if you went to the Oval today, you've only seen 50 minutes play, and Matt Henry has finished up with 6 for 29.
Wow.
In the innings. He picked up, I think, 5 for in the first innings. New Zealand winning by 253 runs. That is a mauling, isn't it?
It is a bit. Abbott in. Oh, he's playing and missing. There's Tom Alsop pushing forward. I saw the headlines this morning that both Stokes and Atkinson have been withdrawn from their respective matches in the championship.
That's interesting. Because presumably they're going to play at Trent Bridge?
Well, that's the only reason, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think they've been withdrawn because
no,
not quite good enough. They're not. They're not both injury replacements. They seem to have gone a bit quiet.
Yeah, but when does the Test start? I mean, they'll start presumably next week, I think, isn't it? I don't think there's much of a turnaround. That probably explains it.
Well, I think we can expect them back, that's for sure. Abbott into Alsop. Alsop clips that away off his legs down to fine leg. They want 2. They won't get it. As in comes Eddie Jack. And that is the end of the third over of the Sussex second innings. Remember, they started it needing 253. They are 10 for 1.
It actually starts on Thursday at Trent Bridge. And I think the weather is set fair pretty much for next week, so that should be a good conclusion to the series. Yeah, just Matt Henry in the match. So in England's first innings, I think he took 5 wickets. Let me just double check. Yeah, he took 5 for 80, so 11 in the match. So I would imagine he's probably going to be man of the match, Matt Henry. So Potgieter is going to bowled his second over, coming into bowl to Daniel Hughes. Sussex 10 for 1, needing 253 to win. There's an anxious sort of hush around Hove. This is in around the wicket, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Daniel Hughes is absolutely vital here for Sussex. I just feel he's the man who's in for. Sorry, he bowled to Alsop, but I think Daniel Hughes is key here for Sussex. He's averaging, I made a note of it before the game, 611 runs at 47. Now he's been in good form, and Sussex do need him out in the middle. Pogita in again, bowls to Alsop, who works this to square leg, and there is no run. Pogita hands on heads.
Might just have nipped back a fraction, that one.
There's still a bit in this pitch if you get it in good areas.
It's interesting. I did have a look at it this morning with one or two of the Hampshire contingent, and the interesting point is two things really. One is that there are some indentations on the pitch, so of course if the ball hits that, then it's going to slightly misbehave. Slightly, only slightly, but enough.
Pogita in again, bowls, Alsop drives, and he's got 4 runs. I thought that had been fielded actually at square leg. It's been clipped away by Tom Alsop, so Alsop on his way with the boundary goes to 5, and Sussex to 14 for 1.
The interesting thing is Sussex couldn't have a heavy roller.
Yes.
So the heavy roller would sort of iron out those indentations, so they haven't got that. So, there will from time to time, the ball will just do slightly different things.
Bring you up to date with other matters in the county championship as we work our way through the over. Pogita is in again, bowls, Alsop defends down the track. There is no run. At Chelmsford, Essex 45 for 3 in their second innings, so still trailing Nottinghamshire by 228. So perhaps looks like the leaders at this beginning of this round of matches will not be the leaders at the end, because Notts look on course for a thumping win there at Chelmsford. Surrey 125 for 2 at Cardiff, still trailing Morgan by 128. Rory Burns 59 not out.
I haven't lost a wicket this morning.
No. Pogita in again, bowls let go by Alsop outside the off stump. There is no run. Leicestershire could be on course for their first win of the season, because Yorkshire in their second innings are 70 for 3, still needing 198 to avoid an innings defeat.
They've lost one.
Yeah, they have. Who's out there? So Lythe, Luxton and Whiteman all back in the pavilion.
Whiteman, I think, is the one. I think the 2 openers were out last night, off the top of my head.
So Yorkshire in trouble there. Pogita again, in comes and bowls down the leg side, taken by Brown. There is no run. So end of the over, just the 4 runs coming off of it. Sussex 14 for 1, Hughes on 9, Alsop on 5. If you're just joining us, Tom Haynes, the man at LBW, without scoring earlier on. Eddie Jack was called by Sean Hunt off the bowling of Jack Castle for 24. That was the final wicket going down for Hampshire. Bowled out for 220, leaving Sussex 253 to win. Just the final game in the First Division, Kevin. Somerset 53 for 2 at Taunton, still trailing Warwickshire by 67.
Yeah, they've lost one this morning. Steve Clark, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I haven't heard from Steve for a little while. He always likes to be the first to email. He's not today. He says, I've not been around recently due to other commitments and attending some other tournaments that don't hold a light to the county championship. Here's Abbott down the hill, bowls to Hughes, who's walking into that one, defends. And he says, I know that a lot of our locals that I've been seen, or that I have seen at the Women's T20 World Cup this week. That's right, there's been 2 or 3 games at the Utilita in that competition over the last few days. We're jumping on the train today to go and support the lads on what I believe is a free day for spectators. Yes, it is, definitely. Adrian's been explaining that one. So the numbers could swell considerably as the day goes on. We had a good crowd, didn't we, on Friday? Not bad yesterday, not so many, but that stand to our left is pretty packed, as forward is Hughes. It would be great to see Hampshire coming away with a glorious win. We certainly need one. Are you back at the bowl on Wednesday for the women's game? Yes, I am. Hampshire women in 50 over action. They're actually in T20 Cup action this afternoon. There was a T20 Blast competition for the women, of course, which is a league competition, but there is the T20 Cup, and they are playing Glamorgan in Newport. That's, I think, Spitalfield. That's at 2:30 this afternoon in the third round, which is when the Tier 1 counties join. Unfortunately for Sussex, as forward is Hughes, comes off low of the bat, they got knocked out in the second round when the Tier 2 counties join. I could look that up actually to see what happened to them. I will have a quick look actually now I've mentioned it. Because everybody's going, who did they lose to? Well, maybe they're not, but I'm actually going to look it up because I want to.
Yeah, thanks, Kev.
Here we are, Vitality Women's County Cup. Sussex played in the first round actually here against Norfolk. I'm sure they won that one.
Yes,
Norfolk won. On the 26th of April, Sussex played Norfolk and lost by 5 wickets. In cricketing terms, that's a giant killing. Sussex were all out for 83. Oh dear. Norfolk 84 for 5 with 4 balls to spare. Actually, quite a good game. Huh?
So that's the FA Cup of T20, if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the Tier 3 counties, i.e., the national counties who have women's sides playing the first round. Now, I guess to make up the numbers, maybe 1 or 2 Tier 2 sides had to play in it, because I thought that all the Tier 2 sides joined in round 2, but clearly Sussex, being a Tier 2 side, played in round 1. There's Abbott down the leg side, and Ben Brown was getting excited there. He wanted to go up. He was willing. That ball to catch the glove, but it didn't. So that's a bit of a shocker, wasn't it? But that's the beauty of. I remember the days. Obviously, the men's knockout. It was great fun.
Yeah,
it was great fun as long as you were playing what were minor counties in those days, and you wiped the floor with them. But I played in 1 or 2 games that got a little hairy, to say the least.
Well, some good cricketers around the minor counties.
Yeah, and they usually had sort of 1 or 2 old pros as well. They'd just come out the county games, so that were still sort of handy for a couple of years.
Yeah, maybe with a point to prove.
Right, just a bit of a delay for the next ball here. 14 for 1 then, Sussex. In comes Abbott. Hughes leaves that one alone. It comes back a little bit and bounces. Good over from Abbott. He has 3 overs, 1 for 2. Hughes has 9. Alsop has 5. And from here, Sussex need another 239.
Nice email from Alec Taylor, who says, "Hello, Adrian. Thanks for the commentary. I wonder if you might be able to say hello to my parents, Chris and Rosie Taylor. They are almost certainly listening to you in their usual place on the upper level of the Spenkarma Pavilion. I suspect they'll be looking forward to a homemade cheese scone or scone for their lunch. So I wonder if you could give us a wave. They're waving. Can you see? At the back of the Spenkarma Pavilion, in the shade, about halfway along, I saw some hands waving as you read it out. So that must be Chris and Rosie Taylor. And we think they're going to be tucking in some homemade scones for their lunch. I'd be very grateful if you could say Happy Father's Day to my dad. I'm sure a Sussex win will be the gift he is hoping for today." So there we are. Many thanks, says Alec. As in comes Polgita, bowls to Alsop, who plays down the onside of the track, fielded by Ali Orr, who comes in from mid-wicket to field. So there we are. Happy Father's Day to Chris from Alec, and indeed Happy Father's Day to all fathers. I'm sure there's many in the ground who have got a day off to watch the cricket.
Promises to be a hot one today, doesn't it?
It does. Scone or scone?
Well, I was going to ask you, what's the difference?
Well, I always say scone. In comes Polgita bowls, Alsop drive. That's a nice shot. He's going to. I don't think he's going to get. Well, he's running towards the boundary edge. That's a good stop. Good stop by the big man, actually. And Tom Alsop's very quick between the wickets and comes back for a 3rd run. So good cricket all round, actually. Good shot. Very good bit of fielding by Abbott, because when the ball is running down the hill here at Hove, it's very, very difficult to overhaul it. But he, in keeping with Kevin's wish for him to be carried off on oxygen later today, he chased that down to the boundary, got the throw in. But Tom Alsop is like a hare between the sticks, and he picks up 3, 17 for 1 at the end of all of that.
It's probably taken 2 overs out of him, that. It's not good news, in a way.
Yeah, but it just goes to show that every run is absolutely vital in this game. You've got someone like Abbott running hell for leather down the hill. Polgita in bowls to Hughes, who's forward to a ball of good length, plays into the offside, no run. I mean, I've always called it a scone.
I think I do. Is it an up north thing where they say scone?
I think it is a little bit. I think it's the same thing as sort of with swimming pools where you say Lido or Lido, isn't it? It's one of those. And anyway, either way, I hope you're enjoying it, and thank you for the message, Alex. Very kind of you. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk or Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. For some reason, we I don't know. Somebody get these directives. We had to be sport and not cricket. I've no idea
That's
why.
interesting.
Yeah. Podgita is in again. Bowls. Oh, has he dropped? I thought he'd been caught.
No, it didn't carry.
Into the slip. So that's the second. Well, in fact, Daniel Hughes has got a couple of edges down towards through the slip cordon that have resulted in boundaries. We're probably not doing our listeners' stress levels any good by doing things like going. It's just going to be one of those days. I think. I just have a feeling that this is going to go. 5 needed to win with 1 wicket in hand. It's just got it written all over it, this game. I might be completely wrong. Podgita is in bowls and Hughes is solidly forward, plays down the track. Ali Orr comes into field from mid-wicket and there is no run. Seems a long time ago that Ali Orr was out when the score was on 66, and at that stage yesterday we were saying, well, I think you were on the verge of ringing up the hotel and, we were all going home. That was to account for that very fine rearguard action. Started by Podgita, who made 55, Felix Organ, who made 48. And we are where we are now. Podgita is in again, bowls and driven by Hughes firmly to mid-on, fielded there by the tall figure of Carl Abbott, who fields the ball and then marches up towards the Cromwell Road end because he's going to bowl the next over. End of the over 17 for 1. Hughes on 9, Alsop on 8. Sussex, just a reminder, needing 253 to win.
Yes, that was 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon when Ali Orr was caught behind off Goodman for 36. 66 for 6 Hampshire at that stage, and 13 wickets had fallen for 104 runs in the day. And before that, around 45 minutes before that, when Ben Brown was out for his second duck of the game, his pair, Hampshire were 26 for 5, and 12 wickets had fallen for 64 runs. It was that crazy spell where I don't think I've seen too many days of championship cricket like that. Right, Abbott to Alsop, 17 for 1, down the hill once more, around the wicket, and Alsop pushes forward, the ball almost squeezing through the defences. It's almost every ball that Abbott bowling at the moment looks a dangerous delivery. Hampshire need to really make the most of this new ball. It'll hurry through, it'll bounce a little bit more, it'll keep a low once or twice, as I say, to accentuate the divots that are in the pitch. The pitch started fairly damp on day 1, and where the ball's pitched, and those areas now are starting to dry. And I looked at the pitch this morning, you can definitely see the differences in the playing surface. Alsop leaves alone, good decision late on. Our man from Luxembourg, Stephen Nye, is back on the emails, hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. So it's a follow-up. I was talking about Luxembourg not being very big. Now, he says, Luxembourg is about 7 times the size of the Isle of Wight, where he grew up. That's quite big, actually, so it's bigger than I thought. He says, there's a reasonable amount of scenic countryside, hills, forests, castles, towns and villages, in addition to Luxembourg City. Hampshire have got this, says Steve. Yeah, I must admit, when you travel on the bus to sort of Germany, as you travel through Luxembourg, forward is Alsop, the ball goes up towards middle. I guess I'd forgotten about the countryside, because I guess I'd forgotten where sort of Luxembourg ends and Germany starts, really, but thank you for pointing that out. 7 times the size of the Isle of Wight, there you go.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Abbott will have a lot of work to do today, you'd assume. Comes in and bowls to Alsop once more, 3 slips, all waiting, and Alsop leaves that one alone. Goes through to Ben Brown. Griff Holmes has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Moving home from university today. And honestly, a little glad that the test didn't drag itself on until a few minutes after I got in the car and was unable to change stream for this one. Fingers crossed I'll have a Hampshire victory to listen to down the M40 this afternoon. Also, the TMS crew drew my attention to our own Sonny Baker's bowling action. More on that in a moment as we watch Abbott come in past the umpire and bowls. Allsop again is leaving alone. And releasing it at least 2 yards short of a no ball, something I'd never noticed from the Hampshire picture feed. Might it be a good idea for the mid-off or mid-on fielder to just move his run-up marker when he's not looking? Well, it's something I'll keep an eye on. I must admit I hadn't noticed that before. So what he's saying is 2 yards short. So he's bowling from almost behind the stumps. So he's like bowling 24 yards as opposed to 22, which everybody else does. We'll certainly keep an eye on that next time he plays for Hampshire. Here comes Abbott. Bowls. Allsop drives and it hits the stumps at the bowler's end. That will be the end of the over for Kyle Abbott. It's a maiden. 4 overs, 1 for 2. Sussex at 17 for 1 need another 236.
Yeah, look at those figures. Say 4 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 2, and you just feel that Abbott potentially holds the key to this game. 7 wickets in the match. And he's being played with the utmost respect by both Tom Allsop and we've got a change in the bowling by Allsop and Hughes. So Eddie Jack is going to come into the attack. I just wonder whether that might mean that Abbott's going to bowl in little short bursts here. I wonder whether perhaps they're going to bowl Potskeeter maybe down the hill, give Abbott a breather for a little while. I don't know. We'll have to see. They've got the breakthrough here, Hampshire. 17 for 1. Sussex needing 253 to win. 2 slips, third man. There's a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg as in comes Jack and bowls and clipped away by Daniel Hughes to take him into double figures. He's on 10, Sussex to 18 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at a guess, Potgieter might come down the hill. I mean, his 3 overs have gone for 15. It's 5 and over. I mean, there've been a few edges, so, but it's 5 and over. And you can't afford in this situation to be going for too many and over. It might, and it also coupled with the fact I think he might take over from Abbott at some point.
Jack in bowls, also defends the ball of good length, plays into the offside. The slip cordon joining the applause. Eddie Jack in the first innings, 11.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 58. So in terms of the match, we've been saying throughout that when bowlers have started to go for runs, both skippers have very quickly pulled them out of the attack because they just haven't got enough runs to play with.
Yep.
Jack is in again. Bowls, also drives. That's a very good bit of fielding off his own bowling by Jack, flinging himself to his right-hand side and deflecting the ball to mid-off, preventing a run being taken. Allsop, for that was a decent shot not to bring him a run. Allsop on 8, Hughes on 10, Sussex 18 for 1. Tom Haynes, the skipper. LBW to Kyle Abbott for no score. There's a real hush around the ground today. People are just completely absorbed in the game as Jack is in. Bowls and Allsop lets that one go. Good carry through to Ben Brown and there is no run. It just feels like such an important game for both counties.
Yeah, I agree.
And the difference in whoever loses this game will only take 3 points from it. The winners will take 19, but it's a huge differential in points. Jack wheels around again. In and bowls, and again Allsop's able to let that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown. Again, there is no run.
It's a good over so far from Eddie Jack. He just doesn't need to do anything differently in however many overs this first spell, and then when he comes back for his second spell, do exactly the same. Doesn't need to do anything more than what he's doing. Just keep it there all the time.
Strong looking fella is Eddie Jack, who wanders back towards us. Here as we look out up the hill from the sea end of the ground, we're looking directly up towards the Cromwell Road end as Jack is in. Bowls and Allsop watches that one go by outside of the off stump, taken by Ben Brown. There's 1 run coming off of the over. 18 for 1. It's a cautious start by Sussex. 8 overs gone, but as I say, I just feel one of the big keys to this game will be Daniel Hughes, who's 10 not out. Sussex 18 for 1. Very quick nip around the other games in the First Division. Yorkshire in all sorts of trouble. Looks like Leicestershire are going to win at Grace Road. They'll win their first game of the season because Yorkshire are 79 for 5. Still trailing Leicestershire by 189. And Surrey have lost a couple of wickets down at Cardiff, now 145 for 4, still trailing by 108. Surrey could well find themselves in the bottom half of the... Well, they're already in the bottom half of the table, but just one win in their first 8 matches, which is very un-Surrey-like.
It is really. At the moment in the live table, Leicestershire and Hampshire, the bottom 2 sides, have exactly the same number of points. Here's Abbott, bowls short. Surprise there from Abbott, but Hughes ducks underneath. That one had to get quite low. Both have 56 points, so even from that point of view, it's quite important that Hampshire... I don't know if that includes the Leicestershire...
I'm never really sure.
sorry. What's they haven't won yet, have they?
No, they haven't won
what
yet.
Am I talking about? No, of course it doesn't.
But it looks like they are going to win. I mean, from 79 for 5, Yorkshire are, and so they. Yeah.
So that will take them up. Was it 16 for a win? Isn't it? So that's 66, 72. So yeah, that will. They'll still be behind Yorkshire, but that closed the gap for them. He's playing inside the line. Great delivery, Kyle Abbott once more, probing away on or just outside that off stump, getting a couple to straighten once it's hit the pitch as well. And for Sussex, who currently are equal top in terms of points with Essex, 105 each. And Essex have got a bit of work to do as well, haven't they?
They have.
So Sussex could end today, although Somerset are third, 2 points behind, as are Warwickshire. A bit bunched around there, isn't it? Top 4 or 5 sides.
It's all really close, isn't it?
Nottinghamshire on 100 points. They're only 5 points away from Sussex, and they're in 5th. Here's Abbott, bowls. Hughes pushes forward. Ball just literally trickles out behind square on the offside. 18 for 1. We are in the 9th over of this Sussex second innings. Very tense here at Hove. 235 runs more are required by the home side. So yes, there's a lot can happen today in the championship and tomorrow, of course. I'm not sure there'll be too much here tomorrow at best. That will shape the table, and it will stay that way for quite a while. Short ball again, of which Hughes has to get very low down. He's kind of looking to get forward. Abbott knows that. So Abbott's just letting him know that you can't take too many liberties. Joe Summerton has another theory on another view of this Sonny Baker situation that was pointed out earlier. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Happy Father's Day team, she starts off with. Thank you very much. Reference Sonny Baker's bowling action from earlier. Simon Hughes, that was the analyst, does the odd bit of commentary with us down at the utility. Interviewed Baker recently, and they discussed how far back he bowls from. Here's Abbott. He was again walking into that one, pushes forward, so you can see why Abbott every now and then is sticking the short delivery in. Sonny says he's only ever bowled 2 no balls. One was on height and the other was a back foot, in brackets if I remember correctly. It's a choice he makes and it obviously works for him. Let's hope the bowlers at this match can bring home the win. It is an interesting discussion overall in terms of no balls, because obviously lots of bowlers get very close, and you do see from time to time bowlers' rhythm being upset, if that's the right word, because a few no balls and they're thinking about getting their foot back, and rather than thinking about what sort of ball they're going to bowl. Here's Abbott. He doesn't bowl too many. Tries to cut, misses. Ooh, that bounced. Try to cut that away hard, did Hughes. Fortunately, there was enough of a bounce to take it over the top of the bat. End of the over. 18 for 1. Hughes has 8. Allsop has 10. Hughes has 10 and Allsop has 8.
I mean, I guess from the Sussex point of view here, no one wants to get out, plan a rash shot. But by the same token, if the ball's there to be hit, you want to dispatch it, and Sussex will want to get the scoreboard moving. They want to get so bogged down that it puts pressure on others coming in later. But it just feels incredibly tense.
That's a maiden. There was only 1 run off the previous over, maiden before that, 3 runs off the previous over, and maiden before that.
Yeah.
So, things are fairly quiet out there.
Jack makes his way in, bowls to Alsop, who lets that one go by outside the off stump, taken by Brown. There is no run. I mean, I guess on the one hand you could say, well, Kyle Abbott is waving to someone in the crowd. Oh, he's just blown a kiss. I think he's got friends and family in the crowd.
I think his wife must be here. He's got one. I think there's another one on the way.
Oh, how lovely. Well, he's certainly to waving to somebody in the crowd and blowing kisses.
Yeah. No, I think his wife's here.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
I think that's more for the baby.
Let's tell his wife. Comes Jack, bowls to Alsop, who works this one, runs here for Sussex down towards deep backball point. They've taken one, they'll come back for a second. Alsop moves into double figures. He joins Daniel Hughes on 10, 20 for 1. Sussex needing a further 233 to win. That sounds like quite a lot of runs. We've been saying, oh, there definitely won't be any play here tomorrow. Well, it's 12:30 nearly.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
I mean, there's still 78 overs to go in the day, including this one. And if, Sussex were to score up 3 and over, they'd pretty much get there. But that's a big but. Jack in, bowls, also drives firmly into the covers. I thought it had beaten the cover field there, but it hadn't. The cover point is slightly in front of cover point. There is no run. You can imagine that Alsop is concentrating like mad out there with Daniel Hughes. As Kevin was saying, what makes this such an important game is the relative positions of each county, but also there's this long break after this until the championship resumes. As Jack is in again, bowls, Alsop defends into the offside, the ball dribbles into the slip cordon and there is no run. Yeah, but I think the next round of championship matches is something like the 20th of August, isn't it? And then we go 6 weeks, bang, 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 right up to the end of the season. Jack wheels around in front of us. Number 91 on the back of his shirt. He's on his way again. Bowls. And Alsop's hit. Now, has he been hit somewhere painful? He's down on his knees, is Tom Alsop. He was looking to play that one down to fine leg. And he's been struck a nasty blow as Tom Alsop. He's okay-ish. But we're going to have a little break here because Tom Alsop's just wandering away towards square leg. I think that probably got Tom Alsop somewhere a little painful, and he's just taking his time to recuperate. Umpire Shetry says can just hold on a moment, but Jack is on his way. In and bowls, and Alsop is squared up, but he manages to work that one down to third man and picks up a single. Alsop goes to 11, the total 21 for 1 at the end of the over. Eddie Jack goes bowled 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 4. Sussex 21 for 1, Hughes 10, Alsop 11. I guess, not to be too personal, Kev, but I guess you must have been hitting the unmentionables on a few occasions. Because it seems to me that everyone just stands there and doesn't say anything. I mean, was it the same in your day?
Well, there's painful ones and painful ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was lucky. I never got an out-and-out painful one.
Right.
But like you, I've seen it.
Yeah. But no, did it ever come and say, you're all right, mate? Or, I mean, it's just part of the...
Depends on the opposition, I think. Some opposition are more sympathetic than others. Generally, no. Really,
right, I was going to say, it always looks like it's generally a no.
Yeah. Here's Abbott to Alsop. That's a good carry, but Alsop leaves that one alone. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's never nice to see, and you sort of think, oh yeah, I can remember those days. Alan Groves has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Great commentary from you both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also used to like the commentary from Amelia and Gemma. That's back at the Utilita Bowl, Amelia Clark and Gemma Green. Are they around again this season? Yes, Gemma Green's been doing some commentary with us already. And in fact, if you want to make a note, Alan, from a Gemma point of view, she's not with us on Wednesday, actually. Here's Abbott. Oh, that's bounced.
Ooh.
That's bounced off a length, and Tom Alsop looks at the pitch and probably surprised that that's gone over the top of the bat, that one. That's one of those that's hitting those indentations. The next time Gemma is with us, where are we? She's doing a couple of T20s, actually, at the start of next month. And Amelia Clark, who was doing started commentaries with us last year, was actually working for BBC Radio Solent. She's her apprenticeship finished, so she's doing one or two other things. But she is back doing a commentary very shortly. As also pushes square on the offside, and you'll be able to hear Amelia on the 28th of June. So that's not too long to wait. What's that? 7 days' time, when the women take on Durham in the T20. I'll be down at Kent, actually down at Canterbury for a T20 there. So she's doing that game. Yeah, I hope that helps, Alan. Right, here, 21 for 1. Abbott, halfway through his 6th over, 1 for 2. Stringing the maidens. There's Abbott, bowls to Alsop. Alsop pushes forward. He's getting both batters are getting a thorough examination here at the moment. Pitch on the whole not quite as helpful, certainly as it was in the first half of the day yesterday. Of course, the overhead's helping that, but there is still a bits there, and as so often we've said, and as usual, just keep the ball in the right areas and something will happen. Very impressed with Eddie Jack's start. He's been very tight. Abbott, we're used to him being miserly, but Hampshire will need to be like this all day. As Abbott comes in and bowls outside the off stump Alsop, because the Sussex batters will try and wear the bowlers down, especially Abbott.
Yeah, I mean, that's the from a Sussex point of view, Abbott can't bowl all day, can he? That means Sussex will be. He bowled beautifully yesterday. Helpful conditions, it has to be said, but take nothing away. It was a remarkable spell of bowling, 5 for 17 yesterday morning.
Yes. But as I say, these like Potgieter, like Abbott, they've got a bit of time off now. It's outside the off stump, left alone. Well played by Tom Alsop. He's making sure he's only playing the ones that he really has to. Knows there's a bit of jeopardy just outside off stump. 21 for 1.
If Leicestershire win today against Yorkshire, it'll be their first win in Division 1 for how many years?
Well, I think they're back for the first time in 22 years, so I would say 22, 23.
Well, that's great knowledge. Well, I'll take the hat off to you. You know your cricket,
Well,
Captain
no,
James.
it's only because I read it this morning at breakfast.
Well, at least you're honest.
Yeah.
It'll be their first Division 1 win in 23 years.
Incredible.
Well, good luck to them, Leicestershire. And it looks like they could do it. Here, meanwhile, it's very tense. 21 for 1 are Sussex. Hughes on 10, Alsop on 11. Jack comes in, bowls to Hughes, who gets that one away through backward point, down towards third man. It's just a single to Hughes, who rehearses the shot. He was looking to drive that through the covers. He's rather edged it down to the third man area. Hughes and Alsop both 11. Sussex 22 for 1. We're in the 12th over, which just goes to show you how tight and tense it is here at the county ground. The ground bathed in sunshine. Good crowd. I guess it's why we all love county cricket, really, isn't it? I mean, this is what it's all about.
Days like today, isn't it?
Yeah. Jack is in, bowls, Alsop shoulders, arms, lets the ball go through to Brown. There is no run. Lots of blue sky around. There's some cotton wool clouds at the far end of the ground, sort of over towards the downs, but I don't think they're going to bother us. And there's just a suggestion of a bit of breeze, which is, I don't think today is going to be the hottest of the days. Apparently tomorrow and Tuesday are going to be swelteringly hot, but perhaps there's enough of a breeze just to make it pleasant cricket watching weather today.
I can see somebody with a fan about 2 rows back away to her left.
Jack in again, bowls to Alsop. Good delivery, and Alsop played that well actually, watched it all the way and then just bent at the knees and swayed, and the ball went through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, you're right. You know, you don't want the scoreboard to stick too much, but I think from a Sussex point of view, you just want to hang in there. They're doing more than hang in there. I mean, it's not quite like that, but you don't want to give it away here because it's up to Hampshire to continually keep the pressure on. They have to keep the pressure on. But if you're out there and you're batting for a long time, you will have periods where it gets easy.
In comes Jackie. That was a pacey delivery, and also plays it well to backward point. Picks up a single. Does Tom Alsop? He goes to 12, 25, 23 for one.
Yeah, you know, every bowler that comes on, whether it's their opening spell, their second spell, third spell, you know, would have to keep it tight. And usually in that situation, there's just the odd moments during a day where somebody won't quite get it right, or and you'll just have a little spurt of runs. So, you know, the pressure is always on Hampshire here to keep it tight throughout the day.
Jack, coming into bowl to Daniel Hughes, and Daniel Hughes apologises. He wasn't quite. Daniel Hughes is pointing at something. Not entirely sure what that was about, but he was. Whether or not perhaps a fielder had something to say. Who's that fielder at cover?
It'll be Gubbins. I mean, it can't be that something's happening in his eye line, because I think
No.
You shouldn't be looking out at extra cover. Not when the bowler's running in. There's something wrong there.
Yeah, maybe someone was saying something and he was distracted. Either way, Jack is back to his mark and he's in again, bowling to Hughes, and Hughes lets this one go outside the off stump, taken sort of waist high by Ben Brown. There is no run.
Yeah, and just an added bit there. Hampshire don't want to get too frustrated. You know, even if they don't take a wicket for a while. You know, don't sort of try and do this and try and do that. It really is. Just keep it there or thereabouts all day. There won't be as much help today. There isn't as much help today. But you don't really have any other option, because you don't want to bowl 3 or 4 overs and find you're going at sort of 8 9s.
Jack in bowl. Well, that was a good leave by Hughes. Goes through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. Another over slips by, so 2 runs off Eddie Jack's over. He has bowled 3 overs. Figures of 0 for 8. Sussex 23 for 1. Hughes on 11. Alsop is on 12. Sussex need another 230 to win.
I'll tell you what, that was a really good leave. I mean, that's not very far away from the off stump, and it's shaped straight. It's a good bit of cricket, that last delivery.
Briefly, in the second division, Lancashire's problems continue because they're 210 for 9 in their second innings, leading Derbyshire by just 7 runs. So another defeat for Lancashire, who are having a pretty miserable season.
There's a bit of pressure on up there, isn't there? Yeah, the 2 ex-players are putting pressure on the administrators up there. Yeah. I think their chief exec is he leaving? Daniel Gidley?
I think there's a few. Yeah, I mean, when you consider they're a test playing county, now have we got to change? Yes, I think Abbott is out of the attack momentarily. But no, you're right. And I think Stephen Croft, is on the coaching staff. And there was an article on the BBC website last week saying, about time we've got our act together. He didn't say those words, but he clearly wasn't very happy with the way Lancashire are performing this season.
So Abbott's 6 over spells come to an end. 4 maidens, 1 for 2. It's Potgieter to take over, who comes round the wicket, and Alsop nudges that into the covers for a single. So Potgieter is taking over, as we thought, from the top end. Very much medium pace, but he's done a good job, Potgieter, in the 3 games that he's played. He's a couple of centuries in his last 2 innings. He bowled tightly in the first innings, and for a man who, to me, I'd never heard of him before he came over, and I'm sure that could be said for a few others who follow Hampshire, but I think he's done a really good job. Steady cricketer, good batter, steady bowler. I think in a way it's just what Hampshire have needed. Comes in, keeper standing up. Umbrella bounces, surprises Hughes. I think that might have hit him on the glove. So there again, just that odd ball. It was a few more yesterday, but we had the cloud cover yesterday, but it's still there, and it's the odd ball, and that's the one that, okay, on that occasion, it hits the glove, it goes down. Another occasion, it's the glove, loops up in the air. That's why you've got to just keep plugging away.
And that's what puts the seed of doubt in the batter's mind.
Potgieter again, around the wicket to Hughes. He's off the back foot, plays and misses.
I think he's getting a bit frustrated here, Daniel. He's just annoyed with himself for playing the shot, isn't he? I can't stress how important Daniel Hughes is here for
Yeah, you're
Sussex.
right. Yeah. Well, his record, doesn't it, proves that he's had a good time here for you guys, hasn't he?
Yes.
Over
He's been very good.
the period of time. 38 career average, 47 this year.
He was really annoyed, made a good 100 down at Somerset, then got himself out, and he's very conscious of that.
The Aussie faces the South African once more forward. Good probing over this from Potgieter.
So just got an update to give to our listeners on the Sussex, Kent and Surrey's progress. I've just posted a third man, which is interesting. Mind if I do this ball, Kev, just in case Potgieter comes running in around the wicket. Bowls, and that's going to run, I think, for 4 byes. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Leg byes. So a bit of relief for Sussex.
Is watching day 3 of Sussex's game against Hampshire.
Well, it's a beautiful day here, Pat, at Hove, but it's a very tense day as well because Sussex are 28 for 1 in their second innings. They need 253 to beat Hampshire, and I think we're set for a thrilling day's cricket here. The wicket that gone down out of Tom Haynes, who was LBW, to Kyle Abbott for a duck. That's Abbott's 7th wicket of the match. Daniel Hughes is on 11. Tom Alsop is on 15. Meanwhile, down at Cardiff, Surrey in real trouble against Glamorgan in their game. Surrey are 157 for 4, still trailing Glamorgan by 96 on first innings. And down at Canterbury, Middlesex, 412 for 7. They trail Kent by 4 runs. Max Holden, 182 not out for Middlesex.
Great bit of fielding by Ali Orr while you were doing that report down at third man to our left, right in front of the spectators in that stand.
I heard the applause.
Yeah, great bit of fielding, yeah. Save 4.
Chasing around. Was it just a single or a couple of runs?
I think it would have been a single, I think.
Well, it's just a game where you just feel that every run absolutely matters.
Yeah. Lots of people eating and watching. Is it me? Can't remember.
You go.
Oh, Eddie Jack outside the off stump, left alone by Hughes. Earlier we were talking about pronunciations of words, weren't we?
Yes.
Do you remember? We were saying about scone and scone.
Yes.
Paul Hobbs wants to take the discussion on a bit further.
Oh.
Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good afternoon. Talking about the pronunciations of certain words like garage or garage. Gosh, this is getting a bit too deep, isn't it? Or scone or scone. The one that I actually find a little bit annoying. Here comes Jack. Oh, lovely drive through extra cover. Overpitched. Hughes has not missed out on that one, and that's gone for 4 runs down the hill away to our right. 33 for 1 Sussex. From here need another 220. One that I find a little bit annoying, says Paul, is when you're in a coffee shop and most people ask for a latte. Do people actually go in a coffee shop? Can I have a latte? Do people do that? When the unquestionable right thing to ask for is a latte.
Right.
Or latte, he said. I don't know. I think I'd just say latte.
Yes,
but I don't try and
emphasise.
I
don't pronounce the law.
Who goes in a shop and says latte? Anyway, that's how he's spelt it.
Right.
Obviously, to make sure that I say that. Because it comes from the Italian drink, which is a milky coffee named cafe latte. Driving down the ground, that'll be 4 more. 2 overpitched deliveries there from Eddie Jack. Takes Sussex 8 runs closer to their target. They are now on to 37 for 1, and Hughes, to emphasise Adrian's point, on to 20, a very important cog in this Sussex second innings. Named Cafe Latte, or pronounced Cafe Latte. Sorry for the obvious spelling mistakes, but only done to explain the pronunciations of different words. And now I've got that one off my chest, says Paul. Thank you for the superb dedicated commentary, as always. And come on, Hampshire, we are desperate for a win. And he's in Romsey.
Oh, lovely Romsey.
That's not a few coffee shops in Romsey. That's probably where that's all come from. Probably gets thrown out of one where they say, "Oh no," then you come in and they're going, "Latte." The umpires are looking at the ball, so we might get a quick, I say a quick break in play while they discuss what to do or not to do. And while we wait, Alan Charles has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. My brother and I attended day one and for a time were sat in the stand immediately in front of the practice nets. That's at the top end of the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Just to the left, which is also adjacent to the players' dressing rooms. That's right. What was noticeable was that with the exception of Kyle Abbott and Joe Weatherly, who's not playing this game, didn't realise Joe was here, the Hampshire players were not taking advantage of the facilities available to them. Surely players who know that they will be called upon to bat within an hour or two would benefit from receiving a few deliveries in the practice nets prior to their innings. Well, I have to say, I took a wander over there and I thought I saw one or two Hampshire players batting, but maybe I was seeing things, but I could have sworn. Here's Eddie Jack. That's a full delivery, which is stabbed down on by Hughes. I could have sworn one or two were batting, but anyway. Ben Brown, for example, who got a pair in this game, spent plenty of time chatting on the balcony whilst he could have been getting his eye in prior to the arrival at the crease. I do appreciate that professional cricketers practice and play more regularly than club players, but surely they should be doing everything within their powers to give themselves the best chance out in the middle. I may have missed some players visiting the nets, as we were only in that particular stand for a couple of hours, but hopefully you get my point, says Alan Charles. Okay, point made. Jack bowls. That's clipped away through mid-wicket. There could be four more. It is four more. And 3 boundaries of that. It's just a bit like I was saying. Hampshire have to stay on it all day. And you will have little periods where runs will come. And this is one such, hopefully from a Hampshire point of view, one such period which doesn't last too long. But it just emphasises the bowlers have to be on it all the time.
Yes,
you can't bowl 2 or 3 really tight overs and then have one over that undoes that work.
And from Daniel Hughes' point of view, I just felt in that previous over he was getting a little frustrated. So I think the fact that he has picked up some runs in this over was good news for Sussex. And
yeah, 41 for 1. Hughes on 24 faces. That's a Yorker almost dug out and a single up to extra cover. Oh, and he throws the ball. That's who's that? He's thrown it straight at. Is that Walsop? No, it's Hughes.
Straight at Hughes.
A quick single. That's come from Potgieter. He didn't mean to. It's just that Hughes was running close to the stumps and off balance. Potgieter throws it. He's hit him straight at the stomach. But to Potgieter's credit, he's gone straight up there to say, "Look, I'm really sorry. There was no intent."
No, there wasn't. And also, I noticed Kyle Abbott came down and said,
helping his South African mate out.
Yeah.
Look, he didn't mean it, mate.
honest gov.
But no, to be fair, Hughes has not taken any offence, but it was a painful blow.
Yes.
It was full on.
So Romsey, is that sort of in the New Forest camp? Or?
It's sort of on the border. So if you look up from Southampton, it's sort of up a bit and just slightly to the left. But it's on the way.
Right, okay.
Nice part of the world.
Yeah, we used to go down to that part of the world. My dad's brother back in the day used to live down near to Fording Bridge.
Yeah, nice. Yeah,
that
that's
sort
a
of
bit
area.
higher up and to the left.
Place called Dameron.
Oh, right.
In that sort of area.
Yeah, it's nice up that way.
To go down there.
Downton, all that way around there.
So it is going to be Potgieter who's going to come running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The bowler Daniel Hughes, wicketkeeper Ben Brown standing up to the stumps. 42 for 1 are Sussex. Potgieter is in. Bowls to Hughes, who plays that into the slip corner. I don't think that was a chance. It went very quickly and fell a little short of... Who was that? Toby Albert.
Yeah.
The second slip.
There's been a few edges, but it's generally been from soft hands.
Yeah.
And mainly Hughes. If you're going at that one, you're gone. But he's allowing the ball to come to him. He's actually picking the lengths very well. When it's over pitched, then he's forcing it. But that sort of length, he's playing with soft hands, so it's not carrying. It's happened a couple of times, hasn't it?
3 men saving one on the offside as Potgieter is in again. Bowls to Hughes, who drills that down the ground. Potgieter's very quickly across and gets a hand and takes the pace off the ball, deflects it to mid-on, and there is no run. I can't emphasise how much every run is being fought for here. You know, literally, every run is being cheered, every run is being fought for. It's absorbing. It's just county cricket at its very best. Potgieter wheels around at the far end of the ground, down the hill, round the wicket, bowls to Hughes, and Hughes defends solidly in behind that, plays it into the covers, no run. Yorkshire have lost another wicket at Grace Road. They're 96 for 6, still trailing Leicestershire by 172. And Somerset also in trouble at Taunton. They lost another wicket, 86 for 4, still trailing Warwickshire by 36. Geeta again. Round the wicket, bowls. Hughes works this one down to, I just hesitated slightly because he worked that down to third man fielder by Ali Orr for a moment. I thought it was heading in the direction of second slip. Hughes picks up another run. He goes to 26, Sussex to 43 for 1.
I mean, these two are batting very well out there. They're working very, very hard.
They are.
They are working very hard, and their technique is being examined, and they're equal to it at the moment. But you do just have to hang in there as a bowler because things will change. One or two edges are going to ground, and it'll change at some point. You just got to keep putting the ball in the right areas.
Allsop waits. Podgeter is in. Bowls and Allsop defends. They go through for a quick single. That was called by Daniel Hughes, actually, who was at the non-strikers end. The ball was actually played in front of square, but I think Hughes had noticed that on that leg side there's a mid-on and then there's a deep mid-wicket, so there was an opportunity to get through for a single. And Allsop is very quick, so once Hughes called, Allsop was off.
35 these two have put on so far.
44 for 1. If you're just joining us, Tom Haynes out without scoring. Sussex at that stage 9 for 1. Hampshire out this morning for 220. 3 wickets apiece for Nudcat, Carson and Price, as in comes Podgeter bowls to Hughes, who plays defensively into the offside. There is no run. Another over slips by. 15 overs have gone, which is a largely irrelevant statistic, really. It's all about wickets and runs. 44 for 1 are Sussex. Hughes on 26. Allsop is on 14. Sussex needing another 209 to win the match. I think we're going to get a change of bowling. Eddie Jack unsurprisingly taken out of the attack by Ben Brown. He went for 12 in that previous over, and we're going to get some spin.
Felix Organ. I had a chat with him last night. That interview's on the Hampshire Cricket website, talking generally about the game. Of course, he played very nicely for his 48, that 91 run stand that he shared with Podgeter. Got Hampshire into a position where they can at least have runs to defend. But we also talked in the second half of the interview about becoming the main spinner now in the Hampshire side, with Liam Dawson stepping back from 4-day cricket, because when he's played, he's always played as the second spinner, and of course means that he doesn't always play, because Hampshire don't always play 2 spinners, and just talking about the fact that he's now got more responsibility. Well, none more so than today, as he's around the wicket to Allsop. He pushes forward and it goes out behind square on the offside. I'm not sure he's got the most helpful of wickets now. They seemed to get less turn yesterday. Well, I wouldn't say there was much on day 1, but there seemed to be a bit less yesterday, but who knows? We'll find out today. Carson may have got a couple to sort of straighten a bit even this morning. That's pushed forward again also, but important for Felix Organ, as the other bowlers I've mentioned, just keep it tight. Even if there's not a lot happening, just keep it tight. 44 for 1 in the 16th over. He's bowling from the C end. Also works it away on the onside. Good fielding by Tom Press, diving to his left at mid-wicket. I mean, even that bit of fielding's been clapped by the crowd. It's great, isn't it? Superb. Lovely crowd. Lovely third-day crowd here.
It is.
Yeah. Flighted, also pushes forward. Out into the covers. Remains on 14. Hughes has 26. 209 runs needed from here, Sussex. There's Organ. He's got a slip in. Bowls, and also pushes forward. That goes out towards extra cover. Nice accurate start here from Felix Organ.
Very tidy.
Yeah. But just to emphasise, it needs to be the same next over, the same the over after. Can't afford to have a mixed over or two, as Eddie Jack found out, because it takes you out the attack, but also gives some momentum. Comes down the wicket, works a low full toss out on the leg side. There is a deep mid wicket. That's Ali Orr. Also will keep the strike. So 45 for 1. Sussex from here need 208. I think they'll be fairly happy. this situation?
Yeah, I think they will. I think, the danger comes, I think, the minute that Kyle Abbott gets the ball in hand. I think that's when the jitters will start to come. Just reading here, and I do apologise for pronunciation of this teenage sensation over in India. Vaibab, I think that's how you pronounce his name, Suryan Gashi. I've probably made a mess of that, for which I apologise. However, what I wanted to say was he struck a remarkable 11-ball 50 for India A, breaking the record for the fastest half century in the history of List A 50-over cricket. He's only 15. As he comes, Potgieter around the wicket bowls to Alsop, who clips firmly away through mid-wicket, and that might run away for 4 runs. A couple of Hampshire fielders in hot pursuit, but they don't get there, and the ball rolls over the boundary. And Tom Alsop picks up a boundary. He goes to 19, Sussex to 49 for 1. 204 needed to win. The 15-year-old's latest remarkable feat came for India A against Sri Lanka A. He made 94 of 29 balls in a knock that included 10 fours, 11 sixes. There's a couple of young Indian 15-year-olds, aren't there, who are just extraordinary players. Potgieter running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls again, and that kept a little low and also rather squirted that one away through square leg. Picks up a single, and the applause around the ground is for the 50 up for Sussex, 50 for 1. And a good recovery from 9 for 1. 26 to Hughes, 20 to Alsop. I sort of get the feeling it's sort of like a slightly relieved clap.
Well, there's just a few runs coming here, isn't it, in the last 10 minutes or so, which Hampshire do need to plug quickly.
Gator again. Bowls, and well, that was short, and Hughes was looking to hammer that wide through the way leg side. He missed it. It was not taken cleanly by Ben Brown, but that got through Daniel Hughes.
It's a risky shot. That wasn't that short. He's that short, and he's playing across the line. Just watching this again. Around the wicket, Potgieter, and it's outside off stump. That's probably why he's trying to play it, but that did keep low.
And in fact, that innings was mentioned by Avinash, who was in touch from India earlier this morning, talking exactly about that innings. Comes around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, and Hughes is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And it's remarkable that where these young Indian players are coming from. I mean, their scores in the IPL are just off the scale, really.
Well, I suppose brought up watching that.
And Avinash goes on to say he's looking forward to his face-off with Jofra Archer in the England series. I think India are overplaying some T20. I think that young man is in the Indian squad. Gator in bowls to Hughes. I just caught my breath slightly because that kept a little low. Played out into the offside by Hughes. There is no run. 50 for 1. That Hampshire flag is draped over the advertising hoarding at the far end of the ground. There are some people, as Kev was saying, made their way up from Hampshire today. Free to get in if you're listening around the area, and you can make it to Hove. And it's a beautiful day for watching cricket. As Potgieter is in again, around from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Hughes, who nudges that one down towards fine leg. He's going to pick up a single, fielded just down in front of us by Eddie Jack, who looked over his shoulder there just to make sure he wasn't throwing the ball into the sun as he threw it into Ben Brown. And it is the end of another over. 51 for 1 are Sussex, 27 Hughes, 20 to Alsop. Sussex needing 202 to win.
Email here from Mike Alexander, who's in North London, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We were talking, amongst other things, about batters getting hit where you don't really want to get hit, because Tom Alsop got hit in that area earlier. And Mike says, I found David Burke of Highbury Fields Cricket Club very difficult to face in the early to mid-80s. In the nets, the Sobel Sports Centre for starters. The Michael Sobel Sports Centre, I remember that. I played a bit of football there, right, in my very young days. I think I played one game there. Start of a new over, and that's driven up to mid-on. New over from Organ. He's bowling to Hughes. I think it was the first time I ever played on an artificial surface football. Yeah. I played for Haringey youth side. Remember they had a bit of a run, FA Cup run, didn't they, a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago? I don't know, I was no good at football anyway. That's driven Not controlled drive down to deep mid-off, 53. I was useless at football anyway. Didn't play many games for them. We had an internal game of sorts at Finsbury Park. He came off a short and stuttered run-up and could bowl all sorts, but his stock ball was fast and accurate. We became friendlier in time. But he struck me in the unmentionables and I keeled over. You were saying earlier about getting sympathy,
Yes.
Adrian. Amidst the odd howl of laughter, that's usually one reaction. Allsop works out on the leg side for a single. 53 for 1. Having rolled over at least 5 times, says Michael, I saw Burke leaning menacingly down at me and says, "You've got a box on, haven't you?" I have to say it was the worst I suffered, despite many bruises in years to come. Sadly, the fields didn't last too long, but were enlightening times. Mum's addicted to the lattes, says Mike, on the other subject that we've been talking about. That's played out on the offside. No run. I feel embarrassed asking for a filter coffee. That's actually true, isn't it?
Yes.
Not many people ask for a filter. You can't actually buy normal coffees these days, can you? It has to be
a latte or a flat white or
flat white, cappuccino. What's the other ones now? These matcha, is it matcha?
mocha or
Mocha. Yeah, I mean, I don't get any of those. That's off the back foot, but finds gubbins in the covers.
On the occasion I've had, one of the reasons I don't get a flat white, you don't get too much coffee in a flat white. It seems to be quite. Well, I think it's always quite a small cup. Yeah.
You're right. Got to get your money's worth. Haven't you?
Well, totally.
Yeah. I actually, when we had a couple of days away in Portugal just before the start of the season, my other half ordered this coffee. I'm sure it came in a thimble. That's That's the sort of coffee you're talking about, isn't it? It's the smallest cup I'd ever seen in my life, and I thought I'm never going to order anything like that because I want a coffee. It was a little bit bigger than a thimble, but it was ridiculously small. End of the over, 53 for 1. It's been a good sort of 10-15 minutes for Sussex.
Yeah, and I think that I'm sure if you're talking, chalk these runs off in 1s and 2s, and Sussex now to 200 to win. We're 7 minutes away from lunch. A couple of emails. Ian Scales is a regular contributor. Hello, Ian. He says it's hot in Findon, but he says this is not even going to be close. They have us under the cosh, says Ian. He's concerned that Tom Haynes is out, and he's worried if Hughes and Allsop go, that's going to put too much pressure on the middle order. So Ian's not confident of this Sussex run chase. Thank you, Ian, though, for getting in touch. Now, Oliver from Rotherfield has been in touch with a message for you here, Kevin, where we're going to have Neil is going to come into the attack. Andrew Neil, who did he bowl in the first innings?
Yes,
he did. He bowled 2 overs for 7. So just before lunch, we're going to get spin from both ends. I may not get too much time to read this during the over, Oliver, but I'll do my best. Left arm over the wicket comes Neil, bowls and dabbed by Allsop down to fine leg. Now they've taken 1. They might think about 2. They are going to come back for the second. They need to get a bit of a move on here, will Tom Allsop, but that's a good bit of running. And he is very, very fast between the wickets, is Tom Allsop. And it meant that Eddie Jack had to come running in from fine leg, but Allsop was very quick to come back for the second. Good running. He goes to 23. Sussex to 55 for 1. The slip and a short leg to keep Allsop company, who pauses for a moment as Neil is in, bowls, and Allsop works this one into the offside. They think about a single, but it really wasn't there, and that would have been suicidal. And they decide it's not a good time to go for the run, fielded at backward point. Gosh, it's tense. Neil in again, bowls. Allsop is forward solidly, placed to mid-on. There is no run.
A little bit of rough just outside the left-hander's off stump, which you're watching on the picture feed, you'll see.
Neil again, bowls to Allsop, who's forward solidly, fielded by Orr on his knees, scrabbling across at short leg. Ben Brown, the Sussex skipper, claps his wicket-keeping gloves. Neil is in, bowls, gives that plenty of air. Allsop works in away on the offside and picks up a single to the fielder who's patrolling the cover boundary, but not before Allsop has gone through for his 24th run, and Sussex to 56 for 1. Runs required below 200, 197. That feels a long way away. Final ball of Neil's over. Accurate over, just the 3 runs so far. He's in and bowls to Hughes. That's turning down the leg side, taken by Brown. There is no run. End of the over, 56 for 1. I think we might get one, maybe 2 overs before the interval. Oliver says, enjoying the commentary from you and Kevin. I'm coming down this afternoon with my son for a bit of Father's Day cricket in the sunshine. Make sure you get in for nothing, because that is the deal here today at Hove. I don't know if Kevin will remember, but he coached a bit at Lord Wandsworth College in the late 80s, where I was at school. His advice stuck with me right up to my adult village playing days. Keep up the great work and maybe bump into the both of you later. Come on, Sussex, says Oliver from Rotherfield. There we are. You gave advice, Kev, when you were coaching.
Outside the off stump, left alone.
That's rather nice, isn't it?
Morgan. Yeah, I remember doing some
Lord
coaching.
Wandsworth College.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Right.
Lovely spot, yeah. And it was just near Odium, I think, Basingstoke Way.
Okay.
Yeah, lovely school. I forget the name of the headmaster at the time. Is it Tony Wibley? I don't think he's sadly with us anymore. Could be wrong.
Oliver might know.
Yeah, he will do. But I tell you what, it's the same school. I remember years on from that, somebody said to me that, oh gosh, who was the rugby player that kicked the goal to win the World Cup about 20 years ago? Johnny Wilkinson.
Johnny Wilkinson,
right. Yeah. He went to that school.
Right, okay.
And
yeah, because he was a Farnham boy, wasn't he,
yeah,
Johnny
that's
Wilkinson?
Right.
That's
that square on the
woods.
next side. And I do remember, I think it was the headmaster, Tony Wibley. I think that's his name. If I got that slightly wrong, gosh, I hope I haven't. Anyway, and I remember asking him years later, because he used to come to some Hampshire games when he retired. There's a drive from Allsop. Lovely drive, wide of mid-off now. Chase here for Eddie Jack. Is he going to get there? No, not quite. The ball just evades him as it runs down the hill. Nicely timed by Hughes. And that's the 50 partnership, which has come up in 103 balls. And this is a partnership that will settle a few Sussex nerves and start to create some anxiety amongst the Hampshire faithful. And I said to him, oh, I didn't realise that Johnny Wilkinson was at the Lord Wandsworth. I would have coached him, surely. And unfortunately, he was in the year above that, or the year below, or the year above the lot I was coaching. Off the back foot, played to backward a point, and there's no run. So I thought I'd coached him, which I hadn't done, and I was thinking, yeah, that probably says a lot about my coaching because he took up rugby. But nice to know that, yeah, one or two people remember that I did some coaching there. Good fun. Good facilities, as you'd expect. Clipped away on the leg side. This one's just coming a little too easy from a Hampshire point of view. That's the end of that over. We will get one more in, I think. 62 for 1, and from here, Sussex need 191.
Interesting last week here, on the Sunday, funnily enough, just before lunch, Kieran Carlson was batting for Glamorgan, and he took an age in the over before lunch, and he took so long that the umpire decided to have another over, despite the clock ticking up to 1 o'clock. Yeah, he said there's going to be another over now, and off that over, Glamorgan lost a wicket.
Whoa.
And I forget who was batting at the other end. It was Asa Tribe.
Okay.
In comes Neil, on his left arm spin, defended by Hughes down the onside, and Asa Tribe was not happy when he got out, and he stormed off. But really, his skipper had let him down really by taking so long in that final over. Neil in, tall man bowls to Hughes, who carves that one away through the offside, picks up a single. Does Daniel Hughes? He goes to 34 rather. 63 for 1, Sussex. 190 needed to win.
I must mention this email before we finish this over and go to lunch. Ian Pope, he sounds like my type of person, actually.
Neil in bowls, Allsop defends, fielded by Brown behind the stumps, no run.
Going back to the coffee discussion, he says, I'm of an age where there were only 2 types of coffee, that was black or white. He says, I can't be doing with all this flat white nonsense. Good on you, Ian.
Neil in bowls, and Allsop looking to turn that one down towards fine leg. Doesn't time it, the ball just dribbles to short leg. There is no run. 2 balls to go until lunch. Neil comes it off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paces. Bowls. Allsop stretches forward. The ball goes past Ali Orr at short leg, and Allsop's able to pick up a single, which is greeted with applause by the decent-sized crowd here today. Well done, Sussex, for allowing people to come in for nothing today, and hopefully people spend a few quid in the shop or the bars or whatever during the day. But it's made for a good atmosphere here today.
Yes.
Neil bowls. Hughes lets that one go by, taken by Ben Brown, and that is lunch. And Sussex are 64 for 1 with Daniel Hughes on 34, Tom Alsop on 26. These two coming together when Sussex lost Tom Haynes to Kyle Abbott without scoring when the score was on 9. So a good partnership between these two. Sussex needing another 189 to win as the players leave the field for lunch. I'm still feeling very nervous. I still feel that there is still very much the Kyle Abbott factor, because when he's had the ball in hand, it has looked really pretty completely different from anybody else. So we'll have to wait and see how things go this afternoon. What are your sort of closing thoughts at the end of the session, Kev?
Well, it was a good hour and 10 minutes after the fall of Tom Haynes' wicket. I mean, they put on 55 unbroken, and I think Hampshire will just use this 40-minute period to just regroup and rethink and just reset, really, because the first 20 minutes or so was okay, but then Sussex, you just felt, was starting to sort of get a grip there with that partnership, and for me the runs were just coming a fraction too easy. There wasn't nothing out of hand, but in terms of the context of the game and the amount that you're trying to defend, I just think Sussex were just scoring a little too freely.
Thank you, Kevin. Well, I still think Daniel Hughes is absolutely key to Sussex here. He goes to lunch unbeaten on 34, Tom Alsop on 26. Enjoy your lunch. Kevin and I are going to go and have a bite to eat, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time. Hi, Clara. Ooh. I better see what's going on in these other games. Hello. 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 I'm here, Clara. Pleasure, and thank you, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. We've got no game next weekend, so you'll have an Adrian-free Sunday. Hooray!
Oh, no. Well, thanks so much. Yeah, just give me a shout when the next one's on.
Okay, take care.
Cricket update. So let's get the latest from the cricket now. Adrian Palms watching day 3 of Sussex's game against Hampshire at Hove.
Yes, and lunch here at a gloriously sunny Hove, and this game is very evenly poised. Sussex are 64 for 1 in their second innings. They need another 189 runs if they're going to win this game, and that won't be easily. Daniel Hughes perhaps holds the key for Sussex. He's 26 not out at the interval. Meanwhile, down in Cardiff, Surrey in trouble in their game against Glamorgan. They're 177 for 4, still trailing Glamorgan by 76, but Rory Burns, the skipper, is still there. He's 82 not out. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Middlesex have been bowled out for 443. They lead Kent by 27. Max Holden making 182 for the visitors.
Thanks, Adrian. Coming up.
I should have mentioned.
Returning to Hampshire, teams led up by Edinburgh.
Welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Sussex and Hampshire, a game that is more than likely to finish at some point between now and the close of play, a day early. Yeah, the situation in the game is that in their second innings, Sussex are 64 for 1. From here, they need another 189 to win this game. Earlier, at 11 o'clock, Hampshire resumed their second innings on 206 for 9. That was a lead of 238. They were looking to try and extend that by as much as they could. Well, they extended it by 14 runs before Eddie Jack was caught on the long-on boundary off the off-spinner Jack Carson for 24. That last wicket partnership put on 47. It meant that Sussex needed 253 to win this game. They lost Tom Haynes with the score on 9. He was LBW to Kyle Abbott. But we are in the middle of a unbroken 55-run partnership for the second wicket between Daniel Hughes, he's 34 not out, and Tom Alsop, the former Hampshire player, 26 not out. Eddie Jack will get us underway this afternoon around the wicket outside the off stump to Alsop, and that is left alone. Now, this wicket and this game has produced plenty of excitement. Day 1 was a nice sunshine, but plenty of wickets were falling. Yesterday, with cloud cover, even more wickets were falling. And we got to this point this morning. It looks like one of the best batting conditions of the game so far, outside the off stump, left alone again by Alsop. Which means that that lead of 253 from a Hampshire point of view really did need to be a few more to put Sussex under real pressure. And people here, whether they are Sussex or Hampshire supporters, probably saying, well, this game could go either way. Generally, people feel that Sussex just about have the edge, and this partnership has certainly steadied a few of the home side's nerves. Is Jack, so Hampshire striving here to break this partnership and make some inroads, because 189 runs are more needed. That's outside the off stump, left alone. And these two have batted very, very well indeed. There's been the odd ball that's bounced a bit. There's been probably one that's kept a bit low. It's seamed a little bit with a new ball, but nothing like we saw, especially the first half of yesterday, when the low cloud cover was really making batting particularly difficult. But as the day went on yesterday, it got easier. And here, where Alsop pushes that behind square for a single, 65 for 1, we are probably seeing batting look about as comfortable as it's done at any point in this match. Sussex starting this game in second. Hampshire starting this game second from bottom. Quite an important win for either side, for reasons when you're at the top of the table, meaning you want to keep the pressure on the others, and for Hampshire, you want to try and pull clear with 6 games remaining after this and a big break in this competition. Hughes leaves that one alone from Eddie Jack. Now, Eddie Jack started off very nicely. Hampshire really do need to just make sure that even if batters get in, that they're not allowed to score too freely, because then that will mean that, of course, Sussex will win this game probably a little bit easier than they thought when they started their second innings. Eddie Jack's last over before The lunch break, his fourth, did go for a few. He was quite tight up until then. Hampshire need to keep things tight all the time. Ratch on the pad, Hughes. Big shout, not out, says umpire Jack Santry. May, on first thoughts, be a little high. Hughes didn't really move forward or back. Jack's standing there close to Hughes, very close to Hughes there. And that's the end of the over. I mean, Jack is literally fielding at silly point there with Hughes, who's totally unmoved, not even looking at Jack. Jack's maybe just trying to get in his face there a little bit. He's trying to work that away on the leg side. Yeah, it's nipped back. It has nipped back quite a bit, actually. Maybe just did a little too much. But it shows there's still bits there from time to time for the bowlers, but they have to keep getting it in the right areas. There is no margin for error now, because once there's a partnership develops, then of course very quickly that target, which is not huge by any stretch of the imagination, will become a lot easier. Has to be Kyle Abbott, doesn't it, Adrian Hans?
Yeah, I think it does, and this is the real danger for Sussex. Around the wicket, in the bowls to Alsop. Alsop defends into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, it doesn't. It's not rocket science, is it, from a Sussex point of view, that you just got to keep Kyle Abbott out, but that's easier said than done. Wandered round to the pavilion at lunchtime and just been popped round to the museum, and there's a lot of people in the ground today, which is really good to see. Lots of families, and I know it's free to get in today. Perhaps those people wouldn't have come otherwise, but the fact they have decided to come, and you say it's a nice sunny day, so why not really? Abbott around the wicket, comes in bowls to Alsop, who's up on his toes and plays that onto the onside. There is no run. Ben Brown is on the attack here. He's got 3 slips in place. He's supporting his strike bowler. Backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. Beautiful day, lots and lots of blue sky around. There's some big cotton wool clouds at the far end of the ground up towards the downs. The rest of the sky is full of blue sky and some wispy cloud. No rain forecast today. So you'd think that one way or t'other we should get a result today. It's not for certain. Abbott is in around the wicket bowls. Alsop defends into the offside, and there is no run. Sussex currently going along at 3 and over, which is irrelevant, only in that, with 64 overs left. Yeah, I mean 3 and over, if Sussex bat that long, pretty much gets you to the total tonight. So I think it's unlikely one way or t'other that we'll go into tomorrow, but it's not certain. Changing the field. Ben Brown has brought Ali Orr into gully, so there's now 2 slips and a gully, then those 3 men saving one on the offside as tall figure of Abbott is in bowls, and he beats Alsop outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Abbott through to Ben Brown. There is no run. Warm applause and encouragement from the slip cordon.
Yeah, it just needs somebody to sort of bowl in tandem with Abbott. I mean, Abbott looks the most effective and is the most effective and has been for quite a while for Hampshire, but he's not even going for 1 and over. But Pop Geeta, I know there's been a mixture of some edges, but he's going for over 4s. Eddie Jack is going for 4. You can't have too many bowlers going at that rate.
Abbott in bowls to Alsop, and he beats him again. I mean, it really is a fine piece of bowling by Kyle Abbott, 39 years of age, and that's almost unplayable.
Well, I mean, he's head and shoulders above everybody else, and probably even including the Sussex side in that at the moment. Yeah. But he does look the most likely to take a wicket. I mean, that's angled in. Have to play that as a left-hander. I mean, you've got no choice. And if it pitches and it straightens like that does, you miss it. And you probably think, well, okay, if it pitches and straightens, I'm going to miss it, so no problem. But of course, you have to play, because if it doesn't straighten, it's going to knock your off stump out.
Abbott in again, bowls. Alsop lets this one go. That was slightly wider outside the off stump, but it's a maiden over from Kyle Abbott. Look at those figures, extraordinary. 7 overs, 5 maidens. He's taken 1 for 2. He is the threat. If Sussex can keep Abbott out, they've got a good chance of winning this game, but that is a huge if. Elsewhere around the country, Yorkshire are sliding to defeat at Leicestershire. It will be Leicestershire's first win in the county championship for 23 years. Kevin knew that, I didn't, but Yorkshire 127 for 7, still trailing Leicestershire by 141 runs. Somerset 104 for 4, trailing Warwickshire by 18. As Eddie Jack comes around the wicket, comes into bowl to Daniel Hughes, is he dropped?
I don't think he carried.
Did carry. Well, he was fishing for that outside the off stump. No, there's no sort of hands on. Well, there was one or two hands on heads, but perhaps it just dropped a bit short. Jack around the wicket, and in fact, he's injured his finger.
Yeah, half volley to pressed.
Whoever that was has
Pressed.
I don't know if he's split a finger or maybe popped a finger out. But momentarily, we're going to have a delay here because Tom Prest is making his way off the field. The 12th man is going to come on, whoever that might be. The Hampshire physio is on his way down. No, he's not. In fact, Prest is going straight up the steps. So that looks like a nasty blow to the hand for Tom Prest.
I think Scott Curry coming on.
Whose brother Brad
Yeah.
plays T20, or should be playing T20, but he's injured. He's got an Achilles injury as Brad Curry.
It's a good slipper, actually, Scott Curry. He's gone straight in there.
He has. Jack in bowls. Hughes to a ball. Keeps a little low, but digs it out. Plays the ball to mid-on, and there is no run.
It's quite interesting. I think probably Hughes, in the time he's been out there as well as he's played, he's probably got as many edges as anybody.
Yeah.
Allsop and Haynes. But every time it's dropping short, and it's because he's playing with soft hands to a length ball. And if you go at any of those, it's going to carry, but he's not. And it's quite frustrating because you think you want him to go at one.
Jack in again bowls. Hughes resists the temptation to drive at that ball. It passes outside of the off stump through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. So 2 slips, a third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket as well in front of the Spenkama Pavilion, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. Eddie Jack in his 6th over. Wheels around and comes into bowl to the Australian Hughes. He's in and bowls, and Hughes is forward solidly, plays down the offside of the track. Jack fields of his own bowling, and there is again no run.
What have they put on now? 56, haven't they, these two?
Yeah, came together when the score was 9, when Tom Haynes, the skipper, was LBW without scoring. A couple of notable scores. Essex, who were the leaders of the championship before this game, 90 for 5, still trailing Notts by 183. So that doesn't look good for Essex. As Jack is in bowls to Hughes, who plays into the offside. He was thinking momentarily about a singlet, wasn't there? Who's that come running in without a number on his shirt?
Gubbins.
Oh. I'm sure he had a number on his shirt yesterday. But better over from Eddie Jack, who just before lunch, Daniel Hughes hit 3 boundaries off him, but he's tightened up his line. And he's in again to bowl to Hughes in and bowls, and Hughes cuts this one away firmly down to third man, or deep backward point, fielded out on the boundary edge by Andrew Neil. And Hughes will pinch the strike. He goes to 35, and Sussex 66 for 1 here. Live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Kevin James. You may be watching us on the Sussex Cricket Club live streaming. Wherever you are, a very good afternoon. If you'd like to get in touch, you can email us at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, or Sussex Sport. I keep getting it wrong, at bbc.co.uk. It'd be great to have your thoughts as the afternoon unfolds, whatever that might bring.
Bird's eye view for some. Got the birds on the top of the floodlights. Don't need those today. Questionable whether we needed them yesterday when there was that lowish cloud. Anyway, here's Abbott. Keep her standing up now. As Hughes plays again, soft hands out towards gully. So 24 overs gone. You do feel that this first hour, from a Hampshire point of view, is quite crucial. If Sussex can maintain this partnership, it kind of will sort of just break the will a little bit. Hampshire will be expecting to take a wicket or two here. got Abbott on. So important this first half of this session. Hughes plays a good length ball into the ground on the offside. If they can get a wicket or two, they'll always feel they're in the game. But Sussex sort of add another 40 or 50 in the next hour and a half and lose maybe one wicket at most, then you're looking at just 100 runs needed, and these are the best batting conditions of the game. So don't expect anything that we've seen over the first 2 days to be happening today. It shouldn't do. As Abbott comes in and bowls, Hughes is forward. Goes out on the offside. Looks very calm out there, Daniel Hughes.
Yeah, he does, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I just think he's absolutely key for Sussex. I think that will be the prize scalp if Hampshire will feel if they get Hughes. It's just that experienced man at the top of the order. He's the big wicket here.
He's playing it very well. Yes, he sort of looks. He sort of lets the ball come on a little bit more than Alsop. Alsop sort of. He's trying to pull that away. Great take.
It was a great take
from Ben Brown. He's trying to pull that away on the leg side, misses, and Brown falls back, taking that one. Wasn't that short?
I would say with Daniel, I've watched him a lot over the last 2 or 3 years. He's a fine player, but just now and again, you just get the feeling when he's not scoring runs that he gets a bit frustrated and a bit edgy. Just before lunch, he hit those 3 boundaries, and the over before that, he'd played a shot that he was annoyed with himself outside the off stump. I think he's the sort of player who just likes to see the scoreboard ticking along.
Yeah. I think playing across the line has always been a problem on this wicket, this game. He's sort of flicked their way down to fine leg. Runs the first one quickly. Top Geeta running around from fine leg, keeps it down to a single, 67 for 1. Yeah, it's an interesting sort of contrast between these two players who are both proving effective. Sort of Hughes to sort of lets the ball come and just dabs. Alsop, when he's pushing forward, it's quite a deliberate stride at the ball. But this is a good partnership which Hampshire really do need to break and don't need to leave it too long as Abbott comes in and bowls and Alsop pushes forward. It goes out to point, and that's the end of the over. 1 run off that Kyle Abbott over. Gosh, there was 1 run. Take him off.
Take him off, yeah.
Yeah, get him off. He's too expensive. 8 overs, 1 for 3. But as good as that is, and it is exemplary, I think he'll swap a few runs for another wicket.
Yeah, I'm sure he would, and I'm sure Hughes and Alsop are saying that's another over negotiated from Kyle Abbott. So yesterday morning was just, with the cloud cover, which was clearly a factor, but he bowled beautifully and exploited the conditions. Eddie Jack is going to bowl the next over from the sea end of the ground. For those of you who don't know Hove, he's running up the hill to bowl to the left-handed Hughes, who looks to flick one down the leg side. He's a little irritated with himself that he didn't make more of that Daniel Hughes as the ball whistles through into the gloves of Ben Brown. And there is no run. 2 slips in place. There's a wideish third man, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg right back on the boundary. Long queue for the ice creams at lunchtime, and a few people drifting back into the ground after their lunch. As Jack is in again, bowls, and Hughes meets that with a solid forward defensive, played out into the offside, no run.
Fortunately, there wasn't a very big lunch queue for us.
No, there was no queue, was there?
No, there wasn't. That was great.
Shepherd's pie and peas on the menu today, which was very nice. So thank you for that.
A feature of the crowd, just going back to that, is there's a lot of families here.
No, there are.
It's great.
Yeah, it is really good to see. Yeah, and there's quite a lot of people from Hampshire as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a few Hampshire shirts in the crowd.
Jack in. Bowles always hit on the pad, and he's given out, and that is a huge, huge wicket. Eddie Jack has got the breakthrough. Jack Chantry has given in the affirmative. Daniel Hughes goes, and that is a massive, massive blow for Sussex. Hughes has gone for 36. Daniel Hughes looks in the direction of Jack Chantry. He was coming around the wicket to the left-hander. He's pinned him in front. And Sussex are 67 for 2. And that does bring a whole different complexion to proceedings.
I'll tell you what, that's plumb. That's hitting about a third of the way out middle stump. He's coming across. It's full. Just watching this again on the replay. Well, I say middle stump. I'm probably, yeah, it might be leg stump, but it just looks out. In fact, it doesn't look quite as out when you watch it in slow motion, but it is out. But the moment it hit him, just watching this again from behind the batter, it is angled in, but it's very full. Now, I'm probably going to go for leg stump there. Initially, I thought it was middle. That's probably why Daniel Hughes is thinking, hang on a minute, that ball is just angling into me. And he probably feels that that might just be missing leg stump, but I think that's a good decision, at the risk of not sounding too biased.
Well, the fact is, it's been given. So whether it's, whether it was one of those that if it was
It just looked out.
a test match, whether you'd review, but it's the decision's been given. I just feel that opens the door a little for Hampshire, not least because Jack Leaning, coming to the crease, has really struggled for form in recent weeks, and he's now facing Eddie Jack. 2 slips go down. Jack in bowls, Leaning is forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run. Well, this is exactly the sort of situation, the reason why Jack Leaning was bought by Paul Farbrace to Sussex. There was an inexperience around the middle order, and this is why. This is a situation, if you're bringing someone in to strengthen the middle order, this is the sort of scenario that you're expecting your runs to be made. Jack in again, bowls to Leaning, who lets that go. Good take by Ben Brown, low down. There is no run. Tumbling stop. Takes off his glove and looks at his finger, does Ben Brown.
I can almost feel that little bit of extra energy that's given the Hampshire team.
Certainly has.
Just feels as though Eddie Jack's now just running in with a bit more belief. They will have talked in that dressing room during lunch about the importance of getting an early wicket. Daniel Hughes probably the ideal candidate for that wicket, and that's happened within less than 20 minutes.
Yeah, he was the wicket they'd have wanted. Jack in, bowls to Leaning, who watches that sail by outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. So there's a real skip in the step of the Hampshire fielders. 67 for 2, 186 needed to win. Jack Leaning yet to score. Tom Alsop on 27. I've said I think this is going to be a tense afternoon, and I've seen nothing since lunch to change my mind.
No, and also I think for the good of the game, I think it was nice to have a wicket. I think if you're here and you aren't really hell-bent on Sussex winning or Hampshire, I think for the good of the game and the entertainment sector, I think it needed a wicket just to create a little bit more jeopardy.
Well, there's plenty of that now.
Well, there's a little bit more, that's for sure. 186 more from here. That was a 58-run partnership between Hughes and Alsop, who's facing Abbott, who's forward. Relentless accuracy here from Kyle Abbott. Eddie Jack, what an important over that was. Just feel that he's quite fired up by that wicket, which is good to see. And Abbott, of course, will feed off that as well, as they all will.
Oh, absolutely. Because, and I've said before, not to be in any way disrespectful to Sussex's 9, 10 and 11, but if you're looking for 30 or 40 runs from that end, I don't think it's going to come.
No. Abbott around the wicket again. Alsop leaves that one alone. Good leave.
The runs need to be, Sussex need to be virtually over the line by that stage.
Into the 27th over here. Hampshire adding 14 to their score overnight. That last wicket partnership worth 47 between Eddie Jack and Kyle Abbott. That might yet prove crucial. But just to emphasise, the batting conditions are the best of the game today. But that's not to say there isn't still a little bit out there for the bowlers, and there is. As Abbott comes in and bowls. Oh, nice drive. Nice stop by Abbott, who... I think he's pleased, but that's hurt his right hand, and that's his bowling hand, which is a bit of a worry. He's certainly stopped 4 runs, but in so doing, he's injured and he's bent over. Well, we've already got Tom Prest off the field. I don't think that was a caught and bowled. It might have been, but I don't think that was really the prime
No, I think
situation there. It's more that the fact that he stopped 4 runs.
Well, his teammates don't look overly concerned, do they?
Doesn't matter where you get hit. We're talking about the conversation this morning. Wherever you get hit, you don't get a lot of sympathy.
I mean, Nick Gubbins wandered over and sort of inquired, but no one else is sort of rushing over to this strike bowler to make sure he's okay.
That's hurt.
Just looking here, Scott Curry's a big fella, isn't he? On the field at first
Tall.
slip.
Yeah, he's tall, yeah. Was it you or I heard somebody say that Scott Curry would have been good bowling on this? I mean, he would have been. He's probably would have found a bit of extra bounce than others.
Yeah.
But not in the 4-day side. He has played a couple of games this year, Scott Curry, but he's not really broken through as yet. More of a white ball bowler, and he's very, very good at that. Right, there is a deep square leg now for Allsop. Hopefully Abbott can hold the ball properly. He was just practicing before this delivery. Outside, nice carry. Nice bounce outside of the off stump. But Allsop's doing very well at leaving as many balls as he can in that area. Yeah, interesting to see Abbott just bowling a couple of balls to Felix Organ at mid-off, just making sure that he feels comfortable with the ball leaving his hand, having just had that painful blow. Yes, that bounced, straightened, but it was a little too wide.
Scott Curry, would he be the 100?
Yes, I think he is. Yeah, he's had a 100 deal for the last couple of years or so. I think Manchester Originals off the top of my head previously. Always playing at that one, and that's kept low. So that, example, 2 similar balls. One has really bounced and carried through to Ben Brown. That one has barely reached him.
Yeah.
From a similar length. So again, that's what makes batting difficult, but it's not as difficult. Actually, I wonder if he got an edge on that. Actually, looking at the replay, he may just got a little edge, but because there was little bounce, so it's not carried. Actually, looking at the 100 squads. I mean, Scott. I mean, he was a prolific wicket taker on the T20 last year. He would have been picked up. I
think Brad Curry's got a deal, but he's got this Achilles injury at the moment.
Okay. Forward is also. Well, that is another maiden from Kyle Abbott. There's no point even saying a maiden, really. Just say that's another good over from Kyle Abbott. Just assume it's a maiden, because he's now bowled 9 overs, 1 for 3. There's got all these people still arriving. Look, on the way to our left.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like...
It's almost like sort
constant...
it's almost like a sort of a T20 day, really.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, with people making their way in. So well done to... Sussex decided to make it free today. It was a good day to do it. They've got lucky with the weather and lucky with the game as well. It's an exciting day here. Almost certainly, I keep saying almost certainly the final day. Who knows? Eddie Jack is going to come in to bowl to Jack Leaning. He's in and bowls, and Leaning is caught behind. And Jack Leaning's poor run of form with the bat continues. He's bagged a pair, and Sussex now in trouble. 67 for 3. Jack has picked up wickets in consecutive overs. And as I say, with this relatively long tail, the pendulum has swung in the last couple of overs. First Daniel Hughes, now Jack Leaning has gone. Sussex 3 wickets down, and Hampshire cock a hoop.
That's 2 wickets for no runs. He just carried through to Ben Brown. Just watching this again. Has to play at it slightly inside the line. He keeps a little low. Ben Brown takes it about 6 inches off the turf. Wow. Well, what a good few minutes for Hampshire here.
Well, the game has turned on its head.
Hasn't it?
I was saying actually that if you break down 250, if you say these runs need to be made by the Sussex top order, the top 8, they've all got to score 30, or 2 in the top 4 have scored ducks. Daniel Hughes has done his bit with 36. But someone's got to play a big innings. I did say someone's going to have to score 70 or 80 for Sussex to win this game. I said that first thing this morning, but 3 of the options have gone. James Coles is coming in. Wonderful innings last week, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. So someone out of Coles, Allsop, Simpson, Price and Carson has got to make a big score. Probably 2 of them, I think.
Yeah.
Because if you... say that the pendulum has swung firmly in the way of Hampshire in the last couple of overs. And Eddie Jack, who'd been expensive before lunch, has suddenly picked up 2 wickets. And Jack Leaning, who's not having a great time of it with the bat, has bagged a pair.
Well, Eddie Jack in his last 5 balls has picked up 2 wickets
There you go.
without addition.
Much depending on the shoulders of this young man, James Coles. Jack is in and bowls, and Coles is forward defensively, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. And you know, we forget sometimes, we see the familiar figure of James Coles. He's played a lot of first-class cricket, but he's still only 22. And we do expect an awful lot of him. But this is a precious situation now, if it wasn't before.
Well, it's just, I mean, for me, it's just made the game a little bit more interesting, actually. It's just sort of, you know, turning that pendulum more to the 50-50 mark.
I think it's swung a little further towards Hampshire as Jack is in, bowls. Coles clips
Shot.
that one nicely away through mid-wicket. Now, they might get 3 runs here. It's running out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. That is just overhauled. And they come back for 3. So that was a nice shot by James Coles to open his account. So let's go to 70 for 3. One thing that has happened, of course, with Kyle Abbott bowling so tightly from the other end is that the scoreboard sort of gets stuck. And, you know, it is important for Sussex, whilst they are under the cosh here, to keep the scoreboard ticking over, because that'll put pressure back on the bowlers.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, before this over, or before Jack Leaning fell, the previous over was a maiden from Abbott. The previous over from Eddie Jack was a wicket maiden. The previous over from Abbott, 1 run was scored off. The previous over from Jack was 1 run. The previous over from Abbott was no run.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a crawl.
Yeah. That Sussex have scored 6 runs since lunch. Jack is in, bowls to Alsop, who plays it onto the onside. There is no run. So since lunch, in fact, apart from that 3 runs, before those 3 runs, in the 6 overs since lunch, Sussex would have scored 3. So we want to keep the scoreboard ticking over, keep some pressure on the Hampshire bowlers, who have dominated proceedings since lunch. Jack around the wicket, bowls. Alsop gets back, gloves hard of the way. The ball goes down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run.
It could have been worse for Sussex, because Where's the Media Man at Hampshire has just messaged me to say that actually that painful blow that Abbott had was actually a caught and blocked chance.
Was it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, it
Would
was
have been a brilliant catch,
it
though.
was, yeah, I mean, those sort of stick one in about 50, I should imagine, if that. But even so,
Jack in and bowls. Alsop steers this one nicely away through the covers. They've taken 1. I think, will they come back for the second? They do. Alsop is very quick between the stumps, as I've said on a number of occasions. He picks up a couple of runs, so Sussex finish the over with Tom Alsop on 29, James Coles on 3, 72 for 3. But Eddie Jack, with 2 wickets since lunch, has turned this game on its head. 72 for 3.
much to the delight in some in the crowd, actually, especially the ones that have made the trip on the train on
Yes.
the coast.
Yeah.
Mentioned that a few times. There are a few Hampshire supporters here.
Oh, there are. Yeah, I noticed quite a few at
Yeah.
at
I'd have
lunchtime.
done it. I'd have done the trip today
Yeah.
if I wasn't doing anything, I think.
Well, it's not too bad, is it?
That's right. I don't see enough cricket. I might have done that on my day off.
That'll have gone down well on Father's Day, Ken.
Yeah, that's right.
Um,
A few in the crowd. I'm trying to spot 1 or 2 Hampshire jerseys, but there are generally just people here just enjoying the day
yeah, they are.
here in Hove, which of course has a great holiday feel about it anyway, this venue.
And definitely some Hampshire fans in the left-hand corner of the stand. They're applauding Eddie Jack as he went down to his position.
It's the place to field. Front
Well,
of that
so-
lot.
Got to say, fair play. Ben Brown here standing up to Kyle Abbott.
Interesting, isn't it? Well, this is because James Coles does walk into shots, and he's driven that one up towards mid-on. He tends to sort of walk and across the stumps, and a lot of balls that are straight then flicks away on the leg side, which, of course, as we mentioned in the first innings, makes him difficult to bowl at. Ben Brown has made a conscious decision here, probably, maybe against his better judgment in terms of any edges, but I think he's working out that to keep James Coles in the crease obviously increases the LBW chance, but also it takes Coles out of his comfort zone. We'll find out as Abbott bowls. Coles pushes forward, goes out towards mid-off.
Actually, in the first innings, Coles was caught Brown, bowled Abbott, which is
Yeah, he had a bit of a push at the shot, didn't he?
yes, he did.
Which was something Hughes was very good at this morning and this afternoon. He didn't push at anything, and when there was an edge, nothing carried. And we've seen one or two edges just fall short of the slips and the keeper. Actually, Ben Brown has got a very dirty top of his pad, stroke bottom of his trousers. I don't know where that's come from, but he's very mucky there. If you're watching on the picture feed, that's a good length ball, which is pushed out square on the offside. I mean, Ben Brown, look at him. He looks.
Yeah.
I think he's got to be doing a bit of washing at the end of this game.
So put this bit of whitener on his pads.
It's very dirty. I don't know where that's come from.
He's been scrabbling around a bit, hasn't he? Because the other one has kept low. It's not been easy to keep wicket. Some have carried, through waist high, but one or two others he's had to grubble around on the floor for.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite as obviously dirty as that for quite a while on anybody's kit. As Abbott bowls, Coles flicks that away. There is a deep backward square leg. He's off. No, he's not off the mark. He's on to 4. Of course, he hit that 3 through mid wicket. And Sussex move on to 73 for 3. Need another 180. Oh, I tell you what, he's flicking that away from middle stump.
Well, it's a favourite shot, but it is slightly risky.
Well, it's different, of course, when you're playing it from the crease. Because if you miss it,
yes, you're.
But if you're playing it walking into it, and also just on your off stump, if you get whacked on the pad, it's you're not really going to be called LBW.
Well, it shouldn't be.
Oh, well, it won't be really. Abbott bowls and Allsop works that wider mid on. Good stop. Looked like it might just have threaded through. Gubbins did really well there. Allsop still picks up 1, moves on to 30. 74 for 3, Sussex.
Interesting that Ben Brown is only standing up to the stumps for James Coles, as you were saying. He went back for that delivery for Tom Allsop.
Well, Allsop's just batting traditionally, isn't he? He's batting from the crease, comes forward when he needs to, goes back when he needs to. Coles is the one that likes to walk into a shot. 2 slips and 4 slip as well. Gap. Coles on the back foot steers that out to Gubbins once more. End of the over. 2 runs off that Abbott over. Ooh, must be tiring. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 5 now. And Sussex at 74 for 3 need another 179.
And at the moment, that seems quite a long way away. Coles and Allsop having a natter in the middle of the pitch. It's going to be Eddie Jack who's going to carry on, who's picked up 2 wickets since lunch. Wickets of Daniel Hughes, LBW for 36, and Jack leaning, caught behind for a duck. As Tom Allsop retakes his guard. And Jack wants a change in his field. He's bringing his third man a little squarer. And probably 2 or 3 yards further in. Down at third man as Jack is around the wicket, bowls to Allsop, and Allsop plays to the offside. There was never a single there. He was looking for it, but that would have been suicidal. It was played straight to Gubbins. And there is no run.
I think Press must be back on the field because Scott Curry's field. Well, he can't be fielding at deep mid off, so he's off the field. So Press must be back on.
Ah,
He usually at first.
well, that's good news. He'd injured his finger. Stopping a ball in the slip cordon. As comes Jack again, bowls, Allsop defends solidly, head still right over the ball, plays it to mid-on, fielded by Abbott. He picks up the ball and sort of looks at it suspiciously before starting to clean. Yorkshire 148 for 8 at Grace Road. Leicestershire closing in on victory. That'll be a big win for Leicester. Somerset 124 for 4, leading Warwickshire now by 2 runs. Essex 109 for 6, trailing Notts by 164. If you missed it, England thumped in the Test match. In comes Jack, bowls. Also jumps into that defensive shot, plays it to mid-on again, no run.
Well, this is as good a spell as Eddie Jack's bowled this season.
Right.
Needed to be tight, and he is tight. I know it's only his 4th match for Hampshire in the Championship this season, but putting the overs together and joining the dots. This is really good stuff.
Going around the wicket to the left-handed Alsop. In and bowls. And Alsop, he uses that one off the hip down to deep backward, square leg, fielded there. I think that's Ali Moore out there. Picks up a single, does Alsop. He goes to 31. So it's to 75 for 3. The important statistic is the 178 in the bottom right-hand corner of the scoreboard, which is the Sussex target.
Are you nervous, Adrian?
Yeah, I always felt this was going to be a tough run chase. I always thought that, but you know, this is the sort of game where you find out your championship pedigree, isn't it? You know, this is the sort of situation where people need, you know, you got to stand up if you've got real title credentials. This is the sort of situation. In comes Jack, bowls to Coles, who places coolly and calmly through square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 5, total to 76 for 3. I mean, I think, you know, if you'd have said to the Sussex boys before this game, on the third day, you'll need 253 to win, I think you'd take that. But it's, you know, there's probably more, I would say there's more pressure around this game than there has been so far this season, because everyone realises, you know, that the importance of the game going into this long break as well. Jack in and bowls, also digs that out. Well, a good delivery by Jack. He's bowling well here, as Kevin was saying. Just conceding the 2 runs in the over. 76 for 3, Coles on 5, Alsop on 31. Eddie Jack's bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, has taken 2 for 28. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Hans, Kevin James on a glorious sunny day down on the south coast. And Scott Curry, who was on the field a moment ago, is now doing the 12th man duties with a big towel draped round his neck and a big bag of drinks that he's lugging around the outfield with one of the other Hampshire staff.
5 overs, 2 for 8, Eddie Jack, since lunch.
Yeah, that's impressive figures.
Yeah, just what was needed. Because if Carl Lewis can't take wickets every single time he's on, so you can't rely on that. And they do, and he usually delivers. But it's nice that somebody else can do some damage at the other end. So flicked away on the leg side by Cole. Start of a new over from Abbott.
Got a couple of emails in that I'll read you in the next over. But thank you, John Peel, who's getting in touch from Abu Dhabi over in the UAE, and Clive Jacobs.
We've had a few countries today. UAE is a new one. Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, we've had New Zealand and we've had India.
Yeah, Luxembourg.
Yep.
Yeah. The field is just slightly changing on the leg side. Ali Orr is a shortish mid-wicket, and Gita is moving to his left at square leg for Coles. Ben Brown standing up once more as Abbott's in down the hill. Coles works it away, and Ali Orr dives to his left and stops.
Good stop.
Great applause from the crowd.
Yeah, the crowd are really into this.
Aren't they?
And why wouldn't you be? But they, I mean, Ben Brown will know James Coles. They played together here at Sussex, and he knows that James loves that little clip away through mid-wicket, and occasionally it's in the air. So they're trying to block that shot, or get him to play it, because that, you know, the fielder's there for the catch.
Yeah,
almost 2 mid-wickets in there.
that's right. And we do know the odd one sort of does hold in this turf.
Yeah.
A lot of indentations out there over the last couple of days. The wicket started fairly damp. Lots of indentations with the ball. Sussex had used up their allocation of the heavy rollers, so they couldn't have that before they started to bat. So those indentations will stay there.
Interesting. Those 2 fielders, the mid-wicket and the mid-on, both just gone a little straighter.
One a little closer. Ali Orr. Abbott. Coles, who pushes forward. That's come off the inside half of the bat as it bounces away to Orr. 76 for 3, 177 needed from here. Tom Haynes the wicket before lunch. Hughes and Leaning since the break. 1 to Abbott and 2 for Eddie Jack. 2 slips Oh, Presty's back on after a painful blow on the fingers, and Toby Albert. Zabbott's in. Bowl. Coles gets a leading edge. He goes out on the offside. He was trying to work that away on the leg side. That's his favoured area. One that just holds in the turf there a little bit. Got a little bit early on the shot. Fortunately for him, it bounced away harmlessly or pick up a single.
See, Andrew Neil is warming up.
Sorry, he's playing right across that straight.
Yeah, that's a danger. I just wonder whether could this be coming to the end of Abbott's post-lunch spell?
Well, this is his fifth. Yeah, he bowled 6 this morning. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 2. 2 for 1, I should say. That's the start. Forward is Allsop. Goes up towards mid-on. So this spell is 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4.
That's what you call tight bowling.
It's class, isn't it? Really, it's it's top class bowling, because if you're not taking a wicket, then don't give anything away. And he's a model for that. Prime example, especially in this situation, exactly what you need. Allsop is forward, and it goes up towards mid-on, end of the over. Just the 1 run off that one. 11 overs, 1 for 6. Will that be Abbott's last over, or will Ben Brown ask him to bowl just 1 more? Is he going to have a chat with him? Yeah, they come together.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling? Kyle will say, absolutely no problem, because I've got 2 months off coming up.
Yeah.
Keep me bowling.
So John says from the UAE, hope you're okay out there, John, because obviously worrying times out in that part of the world. Quick question whilst we keep on losing wickets, he says, grrr. We substitute fielders, there used to be a rule, in brackets I think, that the substitute fielder cannot field within so many yards from the bat. Reason being the Hamps sub who came on, that was Scott Curry, went straight into the first slip position. I'm not particularly aware of that, but you may be right. Thank you for keeping the cricket Sussex faithful happy in these difficult times. Well, thank you, John, for getting in touch. I'm not aware of that rule in particular. Is it right the substitute fielder can't field in a specialist position, or perhaps that?
But like Curry just did.
Perhaps so perhaps that's changed. I don't know, but it's a great question. Perhaps someone knows the answer. But thank you, John, and stay safe in these difficult times, particularly in the neck of the woods where you're presumably living or working. James Coles is going to be facing the spin of Andrew Neil, who was warming up. He bowled 2 overs before lunch, but from the other end, from the Cromwell Road, and he's now bowling up the hill to the right-handed James Coles. He's in, and Coles eases that one down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 6, Sussex to 78 for 3. Clive Jacobs has been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian and Kevin. Many thanks for the commentary. What is turning into one of the most bizarre matches at Hove I've heard over many years. If the first day wicket offered some help in the first session to the attack, this is not unusual. Lots of talk about the overheads, etc. I won't read it all, Clive, but I will read your second paragraph as Tom Allsop surveys the field. Neil in bowls. Allsop plays this one away through the offside. Doesn't time it, but picks up a single to the fielder coming in from the cover boundary. Who's that?
Lehman.
Thank you.
Lehman.
1 to Allsop. He goes to 32. Brings James Coles back on strike. The long off is out on the boundary edge. The mid-on is about halfway to the boundary edge. And goes near again, bowls, and Coles looking to get down the pitch and drives. It doesn't time it at all, and the ball rolls back down the pitch, and Neil fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Neil again, bowls, Coles, full toss, drills the ball to mid-on, fielded by Podgita. Another dot ball. James Coles just waits and composes himself. And waits for Neil to come in again. Bowls. Coles is carefully forward. Back down the pitch. Neil fields off his own bowling again. No run. 3 dot balls in a row. Tom sort of bends down at the non-strikers end and just clears some debris off the wicket. Neil is in again. And Coles is back and plays this one way through the offside. Picks up a single. Does Coles at the end of the over. He goes to 8, and Sussex for 80 for 3 at the end of the over. 173 needed to win. Andrew Neil has bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket. 4-8. Just finishing off Clive's email. Thank you for the email, Clive. He says, for Sussex this season, the top 6 have not fired as a batting unit, and good spalls have been reached due to the season-long wagging tail. He says, after the winter of discontent and the ECB sanctions, it's good that the focus is now on the live cricket. Sussex seem to be well placed right now, although negotiating Abbott will prove challenging. I can hope for a Sussex win, which will be remarkable if it happens with such a makeshift attack. My regards to you both. Thank you, Clive, for your email. And it is indeed going to be Kyle Abbott who's going to carry on.
And Ben Brown's going to continue standing up to Coles. It's down the leg side. He flicks him on the pad. There'll be a leg bye, just waiting for... No, it's a bye. Down the leg side, 81 for 3, another 172 runs needed by the home side here. Eddie Jack's spell after lunch. That was way down the leg side. Actually, Brown did well to get a glove on that. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. Or 9 for 2, I should say. Keep getting him around the wrong way. It's all that talk in New Zealand, don't they?
Well, it's a spell that has changed this game.
What's a bit? Sort of drives up to mid-on. I'm pretty sure this might be Abbott's last over of this spell, of which he's into his 6th.
Abbott is currently into spending a lot of time staring at Tom Alsop. I noticed he had a few words for Tom Alsop at the end of the previous over. I think he's a pretty unflappable character, Tom Alsop, and he just wandered away and sort of averted the gaze of Kyle Abbott.
Extra man put on the leg side, Ali Orr, short mid-wicket. And again Abbott round the wicket. Bowls, and Alsop gets tucked up there a little bit, or in the game there. Picks it up to his left-hand side. Abbott's spell. Well, before lunch it was 6 overs, 1 for 2. 2 for 1. I've forgotten which way around you say it now. I've actually surprised. I've actually got myself in a twist, really.
I would say 1 for 2, I think.
1 for 2, yeah. Okay, we'll go with that one. So Jack's spell was 2 for 9.
Doesn't mean I'm right, though.
No. Normally I just say it and I don't even think about it, but all of a sudden I'm thinking about it and I'm like, oh dear, I shouldn't think about it, really. 81 for 3. Alsop leaves alone. Pulls the bat high over his head as he does so, to make sure there is no doubt about the ball flicking anything and off the face of the bat. Has anybody played on in this game doing that? We've had a couple go to the slips.
Yes, we have.
Off the face of the bat. That's a very high leave. Alsop is 32 from 91 balls. He's been the model of concentration in his knock.
Yeah.
Hasn't really put a foot wrong. There's Abbottson again, bowls. Alsop pushes forward. Back to Abbott. Flicks the ball away to Lehman in the covers.
Well, I guess one of the dangers is when you're batting, that if you've got someone like Abbott who's tying you down, then you're looking to make runs from the other end. And, does that mean that you... I'm sure they don't, but do you think, it's a little easier now because it's not Abbott? I mean, you'd only be human if you didn't think that, really.
Well, I mean, there's no time pressure here, is there? I mean, if we have to come back tomorrow, we come back tomorrow. And the weather's fine, so there's nothing like that, I don't think. Again, it's a good length ball. And Alsop plays it back to Abbott, and inevitably it's a maiden.
Yeah.
Now, my guess is that's the end of his spell. I'll be surprised if it is, and that'll be 6 overs where he's conceded just 4 runs.
Yeah, well, I meant more for the purpose of, when the other bowler comes on from the other end, whether you think with your concentration just wavers slightly, you think, oh, thank goodness it's another over gone of Abbott, and you may relax slightly and then play a poor shot. But either way, 81 for 3, as Kev was saying, 172 needed to win. And James Coles is going to face the next over from Andrew Neil, who's the tall left-arm spinner coming in from the C end of the ground, around the wicket and bowls, and Coles turns this into a full toss, plays it to Podgita, who feels at mid-on, but not before James Coles goes through for his 9th run. Sussex to 82 for 3. Haynes for a duck. Hughes 36, leaning for a duck, already back in the pavilion. Slipping a short leg at the close fielders for the left-handed Tom Alsop, and Andrew Neil is coming over the wicket. Just moving his third man a little wider, more towards backward point. Neil in bowls. Alsop is forward and plays to short leg on the bounce. Ali Orr, the former Sussex man, is there very close in at short leg. As Neil is in again, bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Alsop is up to the task and just turns it wristily through square leg, picks up another run that draws applause from, as I've been saying throughout the day, a really good crowd here at bowls to James Coles, who defends down the onside, no run.
It's probably the first ball he's bowled.
His own bowling, there is no run. James Coles with a twiddle of the bat. Gets through his overs very quickly, does Andrew Neil's already back at his mark, the left-arm spinner. He's in and bowls, and James Coles sweeps down towards fine leg. This could go for 4. The Hampshire fielder is in hot pursuit and doesn't get there. Much to the glee of the Sussex supporters, who I think are just pleased to see a boundary, because it's been very much Hampshire in the ascendancy since lunch. End of the over, 87 for 3. James Coles on to 13. Tom Alsop is on 35. The lunch score was 64 for 1. So since lunch, Sussex have added just 23 runs in 13 overs. It's been a very good session so far as Hampshire are concerned. If you just joined us, a very warm welcome to live cricket on the BBC, also via the Sussex live stream. Beautiful weather, terrific game of cricket. Could go either way. Perhaps Hampshire with a slight advantage at the moment. Sussex need another 166 to win. They've got 7 wickets in hand. But you wouldn't want to call this, not with any certainty anyway.
Yeah, now that last ball there, as good a sweep shot as it was, that went fine. It's just too full, and that one was leg side-ish as well. So Andrew Neil really does need just to tighten up that length to Coles. It's all right against Alsop. It's almost like he's a little easier finding the length against the left-hander, but against the right-hander, he hasn't really got it right.
I think he might be coming out the attack, because I just noticed Ben Brown hold his hand up to Andrew. Andrew Neil sort of held his hand up as well. I wonder if that was a thanks for now sort of gesture. We'll wait and see.
Potgieter is taking over from Kyle Abbott at the Cromwell Road end. Wrapped on the pad. Tom Alsop pushing forward, but he was well forward. I think we are in a situation now where when you come onto bowl, you need to be on it. You can't afford to have an over where, well, that's not my best, but, I'm all right now, I'm a bit loose. You need to be right on it. Because really Hampshire can't afford for an over to leak runs, really. And also it needs to be tight. Every over needs to be tight here. It's going down the leg side as well there from Potgieter as he comes in again and bowls to Alsop, who's forward. Place that up towards mid-on. We're just watching the LBW replay again. Bowls. No, it's high. Actually, it's very high. As well as coming forward, Alsop. 33 for 96 for the left-hander, former Hampshire player. Valuable innings, this. Holding the top order together.
Yeah.
Potgieter with his right arm medium paces just gets squared up a fraction as the ball goes out to point, fielded by Eddie Jack. Abbott's spell after lunch, just to repeat, 6 overs, and in that were 3 maidens, and he conceded 4 runs, but he didn't take a wicket. 12, 7, 6, 1 in total, his figures in the game so far. Probably a couple of more spells to come from him at least. Potgieter bowls, left alone. Nice carry. Score remains on 87 for 3. 166 needed by the home side. Still John Simpson to come. Tom Price. 2 good batters there. don't really want them coming too late in proceedings. I'll try and get them in as early as possible. Yes, Potgieter again bowls, drives, doesn't time that one. Goes out into the offside, fielded by Nick Gubbins, who did have a word with Ben Brown at the end of that Andrew Neil over. You would seem to suggest that maybe he might be off.
Well, it was just Ben Brown made a signal to Andrew Neil, and Andrew Neil sort of acknowledged back. I don't know whether all sorts of damaged his bat or something. They're making some signals up towards the dressing room.
Yeah, his 2 overs have cost 9 runs. Coming up the hill, he's Potgieter down the hill. Oh my word, that's popped off the bat and the pad. It babbles away. Fortunately, safely. It's come off the glove actually. Out to point. But again, it's another example that just from time to time there is a little bit in it there for the bowlers. It is less than what it has been in this game. Looks like we're going to have a drinks break.
Yes.
As we've had just under an hour since the lunch break. It is very warm out there. Yeah, it did bounce. Just came off the tip of the glove there from Allsop. Again, it's another one of those that can just absolutely go anywhere. We've had a couple of those as well in this innings, but to date, nothing that's gone towards a fielder.
So, let's relieve the tension a bit and look at some of the scores elsewhere. At Chelmsford, Essex 123 for 6, still trailing Notts by 150, so you'd think Notts are in prime position to win that game. We were talking yesterday about Fergus O'Neill, who's this very fine Australian all-rounder, who I've said a couple of times, I think could well be in the Australian side in the Ashes next season. He bats, he bowls, he's taken 3 for 37 in the Essex second innings. He's a good cricketer. Down in Cardiff, Surrey are fighting back against Glamorgan, led by their skipper Rory Burns. He's 105 not out. Ollie Pope in the runs, he's 43 not out. Surrey in their second innings, 223 for 4, trailing Glamorgan by 30 runs. Yorkshire 158 for 8 at Grace Road against Leicestershire, trailing Leicestershire by 110. Wickets shared around pretty much. Josh Davey taking 3 wickets there for Leicestershire. The other game in Division 1, Somerset in trouble at Taunton. They're 140 for 5. They lead Warwickshire by just 18 runs. In the second division, Lancashire have already lost by 9 wickets against Derbyshire. Northamptonshire 65 for 2, leading Durham by 112. Kent 19 for 1, trailing Middlesex by 8. And Worcestershire 335 for 7, leading Gloucestershire by 46 at New Road. We have got a change of bowling. It was a signal from Ben Brown to say thank you for the time being to Andrew Neil. He's turning back to Felix Organ, who's going to bowl from this end.
A bit of off spin. And also today, the Hampshire Hawks women's side are in Vitality Blast County Cup action, a new competition that arrived last year with the inaugural season of the county system. It's a straight knockout where Tier 3 counties play League 1 and round 1. Tier 2 counties come in at the second round stage, although Sussex did play in the first round. I think the numbers need to be made up. They lost in the first round. Hampshire at Glamorgan as Organ comes in. Coles pushes forward out on the offside. They're playing Glamorgan down at Newport. And the Hampshire Hawks women are batting first. They are 28 for 1 after 4 overs. Captain Georgia Adams is the 1 wicket to fall for 11. Maya Boucher, who's been in absolutely superb form. Sweep shot there from Coles. Didn't quite get hold of it. I don't know if that's come off the bottom of the bat or maybe just hit Ali Orr in the back a little bit. I don't think it's hit Ali on the back at short leg. Otherwise, I think he would be reacting slightly more differently than he is. 87 for 3. So 28 for 1 off 4 overs. Straight knockout. Hampshire losing at the third round stage last year. Sweep shot this time, which has gone very quickly in the air. It's gone over the head of the fielder. Oh, wow. Now, that's an interesting one. Scott Curry is there. He's in off the rope. And it's gone over his head and gone for 4. It's a big boundary out there. I don't blame him for being 10 yards, 15 yards inside the rope, but it's one of those where if you were right on the rope, you're catching it.
Yeah.
Coles moves on to 17. 91 for 3, 162 needed.
Part of me wanted to say it's a risky shot, but then on the other hand, Sussex can't just go completely into their shell here. They have to put some pressure back onto the bowlers.
Organ bowls and Coles pushes forward. Plays that out on the offside. Organ bowled 3 overs before lunch, conceded 9. $91 for 3. Coles 17 from 26. He's injecting a little bit of positivity in the Sussex batting. Organ bowls. That's an easy turnaround on the leg side for Coles. And he will pick up a single. Jake Lehman doing the fielding. 92 for 3. Well, there's not a lot of turn out there. We saw that yesterday, really, where there was a bit of turn, there was a bit of bite more than turn, I guess, on division in day 1. But as the game went on, it seemed to get less and less of that. And there is, maybe it's just going off the straight, but it's very slow. Gives the batters plenty of time to adjust. On the offside, 92 for 3 then, 161. Just those 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Big wickets as well, especially Hughes.
Yeah.
Both picked up, well, he and Jack Leading picked up by Eddie Jack in a wonderful spell of 2 for 9 in his 5 overs. Hampshire straight out of the blocks after the break.
James Trollope has been in touch. Hello, James. He said, I'm not sure whether I'm leaning towards Hampshire. Very good. Jack leaning, or ORR. Very good. Sussex. But if pressed, PREST, I would say that if Organ pulls out all the stops, they're well in the hunt. Sean Hunt.
Very good, very good.
But Sussex shouldn't jack it in at any price, Tom Price, or indeed kneel, Andrew Neil, down before the Abbott. That's very good. That's excellent. Thank you, John. That's very good indeed. As in comes Potgieter. Bowls to James Coles, plays back down the track on the leg side there. That's very good indeed. I'm going to read that again. I'm not sure whether I should be Jack leaning towards Hampshire or Ali or Sussex, but if Tom pressed, I would say that if Felix Organ pulls out all the stops, they are well in the Sean Hunt. But Sussex shouldn't Eddie Jack it in at any Tom Price or indeed Andrew Neil down before the Sean Abbott. In comes Bodega, bowls to Coles, who plays on the bounce, back to Potgieter, and there is no run. Very good indeed. Thank you.
I'm disappointed didn't get Lehman in there.
Yeah. Who else might be good for? I couldn't.
Potgieter, that would have been a
that would have been very good. Yeah. That would have been really good.
Yeah.
You might have been able to get Goodman in there, maybe. Potgieter is in again. Bowls, Coles drives onto the onside. Potgieter's got hands on heads. There is no run. David Sharp says the sound has gone. It went off about 5 minutes ago. Well, we're okay as far as we are in our little box here, David. As far as I'm aware, it's okay, just in case the Sussex are 3 threadbare on the field, and they are off as well. There's only Isaac who's working on the stream today, so I'm sure Isaac is all across it. So, but thank you for letting us know. Potgieter is in again. Bowls to James Coles, who again drives. I think he's looking to drive that through mid-off, Kevin. He's rather squared up, and he's played it to mid-wicket, fielded by Orr. Coles wanders away to square leg. My goodness me, it's tense here today. 18 to Coles, 30, is that 33 to Alsop? Yes. 92 for 3. Sussex needing another 161. 7 wickets in hand. In comes Potgieter again. Bowls. James Coles is forward and just pushes that into the offside. No run. Ben Brown, as Kevin was saying, is standing up to the stumps. There are 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. Then on the onside, a mid-on, a wideish mid-wicket. A deep square leg right on the boundary edge and a fine leg. And just a nice buzz around the ground. People just thoroughly enjoying this contest. Podgieter is in again. Bowls. James Coles adjusts his shot and plays confidently to a backward point where it's fielded by... Who is that fielded?
Lehman?
Yes, it was. End of the over. Tied enough. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 25 for Delano Podgieter. Sussex 92 for 3. Allsop 33. James Coles on 18.
Yeah, that's 2 overs, 2 maidens in this spell down the hill. It's exactly, well, that's Abbott-esque.
Yep.
So that's good. It just keeps control of the game, or it doesn't allow the game to run away from Hampshire. There's always going to be a lull between wickets. But what you don't want is for Sussex to score too quickly. So perfect from a Hampshire point of view, that. Morgan needs to do the same now at this end as comes in from the C end, round the wicket to Allsop. Comes down the wicket, hits it into the ground, fielded by Morgan, who's into his 5th over, none for 14. Abbott 12 overs, 1 for 6. Amazing. Neil's had the 4 overs, none for 14. Eddie Jack with the 2 wickets this afternoon, 2 for 28. Here's Organ. Knowles on the back foot there, plays it into the ground. A few O's from the close in fielders there. Exciting stuff, this.
Right, it really is.
It's great.
It's so tense.
And a win means a lot for both these sides for different reasons.
Yeah.
There's Organ. And quietly forward there is Tom Allsop. He's faced his 104th ball there. And he's on 33. At lunch, Allsop was on 26. So he's added 7 in an hour and 10 minutes. Morgan's in again. Bowles comes down the wicket, hits that through extra cover. What a great stop.
Very good.
That was probably going for 4. Certainly was going for a few. And I think Gubbins thrown himself to his left. And he gets a little tap on the hand from Eddie Jack, who ran all the way up from deep. A couple of times Tom Allsop's afforded paces down the wicket. Coles is back in. That's 2-4. Comes off the bottom of the bat, but he's worked it up to deep mid on. Spinners haven't quite got it right to Coles yet since the break. Look at the bottom of his bat there. It's Coles. He moves on to 19. 94 for 3, 159 runs needed. Organ again. Allsop on the back foot, steers that out to point where it's fielded by Scott Curry. End of the over. Organ's completed 5 overs, none for 16. Nothing really in the wicket for him here. It's just all about keeping it tight.
Is Kyle Abbott off the field at the moment?
I think he is. Yeah, well spotted.
Maybe he's having just a bit of a break.
I don't think you're really allowed that, are you?
I don't know. I wonder if
I think it's hand.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
what we now understand was a well, it would have been a brilliant call bowled.
And even if it's not that, you can use that as an excuse.
Yeah, well, of course. 94 for 3. In comes Podgieter over the wicket, bowls to James Coles, who drives pleasantly down the ground. Podgieter fields up his own bowling. Well, that was a bit aggressive. It was played back to Podgieter, who fielded the ball and then made as if to shy at the stumps and just sort of lingered a little longer, but decided not to in the end.
There's a bit of history there, actually. In the last game against Surrey at the Oval, he actually did throw it back in the direction of the batter,
Right.
and Hampshire conceded 4 runs.
Did they? Interesting. Might know each other, because I think he plays some T20. They might have played against each other, these two, in the South African T20. Podgieter in bowls. Coles is solidly forward. Played to mid-off, there is no run. That's very much the competition this winter where James Coles sort of announced himself to the wider cricketing audience with a series of very fine displays in that competition, which his side, Eastern Cape,
Yeah, they won it, didn't
they
they?
won it, yeah. And James with a couple of man-of-the-match performances. Podgieter is in again, bowls, and Coles turns that onto the leg side. Picks over the single, does James Coles. Pocketa takes the opportunity to have a little word in his ear, which Coles ignores. 95 for 3. I said I wondered if the sound was okay. Peter says okay. I just sort of get a bit of interference in my ears, but hopefully, as I say, we have one or two technical issues, and I hope it's not distracting you from the enjoyment of the game. Ben Brown standing up to the stumps as Pocketa makes his way in again. Around the wicket, bowls to Tom Alsop, who defends onto the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 95 for 3, 158 needed to win.
Well, they did. Pal Royals and Sunrisers Eastern Cape did play each other in the South African T20. Pocketa played in that one, but I can't see James Coles' name.
It was strange, actually, as in comes Pocketa again, around the wicket, bowls, Cole, and Alsop drives to mid-on. There is no run, because James Coles didn't play in the early round. He didn't play for about the first 4 or 5 matches.
Okay.
I was getting a bit frustrated that he wasn't getting picked, but when you look at the strength of the squad with the likes of de Kock and Bairstow and Lewis Gregory, and, yeah, I mean, it was a hell of a side. But once he forced his way into the side, he made quite the impact. As a result, he's gone for this huge amount of money in the 100 this year. Pocketa again, around the wicket, bowls. Alsop flicks this one down to fine leg and picks up a single, fielded literally down in front of our commentary position by Eddie Jack, who again very sensibly looks over his shoulder before he throws the ball into Ben Brown to make sure that Ben Brown isn't looking into the sun, which he clearly wasn't. End of the over. Alsop pinches the strike. He's on 35. Sussex 96 for 3. So a partnership of 29 between these two. Sussex needing 157 to win.
I think that was the only game
Right.
they played against each other. Certainly. So I looked up Pocketa. I'm looking up James Coles now, and there was certainly no game that he played in for Sunrisers Eastern Cape against Pal Royals. Oh, yes, there is. Hang on. Tell me I found it. Short and cut away by Alsop out to deep point. They might get 2 here. Lehman's got a bit of work to do. 2 runs it is. Alsop moves on to 37. 98 for 3 now. 155 remaining. Yeah, they played in Joburg back in January. Pocketa didn't play in that one.
Right.
So the 2 games, Coles didn't play one. It's turned away on the leg side by Alsop. Again, he's just taken a pace down the wicket. So yeah, they never actually met each other in those 2 games. One played in one played in the other. 98 for 3. Organ in his 6th over. Man on the drive, man at slip. Bowls. Alsop cuts that away in the air. Is he caught and back with a point? And he is. It's Scott Curry. Now, Alsop doesn't want to go. He's going to wait for a decision. They're claiming it, Hampshire. They think that's out. I have to say from a distance, I thought so as well, but we're going to get a decision from the umpires. They say not out. Oh. Crowd enjoyed that decision.
Well, that's going to be contentious. I must admit, very difficult. Well, Jack Chantry consulted, so the decision was given there by Michael Burns, I think, who's at square leg, who's got the better view of things.
Well, I'll take that back. My first initial reaction was it was okay.
Well, Tom Alsop immediately waited, didn't he? Which he's entitled to do. And Jack Chantry is just calming everybody down. I think Ali Orr's got a bit to say in there at short extra cover. Contentious decision.
Alsop remains.
And in fact, Jack Chantry's going to have a word here. I think probably there's a little bit being said, and Ben Brown is just putting his palms of his hands down at short extra cover as if to say, come on, calm down.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult to read on the picture feed. I don't think we're really going to get a conclusive decision other than the umpires have made a decision. Organ Bowles left alone outside of the off stump. Yeah, I'm not sure a few in the Hampshire team are desperately disappointed. Don't know. Difficult difficult one. That from this distance is difficult.
Very difficult. Yeah.
That's fine. We'll just get on with it. There's Morgan Bowles. It's left alone again outside the off stump.
Well, it's I mean, Scott Curry clearly claimed the catch. I mean, there are occasions with those, aren't there, when you're not sure. I mean, you'd have had those in your career, Kevin, when you.
I don't know. I must admit, I'm in the camp that you know.
You know, okay.
Yeah. But I'm not saying that everybody is in that way. Allsop turns that away on the leg side for a single, moves on to 38, 99 for 3, 154 needed. Well, a moment of excitement in that over. I think maybe the situation is swaying one or two people's opinions, maybe even mine. But that's how tight things are here. And of course, from a Hampshire point of view, anything that looks like being a wicket, you're going to celebrate. And that's only natural in this situation.
I mean, from Tom Allsop's point of view, he's quite within his rights to wait. You know, it's the umpire's decision. I've just noticed Jack Chantry has just gone and had a word to Ben Brown. And it's sort of denoting from Jack's body language. It was, everyone just needs to calm down a bit. But it's, emotions are running high. It's an important game. That could prove an important moment. Potgieter comes into bowl to Tom Allsop bowls and also whips this one around the leg side, fielded at mid-on by Scott Curry, and there is no run.
And also, Jack Chantry played a lot of cricket for Worcestershire. He knows, in these tight situations, it's going to be, heightened emotions, and as long as everybody, as long as people aren't totally out of order, it's fine. It's a few minutes where people are letting off a bit of steam and. It's the situation, and it's fine. I'm absolutely no problem with that whatsoever.
Potgieter is in again. Bowls to Allsop, who defends, plays the ball off the offside. Is no run.
There might be another couple of contentious decisions yet as it gets even tighter. But as long as it's not totally out of order, it's fine.
There was one here last week actually, where again it was Tom Allsop who was caught in the slips, and he was caught in the slips, and the slip fielder took it and obviously said Tom Allsop mount. Tom Allsop walked straight off. I think he's a pretty straight guy, Tom. Potgieter is in, bowls to Allsop, who clips that one around the leg side. He's going to pick up at least one. Scott Curry is very quickly round from fine leg. And the applause around the ground is for the 100 up for Sussex. 101 for 3. Tom Allsop goes to 40. Runs required 152. Well, it's tense stuff. These two have added 33, 34. It's not a lot of runs. In the context of the match, it's a healthy enough partnership, but Sussex need quite a few more. Potgieter in again, bowls. Also again turns that one down, and they can only get the one on this occasion, I think, because very quickly in is Lehman from deep mid-wicket to field. One more to Allsop. He goes to 41, 102 for 3. How many overs we've got left today? 46.
Be a slow death one way or another. We get through those.
Yeah. So we've got another crumbs. We've got another 14 overs to go until tea. Mind you, that we haven't spin on quite a bit today, so perhaps I'll rattle through them as Potgieter is in bowls. Cole's up on his toes and plays defensively to mid-wicket, fielded by Orr, and there is no run.
He's not been his most fluent, James Coles, yet, has he?
No, he hasn't. I wonder if he's slightly caught betwixt and between. I mean, he'll know he played an indifferent shot to get out in the first innings. He won't want to do anything daft and get out. He'll know that the Sussex batting order is not as strong as it has been at other times this season. Big responsibility on him. Potgieter is in, bowls. Coles is solidly forward, plays to mid-wicket again. There is no run. Another over drifts by. 102 for 3. Coles on 20, Allsop on 41.
On a slightly different note, this email from Ian White, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Apologies if you have already mentioned this. We did actually, I'll come to that in a moment, but we did near the start of the game actually. But I understand that Dave Allen, who's Hampshire's former running archivist, who does quite a bit, or used to do quite a bit of commentary with us, and contributed for our coverage, that's right, has been in Southampton General Hospital recovering after an operation. That's also true. I'm sure the many admirers of his contributions wish him a quick recovery and look forward to hearing him again before long. Yes, he went in for an operation and I think it was on his spine or on his back, and he last I heard he's flat out. It's all gone slightly wrong. Start of a new over. It's pushed out quietly on the onside by Tom Alsop, who's frustrating his former county here at the moment, playing rather well at the same time. Eddie Jack's doing some exercises in front of us, literally a few yards in front of us at deep mid-off. As Organ bowls. Now he comes down the wicket, hits it to Jack. And Alsop moves on to 42, 103 for 3. Yes, and we did mention it. And Dave Allen's quite happy, actually, to let people know, or for people to pass on the fact that he is in some discomfort, but hopefully everything will turn out okay. We send him our best.
Yeah, certainly do, Dave. All the best.
Eddie Jack, I'm not sure this is doing much for his recovery, if I'm honest. 104 for 3, 149 needed, and this is somebody I recognise from messages of recent past. Catherine Doig, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It's Eddie Jack's auntie here, Dr. Kate. That's right, yeah. She always introduces herself like that. It's cut away by Alsop out to Lehman at deep point. 105 for 3. We had just switched on at the start of Eddie's afternoon bowling session in time to see a great full-length delivery. LBW, that's right, that was Daniel Hughes. And as I whooped, I also clapped really hard, forgetting that I had shut my thumb in the car door.
Ouch.
After church this morning. Oh dear. That's a sweep shot there from Coles. Goes out to deep mid-wicket for a single. He moves on to 23, 107 for 3. It had been improving a little, although still black and blue and swollen, but the exuberant clapping really hurt. And in his very next over, I did the same again with his next wicket. I shall have words with him later. Well, he's looking forward to that, especially if he helps win the game, as that's pushed out to point, and that's the end of the over. Organ has completed 7 overs, done for 23, and Sussex require another 147. Reminding them that if he plays too well, I might worsen my injury. Well, I'll be honest with you, at the risk of you being in more pain, Dr. Kate, I really do hope he picks up a few more wickets. Seriously, though, Hampshire seem to be gaining the upper hand at the moment, and it's very exciting. Still a long way to go. Keep up the brilliant work, chaps, says Dr. Kate.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kate. And actually, your improvement may come to a shuddering halt, because I think Eddie Jack's about to bowl. Actually, if you it's shutting your thumb in. That's the sort of thing you do generally as a child, and but obviously, then you lose the nail as well. The nail will go black, and it will take months to grow out.
Very nice.
No,
I would suggest if there's a pair of boxing gloves handy, put them on now.
He's coming on to bowl.
Will be fine.
Actually, on the subject of health as well, just to shout out to Tim Burgess again, who's a very popular member here at Sussex, who I understand was recently taken ill whilst down in Cornwall on holiday. I think Tim is back home, but he's got many, many friends here at Hove, and I hope, Tim, that you are recovering well, and we're thinking about you, and all the very best for your recovery, both to you and Dave, who I've come across on many occasions down at the in Southampton. Is it me? Yes. Eddie Jack in over the wicket bowls. Coles defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. No reason for Dr. Kate to injure her hand any further on that delivery. Whew. It's like that, isn't it? You just wouldn't want to call this Sussex needing 147. 7 wickets in hand. Longish tail. We've still got the Abbott factor, who's going to reappear at some stage throughout the afternoon. I'm sure about that. In comes Jack over the wicket bowls. Coles has a bit of a yahoo at that outside the off stump. And Eddie Jack just stands there, hands on hips, and he's giving James Coles a stare. A long stare.
Bizarre shot.
Yeah, that's similar to the shot he played. I just... in the first innings when he got caught in the... I just wonder whether this is the pressure of the run chase, of being tied down a little, not quite timing the ball as he can do, and when almost a half volley comes along, you think, right, that's going to go.
Did keep a bit low, though.
It did.
He's playing outside of the line. I suppose it did come back a fraction, but didn't really seem to be in a good position.
Jack again comes in and bowls to Coles, who he plays the ball sort of ricochets towards his stumps, and James Coles just had to adjust quickly. I mean, in fairness, I think both Coles and Allsop, the last thing they want to do here is just be bowled at and just, maiden after maiden, the odd run here. They've got to try and to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Time isn't an issue, but I think the more the runs required ticks down, the more pressure that puts pressure back on the other way to Hampshire. It's not an easy equation to balance. Jack, in his 10th over, in and bowls. Short pulled away by James Coles. It's just a single out to the deep square leg boundary. Coles goes to 21, 107 for 3. This partnership is worth 40 between these two.
Valuable.
But wickets have gone in little clusters. I mean, Sussex was 67 for 1, and you think, yep, the pendulum has swung the way of Sussex. Then next minute, they're 67 for 3. It's just been that sort of a game. I suppose you hear a pin drop here at Hove, actually. And we've got the RFX microphone. Turned up really quite loud. Allsop waits. Jack has got 2 men back on the leg side as he runs in down the hill, round the wicket bowls. Allsop is back right in behind this, plays into the offside. Tom Allsop, 43 of 125 deliveries. Came in when Tom Haynes was out, and the score was on just 9. He's doing a good job for his county, is the former Hampshire man. Jack again. Round the wicket, bowls short, sort of ducks underneath, a short delivery. The ball whistles into the gloves of Ben Brown, and there is no run. End of the over, 107 for 3. Coles 23, Allsop 43. Sussex needing 146 to win. Leicestershire need 1 more wicket to win their first county championship match in Division 1 for 23 years, because Yorkshire are 200 for 9, still trailing Leicestershire by 68. And I hope they do it. That's nothing against Yorkshire. I'd love Leicestershire to win a game.
Well, that will mean that Hampshire will be sent to the bottom of the table.
And I don't mean that because of that, only because I just, they've had some rotten times, Leicestershire. You're not a fan of Leicestershire?
Am I giving that away? No, no, not at all. No, I don't think. No, I'm just thinking from a
Hampshire point of view.
They go bottom of the table, which means then, unless they win here, they will go into the break bottom of the table. Which, it just as each game gets ticked off, it gets harder and harder to get out of the zone. Organ to start a new over. The 44th of this Sussex second innings is bowling to Coles. That's an easy turn away on the leg side for a single, 108 for 3. That previous Eddie Jack over went for 1 run. He took over from Pot Gita, whose spell after lunch was 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. Hampshire just need to continue to keep it tight whilst there is a break in the wickets column. As comes round the wicket to Allsop, plods forward. Just that one moment for Tom Allsop on 37, where he cut the ball away to backward a point initially. For me, anyway, thought it was caught. It was judged by the umpires not to have carried. Allsop stayed there, comes down the wicket, doesn't quite get to the bounce, has to turn it away on the leg side. No run. We have 11 overs after this till tea.
So this could go to tomorrow.
Well, and I think I can safely say it now. I'm glad I didn't check out my hotel. He's caught a slip! The net has carried! And they celebrate. Look at Felix Organ, jumps in the air. And Allsop does have to go this time. He goes for 43, and that is the 4th wicket. It's a very, very good 43. And again, just when you think that the batting settles down, so a wicket comes. That'll be Toby Albert that's taken that catch. Just reached the fingertips Wow, 108 for 4.
Well, Tom also gets a good round of applause as he makes his way off, but it's another big blow for Sussex. 43 and 129 balls. 2 boundaries for Tom Alsop. Good catch by Toby Albert. And again, your pendulum, which was perhaps coming back to 50-50, edges the way towards the visitors. John Simpson makes his way out to join James Coles. And
look, whichever way this game goes, it is the way it goes. But I just think as a spectacle and as a day's play, wickets from time to time just keeps that suspense going right the way through to whenever the end comes.
Well, it's exciting stuff. Just to say, down in Cardiff, keeping abreast of matters in other games, Rory Burns is out. Another victim of the young Glamorgan seamer, Tom Norton, who's picked up 7 wickets in that match. And Surrey now 254 for 7. And one of the sides fancied for the county championship looks like they're going to get beaten in Cardiff. So, John Simpson, the new man in.
Another experienced campaigner. He'll be another one who I'm sure in this situation will sell his wicket dearly. Perhaps gave it away a little bit in the first innings, driving at one that wasn't quite there. It was definitely conditions where you had to be very particular in what balls you drove at. I think he'll be a little bit more picky here. Be very surprised if he does anything different. You want experienced players coming out in these situations.
Well, Sussex behind Simpson have got Tom Price, Jack Carson, and then with due respect a lengthy 9, 10, 11.
Organ then, another left-hander in Simpson who plays that into the ground, fielded at silly point, and that silly point is, well, he's more a silly mid-off, is Ali Orr.
I think Sussex need to be positive here. Need to try and take the game to Hampshire if they can. Easier said than done.
Organ in again and bowls, and that's outside of the off stump. I'm going to try and look at that wicket again actually, because in my excitement I didn't really look properly because I just saw the ball go in the air and thought I hope that carries, and it did. End of the over for Felix Organ, well bowled to him. Just watching it, I did turn. Just watching the replay there. Alsop's done nothing wrong. It's pitched exactly right. It draws him into the forward defensive. On the angle, it's pitched and straightened more than anything, but it's just caught the outside edge. He couldn't have placed it any better, Felix Organ.
Strains of Hampshire from the Hampshire supporters inside the ground.
I haven't seen that too often in the championship this year.
Well, a few folk have made their way along the south coast. Now, it is going to be Eddie Jack who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. Departure James Coles, 24 not out. He's in and bowls. Coles defends into the offside, and there is no run. Jack follows. These two would know each other from Lions duty, I guess, wouldn't they? He's been around the England Lions.
Played a lot of Lions, yeah. Eddie Jack.
Coles does a little bit of gardening. 108 for 4, 145 needed to win. Just feels, I've said it all day, it just feels like a lot of runs. Somehow Sussex need to just push the initiative back onto themselves, and Jack in bowls. Coles clips that one away through backward square leg, picks up a single. 109 for 4. Runs required 144. Brings John Simpson on to strike. Oh, what Sussex would give for a vintage bit of Simpson here. He's scored so many runs since he's been down here, but this is as pressurised situation as he's probably found himself in down here. Does a little knees bend. And just takes stock of the field, and he'll see that there's 2 slips, 3 men saving one on the offside. 2 saving one on the leg side and 2 back on the leg side as in comes Jack Bowles. That's a short delivery and it's gone all the way overhead of Ben Brown. And they've given us 4 wides. All runs gratefully received here by Sussex. 109 for 4.
Well, Eddie Jack, in an effort to make sure that it got high enough, just overdid it.
And the ball rattled into the advertising hoardings. Ben Brown claps his gloves together. He's not the tallest, is Ben, but I think you needed a step ladder to get to that one. So Sussex pick up a boundary. Jack is on his way again around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who's forward and plays to mid-on. There is no run. Still, from what I can see, no Kyle Abbott on the field, and that is the sort of the spectre that will be. Was aim at mid-off. I can see Scott Curry's on. No, maybe that's Andrew Neil at mid-off.
I think he is at middle.
Is he? Okay.
I think he is.
Jack
Or maybe not.
around the wicket. Bowls. Simpson drives firmly through the covers. Or not through extra cover. Picks up a single. So Simpson is on his way. 115 for 4. 138 needed to win. Simpson on 1. Cole's on 25.
No, he is at middle.
Is it right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you'd have thought that at some stage, possibly before tea, you may get 2 or 3 overs of Kyle Abbott. Jack down the hill. Bowles. Coles drives sweetly. Good bit of fielding off his own bowling. Didn't quite time that, James Coles. Fielded off his own bowling athletically by Jack, and there is no run. Actually, thinking about the match in general, no one's really timed the ball consistently well.
It's not been that sort of
Has
wicket,
it?
has it? No, it's been a little, unpredictable, the wicket, isn't it, really?
Quite difficult to. Whereas last week, every ball that James Coles hit seemed to sort of sail away for 6 or 4. This is different, but this is different pressure. As Jack is in again, bowls. Coles and caught behind. The wicket goes down. It's a full shot from James Coles. He can't believe he's played the shot, but he has to drag himself away. And the pendulum that was inching towards Hampshire has now swung dramatically in favour of the hosts. James Coles goes. He's been tied down. He hasn't been able to play his natural game at all. He's gone for 25. Eddie Jack picks up his 3rd wicket, which won't do any good at all for Dr. Kate's thumb on her hand. And it is 115 for 5. And Hampshire are very much in the ascendancy.
Well, this has been Eddie Jack's session, isn't it, as far as Hampshire are concerned? He's picked up 3 of the 4 wickets that have fallen, all big wickets as well. Hughes, Leaning, and now Coles. And that's going back to what I'm saying about being unpredictable and players not timing the ball, because, the bounce has been a little unpredictable. That's bounced. He's cutting away. He's not quite sure at what height that's coming. So he's gone for it anyway, and it's bounced a little more. It's caught the top edge. And that's why batting has been difficult, and especially playing across the line. I know it's short and wide, but you're never quite sure at what height. It's not short enough to really know, but he's gone for it anyway.
So, James Coles goes. He drags himself up the steps of the pavilion, and, well,
That's a big wicket.
it's a huge wicket.
That's big.
Allsop, and we were saying that wickets have fallen in little clusters
Haven't they?
throughout the match, but from 67 for 1, Sussex 115 for 5. There was 138. And I just wonder whether there is a case here for someone really coming in and trying to take this by the scruff. I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy to time the ball, but I think somehow Sussex have to put some pressure back on Hampshire here.
I agree. It's whether you've got... I'm trying to think of the right word. There was a word I was going to use that I'd have used out in the middle. I was not going to use it on commentary. To actually go for it.
Yes.
But actually run the risk of getting out.
Yeah.
And actually contributing to your team's downfall. It's a tough one. Forward is Simpson to a new over from Felix Organ. We have 9 overs to go until tea. This is exciting. At the moment, the day's living up to everything that we thought it would do. Sussex need another 138. There is 5 more wickets. Little sweep shot. It's in the air, but safe as it goes away to fine leg. It'll be just a single. Simpson moves on to 2. Gosh, a lot rests on his shoulders.
Well, it does, and I think that I know the word that you wouldn't use on live radio, but I think I completely agree with you. I just think you may contribute to the side's defeat, but I think if Sussex just push and prod here, I don't think they're going to get over the line. I think it needs someone to come in and really think, oh, I'm going to take the game to Hampshire here.
Yeah, and that's come about because Hampshire have bowled as a team.
Yes, they have the ball.
And that's exactly what they needed to do, and they're doing it. They're not allowing Sussex to get away from them. On the back foot there, Price. Don't mistake this guy for being anything other than a decent batter. He averages over 50 in this year's
he's done very well.
Championship competition. This is his 5th match. He can certainly play. On 16 for 5. There's Hawkins in again. He's got a short leg. He's got a slip. Price gets one that goes down the leg side. That might just have turned a fraction, actually. Not sure he's missed the leg stump by too much. He's come across that a bit. Good take from Ben Brown. I'd love to see that again. Again, it's quite difficult with the wicket cut well to the left. It'd be ideal if the wicket was cut right on the end of the square to the right. We'd be helping the umpires out. Yeah, it did turn, actually. Yeah, looking at it again. It's turned away on the leg side as cause of catch it. I think Ali Orr would have taken the catch of the season there if he'd got that one at short leg. Yeah, it did turn. The one before from Felix Organ. That's encouraging. Got the one to straighten and turn a little bit on Tom Alsop in this spell. He was caught at first slip. Price got well outside off stump for that one. He's bowling at Simpson this time, who's forward, goes out to point. And that's another good over. Felix Organ conceded 2 runs, 9 overs, 1 for 26. As I say, there's 1 or 2 bowlers in this Hampshire attack that can leak runs, but they have really come to the party here and have done their bit as well. Fantastic stuff. It's contributing to a mightily fine, exciting, tense 3rd day.
It has, but I do think the balance has very much shifted towards the visitors here.
Yeah, I mean, 4 wickets in this session's
Yeah.
not ideal, is it?
117 for 5. Sussex have lost. Well, Sussex have added what, 50 in this session, haven't they? Is that right? Yeah,
64 for 1 at lunch.
Yeah. Well, at one stage they were 67 for 1. So it needs someone to play beginnings. We did, we've said all the way through. It needs someone's got to score 60 or 70 for Sussex. 36 from Hughes, 43 from Alsop, 25 from Coles. As in comes Jack down the hill, bowls, Price, shoulders, arms. Lets that go through to Brown. There is no run.
I tell you, what a time for Eddie Jack, because in the 3 games that he played at the start of the season, he never took more than 1 wicket in an innings. What a time to take 3.
Yeah.
With the potential to take more. Sorry, I'm beefing Hampshire up too much, aren't I, really? Probably not fair.
It's
I just know how I would think if I was, out there. I'd be thinking of all the positive things. I'd be trying to think of everything from that side of the fence.
Jack in, bowls down the leg side. Cry of catch it, taken by Ben Brown, he's been excellent behind the stumps, Ben Brown. He didn't contribute with the bat. In fact, he bagged a pair on his return to Hove. But he's used his bowlers wisely. He's keeping Abbott up his sleeve. I mean, I just wonder whether we might get a... What do you think? I mean, 8 overs to go until tea after this. I mean, Jack is picking up wickets.
I think what's been really good is that whilst Kyle Abbott's only taken 1 wicket, others have stood up and at exactly the right time.
Jack in, bowls to Price, but Price lets that go through outside the off stump. I don't think that was far away from the off stump, judging by Ben Brown's reaction. But there is no run. Tom Price wanders away to square leg.
Yeah, that's the pleasing bit about it. You're not thinking, let's get Abbott on again. Actually, it doesn't really matter that Abbott's not on at the moment, and that's the first time we said that for a long time. It nipped back. It was quite wide, actually, but it did nip back.
In comes Jack, bowls. balls, and he's met by a full forward defensive by Tom Price, who plays from the crease to mid-off, no run.
Eddie Jack is so confident here. I can just tell.
Yeah, 3 for 36. Tom Price looks at his bat. Well, it's not all up, Sussex supporters, yet. You know, Price and Simpson can eke out a few runs here. Still, the Jack Carson to come, who's always up for a fight. I just worry about the depth of the Sussex batting in this game.
This is nowhere near over yet.
Jack in again, bowls. Jack thinks he's got another wicket, and he's given, and Tom Price is given. He's caught low down the leg side by Ben Brown, who's picked up another catch, and Eddie Jack has picked up another wicket. Tom Price has gone for just a single, and the momentum has shifted totally in favour of the visiting side. Tom Price is gone, caught down the leg side by Ben Brown. It's 117 for 6. And it's an awful long way back from Sussex here. And Eddie Jack has suddenly taken 4 for 36. It's a wonderful spell he's bowled down the hill. And there's a hush around Hove as Tom Price makes his way off.
Well, I'll be honest with you, for the first time today, I'm actually starting to believe that Hampshire might just pull this off. I think it's taken till that moment. Still a big wicket for John Simpson yet to go. He'll have a say, I'm sure, in this final outcome, but I think that's a blow. That's a real blow for Sussex. Every time a wicket goes down, there's a blow, but I think having just lost Coles and not long before that Allsop as well, there's 3 big blows.
Well, Sussex have lost 5 for 50 since Daniel Hughes was out. Jack Carson comes in now. If there's anyone who's going to grit and fight and battle and will sell his wicket, I'm not saying the others don't sell their wicket dear, but you know, Jack Carson is a real scrapper. But it's going to need some scrapping now.
Listen to that.
Yeah.
Hampshire contingent.
Yeah, there's a good few Hampshire supporters here.
That pub will be overflowing tonight.
But Eddie Jack has, well, look at those figures, 4 for 36.
Terrific.
What can Sussex do? Is there a twist, or is this game irreparably going the way of the visitors? Let's say Jack Carson will fight away, but as I say, it's a long tail for Sussex in this game, and I think it's on these two. These two have got to get Sussex somewhere close. In comes Eddie Jack down the hill, bowls to Jack Carson, and Carson plays this firmly to backward point, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. Eddie Jack gets a warm round of applause. 117 for 6. Sussex need 136 to win. Simpson and Carson have a natter in the middle of the pitch. Well, what does Sussex do here? Do they, just push the 1s and 2s, or does one of these two say, do you know what, with 6 down, someone's going to try and take the attack to Hampshire?
It's a difficult one.
It's very
difficult.
difficult.
The situation dictates, can you be reckless?
Yeah.
And if you are getting out, having a go, I'm not sure that people around the ground will take too much to that. It's a difficult one. I think Sussex had to hope that Hampshire had periods where they weren't on top, or they weren't. Even if they weren't on top, they would leak in a few runs, and they threatened to once or twice, but they've always dragged it back. And for virtually the whole of this afternoon session, they've always had the run rate under their, under control. Forward is Simpson to Organ. I've just looked up Eddie Jack, and he's only playing his 13th first-class match, but it's the first time he's taken 4 wickets for Hampshire. Previous best of 3 for 63, so this is a Hampshire best. And in fact, if you include the England Lions, who's the only other first-class team he's played for, as Simpson pushes forward, Eddie Jack's figures currently of 4 for 36 is his best first-class figures. Currently. What a time to produce that. Here's Organ around the wicket, flighted. Simpson drives a hint of a leading edge as the ball makes its way up to mid-on. Kyle Abbott is there. Probably can't believe his luck that he's being helped out on the wicket front here.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking, I've had a longer rest than I expected. Has had the one spell this afternoon of 6 overs. Straight after lunch, Simpson just prods forward at a ball that maybe he might have thought about having a drive in a different situation, but here Sussex need him. 136 are needed. We've got 7 overs to go until tea after this over. There's Organ bowls. It's good length, and Simpson just quietly plays that away again on the offside. I tell you what, the over rate's good. And what are we about? 10 minutes from tea, and we'll probably be down to about 36 overs then. Yeah, so we're not too much over time here. Even with the situation being as tense as it is, as Organ bowls, that's cut away, but he finds the fielder at backward of point. End of the over, Felix Organ. That's a maiden. 10 overs, 1 for 26. Again, it's just ideal. No runs scored off it. There might not be a wicket, but the score remains at 117 for 6.
Well, since lunch, there have been 27 overs, and Sussex have lost 5 for 50. So it's been a terrific spell for Hampshire. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2. Adrian Harms and Kevin James here on a beautiful day on the south coast. And it looks very much at the moment as if Hampshire are heading towards their second county championship win of the season. Sussex set 253 to win, have slumped to 117 for 6 in the face of an excellent spell by Eddie Jack, who's taken 4 for 36 bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Sussex have lost 5 for 50 since lunch, as here comes Jack again running down the hill to bowl to Jack Carson. The ball goes through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. And it's been a spell, because in his first spell of bowling, Kevin, he bowled up the hill and 1 over from Daniel Hughes before lunch. He went for 3 fours. He was a bit expensive, but he's bowling really well here. 2 slips and a gully. There's a third man. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square leg and a fine leg. Big crowd here at Hove. Free attendance on Father's Day. And it's been compelling viewing as in comes Jack and bowls, and Carson again lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
He's bowled 2 spells since lunch. His first spell, where he got rid of Hughes and Leaning, was 5 overs, 2 for 9. This second spell is 3.2 overs, 2 for 8.
Well, yeah, well, it's turned the game on its head. As Jack wheels round at the far end of the ground, comes in, bowls. Carson's hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. So the story of the day, Hampshire bowled out for 220 in their second innings. Eddie Jack, the last man, out for 24, giving Jack Carson his 3rd wicket of the innings. Also 3 wickets for J. Devon Dudcat and Tom Price. Sussex needing 253 to record their 5th win of the season. Got off to the worst possible start. Tom Haynes out for a duck. But then a good partnership between Daniel Hughes and Tom Alsop worth 58. In comes Jack over the wicket, bowls. Carson defends solidly and stoutly down the onside of the track. There is no run. Looked to be put Sussex in the driving seat. But since then, wickets have fallen regularly. Hughes for 36, Alsop 43. Jack Leaning's poor run of form continued. He was out for a duck. James Coles for 25, and the last wicket to go, Tom Price for just a single. 117 for 6. Sussex still needing 136. Hampshire just those 4 wickets. As the 2 slips and a gully go down, Jack is in and bowls, and Carson is again wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball dribbles out in the offside, and there is no run. And one of the problems for Sussex since lunch has been they just haven't been able to score runs at any sort of a speed to put pressure back on this Hampshire attack. They've added 50 runs in the 28 overs since lunch. And they've rather been bowled at by Hampshire.
It's a situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hampshire have risen to it better than Sussex.
Just reading a press release here that Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson just break off for a minute as in comes Jack and bowls. Carson lets that go through to Ben Brown. It's another maiden over, which either exemplifies what we were saying about the way that Hampshire are bowled here since the break, 117 for 6. Simpson on 2, Carson on not. Just to say, yeah, Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson included in England's squad for the Test match coming up at Trent Bridge, which starts on Thursday. And if you missed it earlier on today, England were rather thumped. The squad is Stokes, Rian Ahmed, Jofra Archer, Gus Atkinson, Shoaib Bashir, Jacob Bethel, Harry Brook, Jordan Cox, Ben Duckett, Matthew Fisher, Emilio Gay, Ollie Robinson, Joe Root, Jamie Smith and Josh Tongue. So looks like Henry Croker will be back on Sussex duty next week, as will Sonny Baker for Hampshire by the looks of it.
Well, it's T20 now, isn't it?
But yeah, does he not play T20?
He has done.
Right.
I'm not sure. I think he might have played a game earlier on in the season, actually. I need to check that one as we wait for Felix Organ to start a new over. We have 6 overs and tall tea. I don't want this session to end. Here comes Organ, bowling to the left-hander Simpson, who's on the back foot, cracks that away, but there is a sweeper. Jake Lehman out in the deep. And Simpson moves on to 3. 118 for 6, another 135 needed. So on that point, Sonny Baker has not played in the T20 this year, actually. He did play some last year, I remember. Email here from Greg Thornett, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Enjoying the commentary was biting my nails. I think it's better for Hampshire if Leicestershire win. Funny enough, one of the coaching staff said that to me this morning. I was saying, Leicestershire win, they could, and you don't, Leicestershire could go above you, which would happen, assuming Hampshire might win here. But it'll be as was. But as Greg points out, as forward is Carson, nicely played out to mid-off for a single. He's off the mark, 119 for 6, 134 needed. As Greg points out, if we win as well, which is Hampshire, we bunch up with Yorkshire, rather than Yorkshire opening up a bit of a gap. And as I say, that was exactly what was put to me this morning when I spoke to one or two of the coaching staff out in the middle, looking at the wicket, which had a few indentations in.
And indeed, Leicestershire have won.
Oh, there we are. Length ball to Simpson, who prods forward. Dr. Kate, who's Eddie Jack's auntie, who's the most excited auntie in the world right now, who told us earlier that she caught her finger in the car door or something, and was clapping Eddie Jack's wickets and making the injury worse. He only had 2 wickets at that stage. He's now got 4, as that's driven back to Organ, no runs. He's come back to us on emails and said, I remember not to clap. Well done, Eddie and Hampshire. Thumb injury, no worse currently. Oh, hang on, she's come back again. She said, I didn't remember not to clap that 4th wicket. Thumb really sore now. If he gets a 5-fer, the pain will be worth it. Attempted sweep, which ricochets off the arm of Ben Brown. They may go look for 2 here as the ball goes up the hill. What's it? I imagine that's 2 byes. Jack Santry signals byes accordingly. And Sussex move on to 121 for 6. Need another 132.
You were saying about Ben Brown looking like he was dirty, or his kit was dirty, I should say, a bit earlier on today.
Nice email from Michael Alexander here, who's in North London, who emailed a little earlier. That's a quiet defensive shot from Simpson. It's almost as if to say, well, I'm happy with the couple of runs that came off that over. He's on 3, 1 to Carson, 121 for 6. Sure, we'll get another over from Eddie Jack, surely. Michael says, have to say how enjoyable this match commentary has been. What a lovely email. Oh. There is no doubting your passion for your counties, but the measured manner you've gone about it is a credit to your profession. I need to escalate this email upwards.
Yes. Can you send that to the Director General?
Yes, I will. Matt Britton. Matt Britton, isn't it? The ex-Google guy.
Yeah.
I've only seen 2 emails for him, and they've both been about cuts. I'm not sure I'm on his side at the moment. It hasn't won me over yet. Anyway, Adrian is fantastic. Oh, I need to send this on to you. Eking out as much as possible the pros' views, and thank you, Kev, for your insights. And of course, all the historical North London stuff. That's right, we were talking about the Michael Sobel Centre earlier. Not withstanding your habitual modesty. Thank you. Can't get to much live cricket, so thank you both very much. Thank you. That's really nice. Yeah. Oh, now Eddie Jack's off.
Yes, Andrew Neil is coming into the attack. We've got 5 overs to go until tea. 121 for 6. Sussex needing 132 more to win. Yeah, Ian in Findon, in a hot Findon. I didn't realise quite how hot it is outside, actually. We went out for lunch and we suddenly thought, yeah, it is hot. Neil is in bowls. Carson stretches forward, plays his short extra no one. He says, I know why Brown has black marks on his trousers. He seems very sweating that he habitually rubs his black gloves on his flannels. And that's perhaps why Ben's kit looks a little muckier than others. Thank you, Ian. Neil in bowl. Short. Carson plays that one away through the covers and picks up a single. Carson goes to 2, 122 for 6.
Yeah, just to repeat, Eddie Jack's second spell figures down the hill: 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8. That's Abbott-esque, that, isn't it? It's like having Abbott again.
Yes,
It's like having 2 Abbotts.
Oh, just look at the county championship table. There's a slight delay as the field resets for John Simpson, which is looking quite interesting with that win for Leicestershire. In comes Neil, bowls to Simpson. Sorry, I forgot he was bowling for a minute. That was poor, wasn't it? Played down the track by Simpson, no run. Yes, Leicestershire currently up to 9th in the table. That would change with a Hampshire win. Neil in bowls. Simpson defends that into the offside. Ben Brown is enthusiastically running behind the stumps, no run. So if Glamorgan beats Surrey, Surrey could find themselves, I reckon, 3rd bottom, potentially, of the championship. And they are in trouble, Surrey, down in Cardiff. Neil bowls. Forward comes Simpson. Dabs into the offside. They're thinking about a single, but it wasn't there. And John Simpson sending Jack Carson back. There is no run.
So it's 16 for a win. So Leicestershire now move on to what, 72?
72, and they are 19 points ahead of Hampshire. Down the leg side, taken by Brown. No run. I'm not sure.
No. At the moment, Hampshire and Leicestershire, well, before Leicestershire's win, they both had the same points at 56. That's the live table. So those 16 points puts Leicestershire on 72.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So Hampshire currently have 56 and will stay on 56 if they don't win.
Yes.
Yorkshire are on 89. Surrey 91.
Yes, so if Hampshire win, they would be on 72 points, but they're the same as Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Glamorgan look like they could win, but Surrey and Yorkshire, Yorkshire's got 89 and they've now played 8.
But both Hampshire and Leicester within 17 points of Yorkshire, whereas at the moment, when you look at the table before today's Leicester win, then there's a big gap. Right, Organ, to start over number 12. 1 for 28, kept it very, very tight, as have just about all the Hampshire bowlers here. They needed to, and they've stood up and been counted so far as Organ bowls, and off the back foot, Carlson works that down to deep mid-on, where Neil fields, and it's 123 for 6. Sussex in their second innings. From here, they need another 130. A really good crowd here for the 3rd day of a championship game. I have to say, I think I've seen worse T20 crowds here.
That's a really
if I'm honest. Here's Organ flighted, and Simpson finds the gap on the offside for a single, moves on to 4, and it's like everything's come together, really, hasn't it? Really, it's Hampshire, and we do know a few people have travelled along the coast, a few by train, I guess 1 or 2 others by car. We're on the coast. It's hot. It's a Sunday. It's Father's Day, and it all seems. And this was always going to be a good day, no matter what. And everything has just come all nicely aligned as Carson has pushed forward out on the offside, because there are a lot of families here.
Yes, and I think there was always likely to be a result here, one way or t'other. So it's but it's great to see so many people here. So well done, Sussex. It was a free initiative today, and people have taken advantage of it.
It's a great atmosphere, and you can feel the crowd are really absorbed in. It's in the air, caught short leg. Second wicket to Felix Organ. I think it's running back towards the pavilion. He must have left something there. He's gone miles away. And Carson has gone for 3, and Sussex are 7 down at 124. Good catch, Ali Orr.
Was a good catch, and I wonder whether it's not going to be tea yet, because we don't go to tea till 32 overs. But another hammer blow for Sussex. Jack Carson is gone. And, well, I did say at the beginning of the day that Sussex have got a longer tail in this match than they have in previous matches this season. But it would be something of a miracle, I think, if Sussex can win from here. Wicket goes down. Jack Carson has gone for 3. 124 for 7 are Sussex. So 6 wickets have fallen in the session. And Hampshire can smell the second win of the season. It's very quiet at Hove as Dom Goodman makes his way out to bat.
Well, I'll tell you what, one or two of the Hampshire fielders needed to catch the bus to get to Felix Organ to congratulate him on that wicket. That's a couple of wickets for Organ, who's enjoyed both of them, I think.
Well, he went.
He went miles away.
He did. He went herring towards the.
He reminded me of Imran Tahir, the former Hampshire leg spinner who played for a few counties in the end. And he's still playing. He's still playing for the Guyana Amazon Warriors in the Global Super League and I guess in the CPL as well. And he is still at about 40-odd years of age, celebrating every wicket like it's his first of his career. And he runs miles still. And you think, hang on a minute, I'm not sure you've got the legs anymore to do that. But he somehow finds the energy. He's still loving taking a wicket and takes the adulation of the crowd just as much as he's ever done. And that reminds me of that.
Well, he did suddenly go sprinting off towards the. What can Dom Goodman do? Is there a sting in the tail? Can Sussex somehow salvage it from here?
Oh, he's caught behind! He's on a hat-trick, Felix Organ! Now, is he going as far? Not quite as far. He's gone to about point. Goodman goes first ball, 124 for 8. And this is turning into a little bit of a disastrous session here for the home side.
Yes, it is. Dom Goodman goes. And, well, there's a stunned silence around Hove because at lunch, I think there was optimism that I always felt it was a lot of runs on a wicket that's doing a bit, and with one or two of the middle order in Sussex donning the greatest nick, it was always going to be a tough run chase for me. But I think Sussex will be disappointed with the way that this is. Well, they will be disappointed. Sean Hunt comes wandering out. But you have to hand it to Hampshire. Felix Organ is now on a hat-trick. Ben Brown snaffling the catch. Dom Goodman goes. And Sussex are 8 down. Hampshire within 2 wickets of claiming their second win of the season. And the 19 points that go with it. As Sean Hunt comes out, and I just wonder whether Ben Brown will get every. Yeah, I reckon there's going to be a load of helmets will come out here because I reckon Ben Brown's going to put everybody around the bat here.
Yeah.
See, so we better let you do this, Kev.
Thank you. Well, there hasn't been a hat-trick for Hampshire since Kyle Abbott, against Gloucestershire and at Cheltenham back in 2022. Could this be the next one? Wow.
Well, I think we are going to have a delay here because I think there's going to be a series of helmets brought out. I would imagine that, well, certainly one is being brought out, being thrown down the pavilion steps. And Felix Organ has picked up 2 in 2. So since lunch, Kevin, it was 67 for 2. So 33 plus 24. What's that? 57. Sussex have lost 7 for 57, I reckon, since lunch. Is that right?
Well, I'll double check this in a minute, but I think you're about there. And I have to say, to your credit, you always said, and you maintained it consistently, that you thought it was too many. I always thought 250 was an absolute bare minimum, to say the least. But this session I don't think anybody could have seen this. It is the best batting conditions of the day, but the wicket has always offered the bowlers something. Here we go then, hat-trick ball. Felix Organ comes in and bowls, and he's forward, and he gets a bat on it. Does Sean Hunt, and Felix Organ got excited there because he did land the ball in the right areas, gave himself a chance, but Hunt played that well. Gets a warm round of applause from this good crowd here at Hove. And Organ has certainly played his part here with 3 for 30 from 12.
The Sussex have lost since lunch 7 for 60 in 31 overs.
I mean, that's more like what we saw yesterday, isn't it? With conditions that really were favouring the bowlers.
Yeah. I think we have to say that although Abbott hasn't picked up as many wickets in this innings, he sort of led the attack. I think Ben Brown has juggled the bowlers around, and I mean, it's easy to say from here. I just wonder whether Sussex was sort of rather bowled at. But in comes Neil to bowl to Simpson, who's getting down the track and drives to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Does Simpson have a licence now, do you think?
I think he does. I think he absolutely does.
I think in that situation,
129 to win. I think there's no point prodding and poking around here. I think you might as well just go for broke. Neil in bowls to Simpson, who does defend into the offside. There is no run. Sean Hunt does have a first-class 50 to his name, but against this attack. It's very testing. Neil again, Simpson down the track, plays the ball down the onside, no run.
I just think there hasn't been too many times this year where Hampshire have bowled well as a team. But actually, when they've really, really needed to here, they have.
Could be a turning point in their season.
Well, early days.
In comes Neil bowl. Simpson drives into the offside and takes a single. Does John Simpson? He goes to 5. Sussex to 125 for 8. And Sussex still need another 128, so they're not halfway there yet. Well, Sean Hunt goes down the wicket as a word to John Simpson. Slip and a silly mid-off are the close fielders. As comes Neil round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Hunt, plays on the bounce to Alior, who's under the helmet in there at silly mid-off. And there is no run. Neil again, 2 more overs after this until tea. In and bowls, Hunt drives firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. Neil has bowled 6 overs, no mains, 0 for 16. I guess actually, if another wicket falls now, we will have a delayed tea.
We will. We will.
So elsewhere, just very briefly, Surrey now lead Glamorgan actually. Surrey 282 for 6 down at Cardiff. Ollie Pope has made 71, not out. Essex 181 for 8, still trailing Notts by 92. So the leaders before this round of matches are going to get beaten, and unless some miracle happens here, and I suspect the same is true here, unless suddenly this game dramatically turns on its head.
You know, I'm really pleased whatever happens from now on. I'm really pleased for Felix Organ because he's been thrust into the main spinner's role. That interview I did with him last night, second half of the interview on the Hampshire Cricket website, goes into that, and he talks about that, and he's always played as a second spinner, of course, when he gets included, and he does say it's a different mindset now with him being relied upon as the main spinner. Stepped up today, cut away by Simpson, it's half fielded at point, but fortunately Lehman's out there sweeping away. 126 for Simpson out there, wasn't it? Yeah, and Lehman sweeping, that's right. 126 for 8. 127 needed. Grant Lumsden has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I was wondering who is the next overseas player to replace Pop Gita when he leaves. Well, yeah, Pop Gita his stint comes to the end of this game. Great commentary, says, looking like a win. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't rule out Pop Gita. I think he's been fabulous. I think he's surprised everybody, including me, with his batting and his bowling. And I would put him in the mix, that's for sure. And I don't think there'd be too many people that would say otherwise, but I might be wrong. But I think he's done a great job. Let's play back to Organ. So I wouldn't rule him out. Let's wait and see.
Well, you'd have to say his innings are 55. I know the bowlers have done the job here for Hampshire. Without those 55 yesterday, I don't think we'd be here, to be honest.
All right, yeah. And he had a very good innings against Surrey at the Oval in the first innings. Contributed to Hampshire getting a draw there. Organ bowls. On the back foot is Hunt. Plays that out on the onside. Well, if there's not another wicket, there's only 1 over to go until tea. I think, if I'm honest, I could do with a tea break.
Yes, it's just been a long session. There's been a lot of overs in this session, haven't there?
Yeah, they have, yeah.
30. This is the 34th, I think.
It's amazing what being on top does.
33rd.
Isn't it? Speeds everything up as a bowling side. As Hunt plays that into the ground, there is a mid-wicket Gubbins.
Well, he's showing faith in Sean Hunt here, isn't he, John Simpson? I mean, he took a single off the first ball of the over. But
I think Sussex will be surprised at where they find themselves here.
Oh, definitely.
I don't think they ever thought they'd be in this position. It's Phoenix. I certainly didn't think they would be, as that's played back.
As I said consistently, I did say I thought it was a lot of runs, and I was concerned by the length of the Sussex total, and also 1 or 2 not in great form in the middle order.
Oh, you're right. You're right. But it's not over yet. It's never over until they're walking off. It might be a lot of runs even now, but when you're playing, you're in the game as Hunt pushes forward, and that goes out to Gubbins once more. Organ, 13 overs, and he has 3 wickets to his name. I know he'll be absolutely delighted at that, and he's shown that in each of his celebrations. 3 for 31.
And Sussex would have had to have scored the biggest score of the match if they were going to win the game. 191, 159, 220 and 253. So we've got 1 over to go, and we will be having a cup of tea unless a wicket falls in this over. The field spreads for John Simpson. Well, I say it spreads. There's 2 men out on the leg side and a sweeper on the cover boundary, as in comes Neil and bowls to Simpson, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. Ben Brown is always busy behind the stumps, throws away his glove and then runs after the ball, and it's no run. Brown has waved his long on up to a 1 saving position, almost 1 saving. Neil again bowls, and Simpson defends down the track, and it is another dot ball.
It's interesting the way Simpson's playing, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder in this over whether he's thinking, let's just get to tea. Let's just get to tea.
Yeah.
Neil in bowls, and it was a strange delivery, wasn't it? He sort of scuttled across his crease, and the ball ended up in the hands of first slip. But it bounced. Ben Brown now wants another change in the field. He's moving his deep mid wicket a little wider, and his mid-on's coming a little straighter. I think they're trying to cut off the single here so that Sean Hunt will be facing after tea, probably. Neil in bowl, Simpson down the wicket, and he well, I just wonder whether that might have been a tactic a little earlier on from Sussex. I know he's a risk, but the mid-on was moved up to a 1 saving position, and John Simpson decided to thump the ball over mid-on for 4 runs. Sussex go to 130 for 8, and for the first time they're halfway to their total, as Neil is in bowls and Simpson drives firmly through the covers, and that's going to be 4 more. Slightly over pitching was Neil, and Simpson drills the ball through extra cover for 4 runs. So he goes to 14, and just as we said, he's playing for tea, John Simpson hits a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, it's the right tactics.
Well, it is, and it's just an observation, it's not a criticism. I just wonder whether that might have been a tactic earlier on for someone to take the attack to Hampshire. But it may be a little late now. Neil in bowls, and Simpson defends. In front of him, there is no run. That is indeed going to be tea. Well, it's been an excellent session for Hampshire, and you have to give credit to the way that Hampshire have bowled in that session, because they picked up 7 wickets. Sussex beginning the session on 60. They didn't. They began it on 64 for 1. They've closed on 134 for 8. Which tells me that Sussex have added 66 in the session, but they've lost 7 wickets.
70,
Is that right?
72.
Sorry. Yes, you're right.
Is that right? No, it's not.
That was 64, and they're
64.
now
134.
Right.
So that's 60, 70.
You're right. It is 70 runs in the session.
And it would have been 60 had it not been for those.
Yes, it was those 2 boundaries. So it's been a really good session for Hampshire. It's even with my Sussex hat on, it's very, very difficult to see that Sussex can pull this one out of the fire. The Hampshire players look delighted as they make their way up the pavilion steps to have a cup of tea. That's exactly what Kevin and I are going to do now, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes' time.
you do come onto the outfield, please go in on the main square at any time. So flag cricket, only with the soft balls and no food or drink, please. So any food or drink must be taken away off the field and then over the main square at any time, please. A reminder, the Sussex second 11 are playing against Essex second 11 at Hampshire on Tuesday the 23rd of June, and that's a second 11 T20 South League match. So once again on Tuesday the 23rd, Sussex against Essex, and I'm sure the lads would like to see all the support in that fixture. Reminder, please keep off the main square so that Chris has told us to prepare the pitch for final touches today. So please go on the square at any time.
Vitality lost. I think. Sussex lost.
So in the T20, should we swap over? Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your day on this afternoon. I'm afraid that we have to break up the party now and ask you to vacate the field as quickly and as safely as possible, following directions from the stewards and security staff. Those returning to the southwest corner of the stadium, please use the gap in between the two advertising buildings to get down the field, and rather than not leave from the advertising building. So please use the gap as now provided in the southwest corner of the stadium. Once again, please vacate the field as quickly as you can and follow any instructions from the stewards and security. Thanks again for your cooperation. So we really appreciate your cooperation. For those customers that want to use the North exit or exit, this will be open once a day until the day and will remain open for about 20 to 30 minutes after the close of play. So those that wish to use the North gate as an exit match, the gates will open right after the start of the game and will then be available for 20 to 30 minutes.
Well, welcome back to Hove for what is almost certainly the final session of the match on this third day of this match between Sussex and Hampshire in the county championship. Sussex going to tee 134 for 8. They still need another 119 to win after a session which totally dominated between lunch and tea by Hampshire. They took 7 for 70 in 34 overs. And Sussex, with John Simpson and Sean Hunt at the crease, Jade Evan to come. Well, of course, it's never over until it's done, but I think it's going to take something of miraculous proportions for Sussex to maintain their unbeaten home record here at Hove this season. They've won matches here against Leicestershire, Warwickshire and Glamorgan, but it looks very much as if, well, they say, barring some sort of miracle, that Hampshire could win their second match of the season. Oh, the umpires are out of the middle. And Kevin James sitting next to me, that was some session for Hampshire. And, you know, anyone looking at this probably think, oh, Sean Abbott's got a stack full of wickets. But actually, it's been anything but. It's been the others who have come to the party.
That's right. Well, even his brother Kyle, yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're not the only one. It's funny. Mark Church at Surrey always says Sean Abbott to have
Yeah, but he's got an excuse.
But he's
He
got-
plays
yeah,
for Surrey. I've got no excuse.
Oh, listen, I mean, I during that tea break, there will be 11 very, very excited Hampshire players willing to just back out here and try and finish the job off, because that was a session that they could only have dreamed about, really. It was tense at lunch, wasn't it? 64 for one, and Daniel Hughes and Tom Alsop putting 55 on together, looking reasonably comfortable on a pitch which has given the batters a lot to think about over the 2 and a bit days that we've had. But today, even though it's still been tricky, are they changing the ball here? Even though it's been tricky, it's been the best day. But there's always been a ball there that you had to be careful with. There's a lot of indentations out in that pitch. Sussex had used their allocation of the heavy rollers, so they couldn't iron those out. So, and Hampshire kind of knew that. But what they had to do then was put, into practice, ideally what you want, and that is to have all of your bowlers putting pressure on the batters. Now, that's not happened really for Hampshire this season. Kyle Abbott has, yes. Sonny Baker has at times, yes, and 1 or 2 others have, yes. But never collectively as a team have they had a concerted effort, certainly over a whole session, where you can say that everybody has stepped up. And they needed to, and they did. And this man that's going to bowl the first over after tea has had an absolutely terrific session. Picking up 4 wickets over 2 spells, Eddie Jack, and you could just tell that his confidence grew with each wicket he took, and with each wicket that he took, so the pressure mounted on the home side. And with Felix Organ picking up 3 wickets, and he was on a hat-trick as well, it was just a terrific session for Hampshire, and one really that I don't think they would have been expecting.
Well, Eddie Jack has got ball in hand. He's going to be bowling to Sean Hunt. A couple of emails have come in. John Malone has said, thanks for the commentary to us both. That's kind of you, John. He said, disappointed cricket from Sussex so far. He says, Farby will not be happy. Well, we'll see. We'll no doubt speak to Paul Farbrace after the game. In comes Eddie Jack of bowls. And Sean Hunt, I think that's one go through. Taken by Ben Brown. And there is no run. Terry Sadler's been in touch in Arundel. He says, well done, Hampshire. But a poor effort by Sussex after an exceptional day on Friday. He says, it shows we have a very thin squad without the absentee players. Well, Sussex have got players missing, but Sussex have never used that so far, and this time yesterday, when Hampshire was 66 for 6, you would have, Sussex were probably favourites to win the game, but things change very quickly in county cricket. In comes Jack Bowles, short delivery, Hunt lets it go through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. Ben Brown, when he takes the ball, many wicket keepers sort of throw the ball along the slip cordon. I always thought that at Sussex, that Ben always looks like he's keen to get on with it, and he always bowls the ball out underarm, and he threw that to Ali Orr, who's fielding at square leg. It's not easy to throw a ball that far with the gauntlets on. So, 119 to win, 134 for 8, Simpson on 14, Sean Hunt yet to score as Jack is in looking for a 5 for bowls, and Hunt again just lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, no run.
Yeah, I know lots of people, and you're right in your argument, that maybe somebody should have tried to take the Hampshire attack on. But I think what's caught Sussex by surprise is, I'm sure, and I don't know, but I'm sort of guessing that the team talk today would have been, let's make sure that we nullify Abbott. If we nullify Abbott, we give ourselves a really good chance of winning. I don't think they've had the other bowlers in the equation. I think they would have thought that somewhere today these bowlers would have leaked runs.
Jack in bowls to Hunt, who lets that one go wide outside the off stump, taken by a tumbling Brown, and there is no run.
But they haven't, and they've kept the pressure on all the time, and I think that's where Sussex have really struggled. That I just don't think it was in their sight that every bowler that's come on has kept it tight.
Yeah, it's and of course after this game we go into this really long break for, first of all, the resumption of the T20. You're back down here again for another game, Kev. You've got to come here, haven't you, in a couple of weeks' time? Yeah. In comes Jack bowls, and Hunt is up on his toes and plays that defensively onto the onside, and there is no run. And then it's into the one-day cup when a lot of players will disappear to the 100. So it's a good while until we get a resumption of county championship cricket, and it'll be interesting to see the table as it all pans out over the next couple of days, because there's certainly not a runaway leader in the county championship, and those sides at the bottom, if Hampshire win here and Leicestershire have already run, have concertinaed up. So it does look a very interesting county championship table going into August and September. as in comes Jack Bowles, and Sean Hunt played that over pretty well, to be fair. So maiden over. He's yet to score, and Sussex are 134 for 8.
Thank you to Mike Kelly, who I guess I'm a little excited today, and it's been hard for a Hampshire fan to watch what's been going on at times during the championship. But thank you for Mike Kelly for bringing me back down to earth, because this email, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says, sorry to pick you up on your pronunciation of the word pronunciation earlier today. Oh, it's lovely. I love these emails. It should not be pronounced pronunciation, but it should be pronunciation. Mike, I'm really sorry. I will endeavour to make sure that I get that right in future. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work, though, he says. He's trying to... from a Hampshire fan in Lancashire, let's hope we can get a wicket or 4. He says before lunch, but he said he was sending this before lunch, but he had to wait because he didn't know what the email address was.
Oh, well,
forgive me for not giving it out again for you, Mike.
We've had lots of people in touch during this game. We've had some good correspondence.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I love that one. All right. Oh, here he is, Abbott. Into the attack, around the wicket, and Bowles, and Simpson works that to mid-wicket. He could take a single, but he declines.
I think that's probably fair dues with Sean Abbott bowling to your number 10.
Well, this could be a very long end to the game if these tactics are one that Sussex adopt for quite a while, and Hampshire don't make any more breakthroughs, so this will be interesting. 119 needed. We could be here till tea if this is tomorrow. Here comes Abbott. Don't think that's going to happen. It's bounced outside the off stump. Good leave from Simpson.
Well, you know, John Simpson's out there thinking, well, I've just got to do the best that I can here, and probably the best that he can do is to try and shelter Sean Hunt from Kyle Abbott, but it's not going to be easy to do, and I'm sure Ben Brown will, after probably 4 deliveries. In fact, he's called for the helmet. I think he has.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So the game's not over until it's over, of course, but Hampshire are in a very, very strong position, as are the Hampshire Hawks women, who are playing in the T20 Blast County Cup today. That's the knockout version of the women's T20. They are playing Glamorgan down in Newport. Now, Hampshire made 201 for 3 off their 20 overs. Maya Boucher made 63. Francesca Sweet, who's really making a name for herself after she moved from Leicestershire during the winter, 77 not out, and she was a wild card pick during the week for the 100. I mean, she was playing Tier 2 cricket last year, she is a very talented young player indeed. 77 not out of just 35. Hampshire 201 for 3 as Abbott comes in. The Glamorgan reply as Abbott bowls, and that's pushed out into the covers. Ben Brown is standing up. Glamorgan are 35 for 5 after 7, and there's 3 wickets for left arm spinner Rebecca Tyson. Captain Georgia Adams has 2. In fact, she has 2 for 1 from 2 overs, so it looks a potential win for the Hampshire Hawks women, who last year lost in the 3rd round, which is the first round that the Tier 1 teams come in, to Surrey. It looks like they're going to progress to the 4th round for the first time. Good luck to them in the next hour or so, as Simpson goes aerial, caught mid-on, throws the bat up in the air, Abbott celebrates. Well, I suppose Simpson had to. He gambled that he would get it over the top. He couldn't. Mid-on was a little deep, and he's hit it straight down his throat. Simpson goes for 14. Sussex are 134 for 9. They still need 119, and now surely a Hampshire victory is just around the corner.
It is indeed, and that was some celebration from Kyle Abbott. But no, that certainly will be it. Any miraculous hopes that Sussex had rested on the shoulders of John Simpson, but it was always going to be. It takes something miraculous. J. Devon Nugcat comes out, and Hampshire on the verge of victory. Just to say, Kevin, just a couple of quick things. We spoke about Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson being in the England squad for the next Test match, and the headline is that they were blameless for any violent conduct in that incident in the nightclub that where they were attending. So they've done their 1 match ban, and they're back in the England squad, I understand, with some sort of a warning. So, JW, and you better carry on commentary, Kev, because this may not last a whole huge pile longer.
Well, we'll wait and see. Felix Organ was the catcher there, by the way.
Thank you.
And Kyle Abbott with his second wicket of the innings. His other wicket came before lunch. It wasn't an extravagant celebration. I must admit, I need to look at that again. I don't think he was doing it in John Simpson's face. I think he was doing it where somebody had a plan. And I think it just worked out. I think that's what Kyle Abbott was celebrating. But I need to look at that again. He's not the sort of bloke that celebrates him. I just think John Simpson just happened to be walking in the near vicinity because he has to walk that way.
Yes.
Back to the pavilion. 134 for 9. He's probably also celebrating because I think his young child is here with his wife, and I think there might be a little bit of that as well. I don't know. So still 119 that needed at 134 for 9, and if the wicket was to go down pretty soon, as it's edged, and it is! It's the end of the game! Ali Orr caught the catch at Gully. Abbott is on a hat-trick in 2 months' time. Unat goes for that. I have to make sure I remember that. 134 all out, which means Hampshire have won this game by 118 runs.
Well, there we are. That didn't take long after tea. I did say of the Sussex Tale it would have been unfair to have expected the Sussex Tale to have dug the side out of trouble. The Hampshire players all embrace. Ben Brown sportingly goes and shakes hands with Sean Hunt and the umpires. The Hampshire players are absolutely ecstatic, having picked up their second win of the season. Handshakes all round. And Hampshire really from a position yesterday, Kevin, when they were 26 for 5 in their second innings, they managed to rustle together 220, set Sussex 253, and really, apart from at lunch when Sussex was 64 for 1, they've really fallen away in the afternoon. So from 64 for 1 to 134 all out.
So it was a session that 7 wickets fell for 70.
Yeah.
So
they lost 9 for 70.
9 for 70.
9 for 70.
Yeah.
In 35 and a bit overs.
Wow. Well, did you ever see a margin of that distance at all?
No, I didn't. I thought it would be nervy today. I think I said consistently, I thought it was a lot of runs for Sussex to get, and so it proved. I didn't think it would be as comprehensive as it is. It's a body blow for Sussex, having had such a good start to the county championship season. But you have to say, well played Hampshire. They bowled really, really well in that afternoon session. A really good game of cricket, a game that swayed one way and the other. Hampshire, a second win of the season. It's going to really concertina this first division of the county championship. And well done to Ben Brown, former Sussex man, returning to his the ground on which he played all his cricket. Picked up a pair, Ben, but he's led his side to victory. So well done to Ben Brown. Well played, Hampshire. And Sussex, I'm afraid, on the last day, not quite up to what was required. It's a setback for Sussex, but they've had plenty of those off the field, and I'm sure they'll come again. But a big break now from Championship cricket. I guess from a Hampshire point of view, Kevin, in many ways, they might think to themselves, actually, wish we had a game next week, because when you've won a game, you want to keep on going. But there will be a break now in the Championship as the players all shake hands in front of the pavilion. It just remains for me to say thank you very much to everybody who sent in emails, texts and messages throughout the game. It's been tremendous to get all of those, and it makes it a lot of fun commentating. And thank you to Kevin as well. It's always great fun commentating with Kevin and getting his professional insights into the game, and it's been good fun. So good luck to Hampshire. And a disappointing day for Sussex, there's no question about it. I'm sure Paul Farbrace will speak to him after the game and get his views. And we'll put those back online when we get a chance a little later on.
Thanks, Adrian. No, I've enjoyed it. And we've been on our own, haven't we, for 2 days? Poor Isabel.
Yes.
1 or 2 family issues to sort out. But just to show you how well we get on, not only did we talk all day yesterday, but we then went to the pub and spoke together most of the night. So there you go. Virtually inseparable. I have to say it was great as well, because I know you gave the real balance side of it because you thought it was too many runs. I always thought that it was real bottom sort of rung stuff in terms of what Hampshire needed. I think the team, if I'm honest, thought the same. But so it's proved, doesn't it? 4th innings of a game, it's a different game.
Yeah.
And I'm I'm disappointed for Sussex because I know how much this would have meant to them in terms of, getting towards winning the championship, of which they still have a chance, even though they've lost today. And because of all the troubles, what a story that would be. But there's more games to come. But I think from a Hampshire point of view, and trying somehow to stay in Division 1, that win will have worked wonders. And you're right, a 2-month break now is not fantastically ideal, because there will be some very, very excitable guys up on that balcony, and it's a shame that they'll have to wait so long to play another game. But there are still 6 matches for both sides. A lot can still happen, but I'm just so pleased for Hampshire because they have taken a bit of stick this year, and in lots of ways quite rightly, but to bowl the way they have as a unit today under pressure was just awesome.
Well, so there we are. We're done and dusted. It'll be interesting to see the county championships table when we get to the end of this round of matches and see where everybody sits. But it's going to be an exciting end to the championship from the middle of August through to the end of September. Back to T20 cricket now. Of course, those games are on the BBC, followed by the One Day Cup competition that follows. Well done to everyone who turned up today. Really good attendance for those who have come here for Father's Day. Disappointment for Sussex, elation for Hampshire. Thank you all for listening, and we'll speak to you all again when the T20s come along later this week. But for now, from Kevin and myself, a very good night, and thank you very much.